Like seriously, Andrew, I signed this. Just go live as I go live your page. Did that next time before, I'm going to delete this one again. Your phone upon the fridge down. Guys, sorry about that. I can't take video, I delete. I can't do it anymore. So I hope you guys don't use this video to judge me wrongfully. And you just say that she little birds, not my thirst, singing sweet song. What's your birds name? Birds in the sky. I prison. Oh my god, I just love the birds. They're so nice. Guys, I don't know if it was like a deja vu or what, guys. That's for the reason, you guys. Anytime I go live, and I'm going live, my baby dad always be belching. I have to believe doing so videos. I don't want to be like, you know, I'm not perfect. But sometimes I know it's gonna sound very awful. Like, you do live streaming and then people belching it, but I can't every time I'm believing almost believe it or not 20 videos because I know like a sign. It's not like it's purposely, it's just always be deja vu. As I go live sometime I hear burp talking and sometimes I just really can't, I just can't not delete the videos because I just say whenever I listen about the videos them sound really awful. But I just hope like this was a first time, as in for a long time that as I open in live. That is it. Hope you guys just don't like skip the videos without even hear the message. My message today for you guys is no matter what you're going through, don't let someone perception of you becomes your reality. Because oftentimes I know that we are afraid of what people want to say. Even me in a situation, I said that, and when someone hear this video now, first thing I open the video, they say I bet you may turn them off, but it's reasonable and my control. I just gonna go live, and as I open it, and then maybe you just could hold it in. I never even know that I was live anyway. If you know I was live, you would do that still, but just you guys just go and relaxing, watch the ambiance. Yeah, hopefully you guys can be able to see the birds. I want you guys to see all the pigeons are enjoying themselves. Yeah. What's wrong, sister? Thank you. Want to chicken? Alright? Chucho? Oh dear. Take me and the same thing. Chucho. Chook chook. Chook chook. How are you, chook chook? You alright? Enjoy your day. You're welcome. Chook 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 chook. Come drink some. Come drink some water. Chook chook. So that guy's stubborn, so guys. I'm stubborn. Hear him sound. And I know when I couldn't end up on stand dog. Chook chook. Be yourself. You know when good people are coming and scheme. Come sit down. But you want cause like you own the scheme. Three little birds down my doorstep, singing sweet song. This is a message to you. People, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. People, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. My verse today is, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still water. He restored my soul. Sky looking so beautiful, guys. If I turn the video to this length, I'll look up, maybe I'll be able to can see them. Chop. Point. And leave the birds alone. Leave the birds alone. Look on the amount of birds on the ground. That's a video feed I want to show you guys. So if I put it right here, I was wondering if I'm gonna be able to see it, guys. And I see something. This is the animal video this morning, guys. Look at the animals. Look at it. No private video feed is not easy. Trust me. Hey guys, good morning. How you doing? Just here, just observing, nature itself. So, hope you guys enjoy. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Trying to fix the video for a subscriber that said she couldn't see the video properly. So sorry about that. But we can see it better now, Miss Mackenzie. If we can. Oh.
Sometimes the most powerful move you can make in life is not making a move at all. Because silence, true silence, is not a sign of weakness. It is strength under control, pain that has been transformed into wisdom, and discipline wrapped in patience. There comes a time in your life when you stop chasing people. You stop explaining yourself to those who are determined to misunderstand you. You begin to focus on yourself, on your peace, your growth, your calling. You come to understand that not every battle is worth fighting. Not every insult deserves your energy, and not every person is meant to go where you're headed. That's when the shift begins. Have you ever found yourself in a room full of noise, voices clashing, opinions swirling, chaos rising, and felt something inside telling you to just be still? That's not weakness. That's your soul speaking. Let them talk. Let them speculate. Let them assume. Because silence, real, intentional silence, is a form of strength that most will never comprehend. In a world that constantly pushes you to react, to post, to clap back, to defend your side of the story, silence becomes a rare and dangerous kind of discipline. People will call you distant. They'll label you cold. They'll say, you've changed. And the truth is, they're right. You have changed. You've grown. You've realized that peace is not found in arguments. Peace is found in knowing exactly who you are without having to announce it. That's maturity. That's real power. And more than anything, that's freedom. There is something uniquely powerful about the person who chooses not to respond. The one who no longer feels the need to justify every step, defend every move, or explain every decision. You begin to understand that not everyone is worthy of your energy. Some people are simply noise in the story of your life, and you don't have to entertain it. Holding your tongue while someone tries to provoke you, that's power. Choosing not to participate in drama, that's growth. Silence isn't avoidance, it's intention. It's the deliberate choice to value peace over pride, to prioritize purpose over ego. And don't ever let anyone confuse that for weakness. A person who can stay silent while being judged, tested, or doubted is a person who has mastered the art of self-control. And self-control is the foundation of every strong soul. Silence brings clarity. When you stop speaking so much, you begin to hear more, especially from God. The world is loud. People are loud. But truth, real truth, is quiet. It doesn't shout. It waits patiently for silence to reveal it. That's why those who constantly need noise never truly find peace. Because peace lives in the quiet spaces, in the stillness of the moment, when you stop chasing and start listening. When you embrace silence, you begin to see what really matters. You notice who genuinely cares. You recognize what actually deserves your time. And most importantly, you discover who you are when no one is watching. That version of you, the one that doesn't crave applause, doesn't wait for permission, that's the real you. And when you find that version, you begin to build from a place of confidence, not insecurity. You no longer need to shout to be heard. You don't have to scream to be seen. Let your silence speak for you. Let your calm be your response. Because those who are truly strong never feel the need to prove it. They show it in how they walk, in how they breathe, in how they move through storms without complaining about the rain. Weak people talk about what they're going to do. Strong people just do it, quietly, consistently, powerfully. And when it's done, the world notices, not because you told them, but because you showed them. That's real strength. That's the kind of legacy silence builds. Not a performance, but a foundation. There's a reason they say still waters run deep. The deeper the soul, the less noise it makes. You won't find a storm raging in a shallow puddle. But when the ocean is calm, that's when it's most powerful. That's the kind of silence you want to cultivate. The kind that's grounded, unshaken, unmoved. People will try to provoke you just to see you react. They'll test your patience just to see if you'll break your character. But when you stay silent, when you hold on to peace with a steady heart, that's when you earn the highest form of respect, not just from others, but from yourself. You begin to understand that not everything deserves a reaction. Not everything deserves your presence. Silence unsettles people because it forces them to confront their own noise. When you stop engaging in arguments, when you no longer react to every insult, when you stay quiet in spaces where you once fought for validation, it sends a powerful message. A message that says, I've outgrown this. And growth, real growth, is silent. You'll never hear a tree grow, but one day its roots are so deep and its branches so strong that no storm can shake it. That's what silence does. It deepens your roots. It strengthens your foundation. It prepares you for storms you don't even see coming. And when those storms arrive, you won't need to raise your voice. You'll just stand there unmoved. And don't think for a moment that people don't notice. They see your silence. They feel it. They talk about it. Some are confused by it. Others feel threatened by it. But the right ones, the ones with depth and wisdom, they respect it. Because silence makes people turn inward. It holds a mirror up to their noise and their chaos. And when they realize they can't drag you into their mess, when your peace stays unshaken, they begin to understand that you are different. You are building something real. You are building stability, discipline, and purpose. And those things cannot be bought or faked. They can only be earned in quiet moments. We have been taught to believe that strength must be loud, that power needs to be shouted to be real. But silence is the language of the strong. It belongs to those who have been broken and still manage to stand. Not because they have nothing to say, but because they understand that saying it is not always worth it. They have learned the value of letting go, of walking away without bitterness, of choosing peace over pride. And in that choice, they have found something rare and unshakable. They have found freedom, the kind that cannot be stolen by gossip or disrespect or misunderstanding. Silence teaches you patience, and patience is a weapon. In a world that races and pushes and pulls, you become the one who waits, the one who watches, the one who listens, the one who moves when it is time, not when emotions demand it. And when you move like that, you become powerful in the quietest, most intentional way. You are no longer reacting. You are responding. You are not emotional. You are deliberate. And when you speak, every word carries weight. People begin to lean in, not because you are loud, but because they know your words are backed by presence and purpose. That is what silence gives you. It makes your presence undeniable even when you say nothing at all.
HR, the fun police, pencil pushers, four eyes. That might be how...
That is what silence gives you. It makes your presence undeniable even when you say nothing at all. And that kind of presence is true influence. So do not let the world convince you that silence means surrender. It does not. It means you are rising. It means you are learning how to build in private, how to protect what matters without shouting, how to lead without needing a spotlight. It means you have stopped trying to explain yourself to people who never valued the explanation in the first place. It means you have discovered something sacred. You have found the strongest version of yourself, the version that does not need to be seen to make an impact, the one that does not need to shout to change a room. Because your silence, it speaks with more force than noise ever could. There comes a moment in life when you stop choosing noise and start choosing peace. Not because you have stopped caring, but because you care more than ever. You care about your mind, your heart, and your spirit. You realize that you cannot afford to allow anything to disturb your peace anymore. Because peace is not just a feeling, it is survival. It is healing. It is the force that holds you together when everything else tries to tear you apart. And once you experience real peace, you never go back to begging for chaos to understand you. Peace does not mean your life is perfect. It means you no longer waste energy on what drains you. It means you walk away from what dishonors your soul, even if it feels familiar. It means you release the people who only show up to take, to drain, and to disappoint. When peace becomes your priority, subtraction becomes sacred. You stop over-explaining. You stop chasing closure. You stop answering calls that only bring confusion. Because your peace is sacred now. And when you start treating it like something holy, life begins to shift. Not only around you, but within you. You wake up with clarity. You move with intention. You stop seeking validation from people who never saw your worth, even when you stood right in front of them. You stop trying to prove yourself in rooms you have already outgrown. And when your peace is your standard, you become unshakable. You start measuring success by your stillness, not by the noise that surrounds you. And that is when you truly step into your power. Not the power that crushes others, but the kind that grounds you and holds you steady in every storm. People will not always understand this version of you. They will say you have changed. They will say you have become distant. But what they do not know is what it cost you to find this peace. They were not there for the tears, the breaking points, the nights you were barely holding on. They did not witness the healing you fought for in silence. So no, you are not cold. You are careful. You are guarded with your soul because you have learned that not everyone deserves access to it. Some only loved you when you were broken because it made you easier to control. But not anymore, not now. Now peace sits at the center of your life. And peace requires boundaries. You will lose people when you start protecting your peace, but let them go. Because if your peace offends them, they were never meant to stay. Because real love does not come with chaos. Real friends do not leave you feeling drained. And if someone becomes upset because you chose your well-being over their comfort, that is not your burden to carry. That is a sign they never truly wanted you. Your peace is not a negotiation. It is not a team decision. It is not a shared project. It is yours. And if someone is disrupting it, they have already shown you everything you need to know. Protecting your peace means saying no. It means being misunderstood. It means walking away even when your heart aches and doing it anyway. There is no greater act of self-love than guarding your peace like your life depends on it, because it does. The stress, the anxiety, the emotional exhaustion you've normalized, that is not life. That is the absence of peace. And you have every right to step away from anything that robs you of joy, of balance, of hope. You were not created to live in a state of defense and survival. You deserve mornings that begin with ease, not dread. Days that move with focus, not drama. Nights that end with gratitude, not spiraling thoughts. That is the life peace builds. And it begins the moment you decide it matters more than anything else. You do not have to wait for a breakdown to begin protecting your peace. You do not have to wait until your body is too tired to move, until your heart is numb, until your mind is drowning in noise. Start now. Start before the burnout. Start before the anxiety becomes your default state. Because your peace is not something you randomly find. It is something you create. You create it through boundaries, through choices, through silence, through walking away from what does not serve you. It is not easy, but it is worth it. And once you start choosing peace, you will wonder why you ever lived any other way. The people you thought you needed, the ones you fought to keep, will no longer matter when your soul finally exhales. Because you were never meant to carry what is not yours. You were never meant to fix everyone's problems at the cost of your own spirit. You were never supposed to be the emotional dumping ground for people who never even asked how you are. Let that truth sink in. It is not selfish to protect your energy. It is necessary, because when you are drained, you have nothing left to give. When your spirit is unsettled, you cannot even hear your own purpose. When you are consumed by other people's chaos, you forget the sound of your own peace. Reclaim it. Reconnect with it. Make peace your foundation again. Start showing up for yourself the way you've always shown up for others. Give yourself the grace, the patience, the stillness that you hand out so freely to everyone else. You do not have to be available for everything. You do not have to explain your distance. Sometimes protecting your peace means stepping back, going silent, recharging, and returning whole. Because the world does not need more people who are constantly overwhelmed. It needs people who are whole, who are grounded, who are healed. And that starts with you. You cannot control everything around you, but you can control what you allow into your life. Peace is not a coincidence. It is a daily decision. So every time you feel tempted to return to what broke you, remind yourself that your peace is your priority. Every time someone tries to pull you into chaos, remember what matters most. And every time you feel guilty for choosing solitude, for setting boundaries, for creating space, take a breath and repeat the truth. My peace is my priority. Because without peace, success feels hollow. Love becomes heavy. Life feels like survival. But with peace, everything blooms. The heart begins to heal. Purpose begins to rise. That is the life you are meant for. That is the new standard. Not chaos, not drama, just peace. Deep, unshakable, sacred peace. And then one day you realize something powerful. Not everyone deserves access to you. Not everyone has earned the right to hold your heart, to know your dreams, to witness your fears. You spent too much time giving the most sacred parts of yourself to people who only gave you fragments in return. You let too many stand close who never should have been allowed near. But now you understand. Your presence is a gift. Your energy is sacred. Your time is valuable. And from this moment forward, you will no longer apologize for protecting them. People will claim they know you, but all they know is the version you allowed them to see. They were visitors in your story, not the authors of it. You do not owe anyone unlimited access to your emotions, your energy, your healing, or your kindness. Some people only show up to drain you, to distract you, to feed off your light because they never learned how to build their own. But you are not a rehabilitation center for people who refuse to grow. You are not a sanctuary for those who keep burning down your peace. And you are done shrinking just to fit into spaces that never saw your worth. You do not need to keep explaining yourself to those who are committed to misunderstanding you. You do not need to keep opening doors for people who only know how to walk in and create mess. Some will confuse your kindness for weakness. Some will think your silence means agreement. But what they fail to understand is that you are not silent because you have nothing to say. You are silent because they no longer deserve to hear your voice. Not everyone gets a seat at your table. Not everyone belongs next to royalty. You are not being cold. You are not being cruel. You are being selective. And there is nothing wrong with that. You've learned through pain and disappointment that access to you is a privilege, not a right.
Here, where the Caribbean greets the morning, elegance isn't just seen, it's sensed. Set on Jamaica's north coast, the Montego Bacon.
You've learned through pain and disappointment that access to you is a privilege, not a right. The people who genuinely care won't need to constantly prove their place in your life, but they also won't make you question it either. And those who keep wounding you with their presence do not deserve another opportunity to cause more damage. Let them go. Not everyone is built to carry the weight of who you truly are, and it is not your responsibility to shrink in order to fit into their limited understanding. You are not a convenience. You are not a supporting character in someone else's chaos. You are not here to fix problems that were never yours to begin with. The moment you begin to protect your access is the moment you begin to protect your peace, your purpose, and your destiny. That's when the clarity comes. And with that clarity, you start seeing who's in your life because they value you and who's there because they need something from you. That awareness becomes your power. That's when you start to level up because boundaries are not about shutting people out. They are about filtering what is real from what is not. They separate the genuine from the opportunistic, the loyal from the ones who only take. You don't owe your vulnerability to everyone. You don't have to share your story with people who haven't earned your trust. Some people only want to get close so they can gather your truth and twist it. So they can use your softness as a strategy and define your strength on their terms. But this is not about becoming bitter. This is about becoming wiser, stronger, and more grounded in who you are. You are allowed to say, no, you don't get that part of me anymore. And when you say that, when you take your power back, sometimes you have to sit with yourself and ask, why am I letting people who've done nothing for me take up so much space in my life? That's when it hits you. It was never about how long they've known you. It was always about how they treated you. Loyalty isn't measured by time. It's measured by presence, by consistency, by how someone shows up when it matters. Some people have been around for years and still never truly supported you. And others, they came into your life unexpectedly, loved you with pure intentions, respected your boundaries like it came naturally. And that's who earns access. That's who gets the key to your world. You've been too available for too long, too understanding, too forgiving. But now, you have to move differently. Your love is rare. Your presence is healing. Your spirit is powerful. And you can't keep handing that over to people who mishandle it and then wonder why you feel so empty. You are not obligated to answer every call, respond to every message, show up to every invitation. You have the right to disappear, to rest, to create space, not out of rudeness, but out of self-preservation. Because once you experience the kind of peace that comes from protecting your access, you will never let just anyone back in. Watch how your life shifts when you stop trying to be everything for everyone. Watch how your energy changes when you stop pouring into people who cannot hold what you give. You will gain clarity, strength, and purpose, and the right people, the ones who truly care, will respect your boundaries and honor your space. They will not guilt trip you or manipulate you. They will love you in your silence, support you through your growth, and never make you feel bad for choosing yourself. Because they understand, they see your value, and more importantly, they deserve to be there. From this moment on, you owe no one a backstage pass to your soul just because they clapped for you once. Some people are meant to stay in the balcony. They were never meant to walk through the door of your heart. Don't hand out VIP access to people who treat you like general admission. Be kind, be compassionate, but be selective, because not everyone deserves access to you. And that is not arrogance. That is self-respect. That is discernment. That is power. And now that you know better, you have to move better. Sometimes life strips everything away so you can see what truly matters. The phone stops ringing. The crowd gets quiet. The noise dies down. And all that's left is you in the silence. That is where growth begins. Not when everyone is cheering. Not when things are easy. But when you are alone with your truth. When you are stripped of the distractions. When there's no applause, no performance, no audience, just you, your pain, your story, and the decisions you choose to make from that space. That silence is not a punishment, it is preparation. That is where the deepest transformation begins. Because in the crowd, it's easy to pretend. It's easy to blend in, to wear masks, to play the part. But when you're alone, the masks fall, the performance ends, and the real you rises to the surface. The version of you you've been avoiding, the version that carries the truth. It's uncomfortable, it's vulnerable, but it's necessary. Because real growth never feels like growth while you're living through it. It feels like pain, it feels like confusion, it feels like being alone. But underneath all of that, something sacred is happening. A seed is being watered, a foundation is being laid, strength is being built. And transformation is taking place in the silence. You don't find your strength surrounded by noise. You find it in the quiet, hidden battles no one ever sees. You find it when you're crying at 2 a.m. but still manage to get up the next day and face life head on. You find it when your phone is silent, yet you still choose to speak life into yourself. You find it when no one checks in on you, but you keep showing up anyway. That is what real growth looks like. That is maturity. That is the process of becoming. Because just like the caterpillar, transformation doesn't happen in front of an audience. It happens alone, in the dark, wrapped in silence and stillness. And when it emerges, it's something unrecognizable. That is what isolation does. It transforms you in private so that you can reintroduce yourself in power. In isolation, you start to learn things about yourself you never noticed before. You begin to uncover your triggers. You realize which wounds never really healed. You confront the boundaries you never set. You come face to face with your habits, your patterns, your choices. And through that confrontation, you find clarity. You discover who you've been, who you are, and who you're called to become. Some of the environments you called comfort were actually cages. Some of the people you called support were really just distractions. And sitting with that truth may sting, but it also sets you free. Because isolation isn't destroying you. It's It's breaking down the version of you that was never meant to last. It's removing the false beliefs you used to survive. It's shaking loose the crutches you leaned on for too long. It's exposing the places in your life that you neglected. And yes, it may feel like everything's falling apart, but what's really happening is that everything false is being stripped away so that the real you can rise. Isolation doesn't just reveal truth, it births transformation. Those late nights, those silent tears, those moments where you thought no one saw you, that is the cost of elevation. And people might not understand your silence. They might ask where you've gone, why you've changed, why you're not the same anymore. But you won't always have the words to explain it, because what happened in isolation wasn't for them. It was for you. It was sacred. It was personal. It was divine. While they were chasing noise, you were being molded in stillness. While they were looking for validation, you were building foundation. While they were being loud, you were becoming solid. You did the work in silence, and now your results will speak louder than any explanation ever could. Growth will cost you some people. It will cost you your comfort. It will ask you to sit in silence and face questions you'd rather avoid. Sometimes it will feel like you're losing, like you're missing out, but you're not. You're shedding. You're elevating. You're stepping into a version of yourself that doesn't need constant applause or outside approval. You have peace now. You have alignment. You have purpose. And none of those things can be bought. They are earned in the quiet. That's what isolation gave you. And once you've grown in that kind of solitude, you will never return to the noise the same way again. You'll stop craving shallow conversations. You'll stop tolerating half-hearted love. You'll stop chasing things that don't serve your spirit. You will move with intention, speak with depth, and think with clarity. Because once you've tasted your own strength in silence, you won't let anything pull you away from it again. You become protective of your peace. You become intentional with your time. You become selective with your energy. And that version of you, that grounded, focused, powerful version, is the one who changes everything. That is the one who walks in purpose and refuses to settle. So the next time life gets quiet, do not panic. Lean into it. Embrace it. Trust that something holy is happening beneath the surface. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. You are not being forgotten. You are being formed. Let the crowd go. Let the distractions fade. Let the silence shape you. Because in the stillness, your true power is being born. And when you come out of that season, you won't just survive. You'll realize that isolation wasn't your breakdown. It was your breakthrough. You won't need to explain your silence. You won't feel the urge to justify your distance. Because real transformation doesn't need an announcement. The people who are meant to understand will feel it the moment you enter the room. They'll sense your strength. They'll recognize that you went through something sacred. So let them wonder. Let them whisper. Let them miss the old version of you. Because the one that's emerging now doesn't chase, doesn't beg, doesn't break. This one builds. This one stands firm. This one walks with clarity and intention. And now you are building with real focus. Not the kind of focus that just ignores distractions, but the kind that remembers who you are in every moment. The kind that chooses over and over not to be pulled in every direction. Because when your mind is scattered, your spirit becomes weary. But when your focus is rooted in truth, you move with purpose. You speak with conviction. You walk with a power that cannot be shaken. Focus isn't about closing your eyes to the world. It's about seeing what matters most. It's about sacred vision. Seeing beyond the noise, beyond temporary thrills, beyond what others expect of you. And when you lock in on your purpose, when you stay aligned with what you were created for, that is when everything begins to shift. That is when your soul rises to meet your destiny. Alignment doesn't happen by accident. It isn't some magical moment that shows up out of nowhere. Alignment happens when your values, your choices, and your direction begin to move together in harmony. And that only comes with focus. The world is loud. Temptation is loud. Chaos is loud. But truth doesn't scream. Purpose doesn't shout. They whisper. And if you're not focused, you'll miss them. You'll miss the signs meant for you. You'll miss the opportunities designed for you. You'll miss the divine timing that only reveals itself to the still and the present. Focus is how you hear God in a world full of noise. Focus is how you remember your purpose when everything around you tries to distract you from it. And in that remembrance, in that clarity, alignment begins. But the truth is, focus comes with a cost. It costs comfort. It costs convenience. It costs relationships that once made sense but no longer support who you're becoming. You can't be everything for everyone and still stay aligned with your assignment. You can't live with a scattered mind and expect to walk in clarity. Focus requires boundaries. Focus requires stillness. Focus requires discipline. Because alignment isn't just about what you bring into your life. It's also about what you're willing to release. The wrong people, the harmful patterns, the misplaced priorities, they all have to go. And in that letting go, real strength is born. As your focus sharpens, life begins to clear. What once felt confusing starts making sense. What was blocked starts opening up. Not because you pushed your way through, but because your spirit finally rose to meet the level of your calling. You don't have to chase what's meant for you when you're aligned with it. It will flow toward you. It will meet you where your energy is focused. But you won't feel that flow if your attention is scattered. Your energy is sacred. What you focus on grows. If you focus on chaos, chaos grows. If you focus on problems, they expand. But if you focus on peace, peace deepens. If you focus on purpose, your path becomes clearer. Focus shifts your entire reality. People may say you've changed. They may say you've become distant or cold. And maybe they're right. Maybe you have changed. Because once you understand what's at stake, you stop playing small. You stop showing up in spaces that drain you. You stop over-explaining to people who are already committed to misunderstanding you. Focus refines you. It helps you separate what is urgent from what is important. You begin to understand that not every call needs to be answered. Not every argument needs your voice. Not every door deserves your presence. You move from reacting to responding. From being pulled in every direction to being rooted in the right one. From constant hustle to intentional harmony. That's when alignment starts to feel like home. When your inner peace matches your outer actions. When your daily choices reflect your highest values. When your habits support your healing. When your goals reveal your growth. When your prayers align with your steps. You feel it in your body. You see it in your peace. Life stops feeling forced and starts feeling fluid. Because you're no longer pretending. You're no longer scattered. You're focused. And that focus builds momentum. That alignment creates grace. That commitment attracts the right people, the right opportunities, the right doors. All because you stopped looking outward and started looking inward. When you're truly focused, you stop craving validation. You stop needing applause. Because you know that the work you're doing in private will show in public when the time is right. Focus teaches patience. Focus teaches trust. It reminds you that just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's not coming. Just because people don't see the vision doesn't mean it's not real. You keep building. You keep believing. You keep showing up without needing a crowd. Because alignment isn't about applause. It's about assignment. And focus keeps you faithful to that assignment. Let others chase what's trending. You stay grounded in truth. Let others move for attention. You move for purpose. Let others scroll, wander, react. You stay rooted, aware, intentional. That's what separates those who are distracted from those who are disciplined. The noisy from the necessary. The confused from the called. Focus is how you protect your peace. It's how you stop giving your time and energy to things that don't serve your destiny. Because not everything deserves your reaction. Not everything requires your presence. And once you know that, once you live that, you become steady. You become clear. You become powerful. The more focused you are, the more sensitive you become to misalignment. You feel it faster. You recognize it quicker. That conversation doesn't sit right. That opportunity feels off. That environment drains your spirit. And you trust your inner signal. You don't second guess that voice saying, this isn't for you. You honor it. You protect it. That is the power of focus. It reconnects you with your inner compass. It teaches you to stop asking everyone else for direction and start following your own wisdom, your own discernment, your own divine alignment. So don't fear the quiet. Don't resist the pull to go deeper. Don't shy away from choosing intention over attention, because that choice, that focus, is what leads you home to yourself. Because the moment you begin, things start falling into place. Not because the world changes, but because you do. Your mind clears, your heart steadies, your steps become intentional, and alignment naturally follows. Focus becomes your shadow, quiet but constant, guiding you toward everything you've been praying for. Talk is easy, but action is everything. You can say all the right things, share the quotes, make the promises, give the speeches, but if your life doesn't reflect it, none of it matters. People may forget what you said, but they will never forget what you did. Your character is defined by what you do consistently, not by what you occasionally say. Real ones don't need to announce themselves. They don't need to declare their intentions over and over. They just show up day after day, doing the work, letting their discipline speak louder than any words ever could. If you want respect, stop trying to convince people with speeches. Let your work speak for itself. Let your consistency prove your focus. Let your changed behavior confirm your growth. Let your peace be the evidence that you're healing. When your actions align with your truth, validation becomes unnecessary. People feel the shift. They notice the energy. Your presence starts to speak for you, not with noise, but with authenticity. In a world full of distractions, silence backed by movement is powerful. Everyone's talking, online, in conversations, in rooms where nothing actually changes, but very few are truly moving. Very few are building. Very few are sacrificing for the future they claim to want. If you're serious about becoming who you were meant to be, you have to move differently. Don't argue about your worth. Deliver with excellence. Don't beg for support. Become undeniable. Don't over-explain your journey. Walk it with purpose. The ones making the most noise usually have the least to offer. But those who move in quiet, those who remain focused, they are the ones reshaping their lives. Your actions reflect your mindset. If your steps are scattered, your thoughts are scattered. If your behavior lacks consistency, so do your beliefs. But when you're truly locked in, when your intentions match your execution, people can feel it. You can walk into a room without saying a word, and your presence will still say everything. It will say, I'm disciplined. It will say, I've grown through pain. It will say, I'm not here to impress. I'm here to fulfill my purpose. There is a quiet power in that, the kind of power that lasts. Eventually, you reach a point where you stop explaining yourself and start evolving, where you stop talking about the grind and start living it, where your life becomes your proof. You realize you don't have to prove anything to anyone. Your growth, your healing, your transformation, they will speak louder than anything you could ever say. Let people assume, let them talk. While they're distracted, you're focused. While they're gossiping, you're building. While they're watching, you're working. And one day they'll look up and realize you created something powerful, but by then, you'll be too focused to even notice. Because real success isn't loud. Real healing isn't dramatic. True purpose doesn't scream. It moves, it builds. And when your actions speak, people listen differently. They don't just hear you, they feel you. They know you've paid the price. You've walked through fire and came out better. They know you've stayed up late, gotten up early, pushed through the silence, and never stopped showing up. That kind of energy is undeniable. You won't need to chase respect. You won't need to force opportunities. They will come not because of what you said, but because of what you did. That's what alignment rewards. A life that speaks for itself. But here's the truth. Action takes discipline, and discipline is rare. Anyone can make a plan. Anyone can say they're ready to change, but only the strong follow through. Only the focused stay the course when the excitement wears off. Only the committed keep moving when no one is cheering. Because this is not about performing for attention. This is about becoming who you were created to be, even when no one is watching. That's where integrity is born. That's where real strength is developed. And eventually all that work done in silence begins to bloom for the world to see. But it always starts in the shadows. Every time you show up when you don't feel like it, you are making a statement. Every time you say no to distraction, you are declaring your focus. Every time you stay true to your values, you are leading without words. That is real influence. That is true leadership. Not the kind that demands applause, but the kind that earns deep respect. And that is what separates the ones who talk from the ones who live it. Because anyone can speak. Very few can become. But if you're one of the few who do, your life becomes a legacy. So stop trying to convince anyone. Stop over-explaining. Stop waiting for others to understand. Just keep showing up. Keep building. Keep becoming. Let your actions speak for your growth. Let your silence carry the weight of your strength. Let your presence reflect the depth of your power. Because the moment you stop talking and start truly living, the world will feel the shift. And the ones meant to walk with you on your journey, they'll recognize it, not because you told them, but because your life revealed a truth too loud to ignore. You spend so much of your life chasing love, chasing validation, chasing success, chasing people who were never meant to stay. You run yourself into the ground thinking the more you hustle, the more you prove, the more you give, the closer you'll get to happiness. But what you often fail to realize is that the act of chasing means it's still running from you. Peace doesn't live in pursuit. It lives in presence. Growth doesn't come from begging. It comes from becoming. And when you stop looking outward and finally turn inward, that's when everything begins to shift. You don't need to chase what is already yours. You only need to grow into the version of you that's ready to receive it. We've been conditioned to believe that constant struggle is a requirement to be seen. That unless we're endlessly proving our worth, we'll be forgotten. So we exhaust our spirits trying to feel temporarily needed. But the truth is, when you stop chasing approval, you unlock authenticity. When you stop chasing connection, you attract alignment. Because when you're whole within, the right things begin to move toward you. You don't have to force it. You don't have to beg for it. It just flows to you because it matches your frequency. You were never meant to spend your life convincing anyone to love you, notice you, or believe in you. That's not your mission. Your mission is to become someone so rooted in truth, in faith, in personal growth, that everything meant for you arrives without resistance. Because chasing comes from lack. It's a message to the world that says, I don't believe I'm enough on my own, so I have to pursue something to complete me. But when you stop chasing and start becoming, you enter a place of power. You step into abundance. You become magnetic to the miracles that were already waiting for you to align. Think about the things you once forced, how they never lasted. The people you begged to stay were often the ones who left you most broken. That's because chasing creates pressure. And pressure without peace eventually collapses. But when you release control, when you surrender the need to force outcomes, you finally make space for alignment. That relationship, that career, that opportunity, it will come not because you chased it, but because you became the kind of person who could truly receive and sustain it. The goal is not just to find success. The goal is to grow into someone who can carry it with grace. Real transformation happens in the process of becoming. It's in the quiet choices. The early mornings you rose when you didn't feel like it. The nights you leaned into healing instead of distraction. The moments you chose peace over chaos. That's where the power is built. Every small decision, every quiet victory adds up to becoming someone who doesn't chase blessings but creates a life worthy of holding them. Because a healed soul doesn't run after what belongs. A focused mind doesn't get lost in distraction. A whole heart doesn't beg. It draws in what aligns. It creates what lasts. Becoming is not for show. It's not about proving. It's about preparing. You don't have to make announcements about your transformation. Your energy will speak for you. You don't have to convince people you've changed. Your presence will reveal it. When you stop trying to be chosen and start choosing yourself, everything, your boundaries grow stronger. Your time becomes sacred. Your focus sharpens. The noise begins to fade, and in its place, clarity rises. That's when everything that once felt out of reach starts moving in your direction. The world may try to convince you that you're behind, that you're not enough until you reach a certain level, gain the title, earn the applause, but don't let it rush you. Don't fall into the trap of chasing things that don't nourish your soul. You are not behind, you are becoming. You are not lost, you are being refined. And when you choose the path of growth over performance, the timing of your life begins to make sense. The delays stop feeling like punishments and start revealing themselves as preparation. And you'll come to understand that what's truly meant for you will never pass you by. You don't need to chase anyone. You don't need to chase anything. When you're aligned with your purpose, it all finds you. Your purpose will place you exactly where you need to be. So shift your focus away from the race and invest your energy into becoming. Become disciplined, become grounded, become faithful, become whole, and watch how everything begins to respond to the version of you that shows up with intention. People will feel the change. Opportunities will notice the shift. And most importantly, you'll feel it within. You'll walk with a quiet confidence, not because you sought approval from the world, but because you finally gave it to yourself. There's a deep freedom that comes when you stop running after everything, when you realize your only responsibility is to rise, to evolve, and to stay rooted in what is true. Everything else, the love, the peace, the purpose, it meets you along the way. Not when you beg for it, not when you chase it, but when you become the kind of person who is ready to hold it. And readiness doesn't come from urgency. It comes from consistency, from showing up when no one's watching, from doing the inner work quietly, from becoming someone whose worth doesn't waver, even in the silence. That's the shift, from desperation to dignity, from needing to knowing, from chasing to being. So stop running, stop searching, stop convincing, start becoming, start walking like you already carry the crown, start showing up like the door has already opened. And even if it hasn't, become the kind of person who would walk through it with grace, humility, and unwavering strength. Because the moment you stop chasing and start becoming, that's when everything begins to fall into place. Not because you forced it to, but because you finally created space to receive it. And now, here you are. After the silence, after the healing, after the breaking and rebuilding, what you've been through wasn't a step-by-step manual. It wasn't a checklist. It was a transformation, a return to self, a quiet revolution in your mindset. This isn't about performing for the world. It's about protecting your peace. It's about becoming who you were always meant to be before the noise got loud, before the world taught you to chase what was never meant to be forced. It's about remembering that silence holds power, that solitude brings clarity, that your energy is sacred and not everyone deserves access to it. You are not here to convince people to see your value. You are here to live it, to breathe it, to embody it. There comes a time when the loudest thing you can do is say nothing, when your silence becomes your strength, your boundary, your safe space. When you realize peace isn't something you find, it's something you choose, in how you respond, in what you release, in who you allow into your life. It's not about bitterness, it's about ownership. And real power grows in those quiet moments. The ones where you choose discipline over distraction, where you lean into solitude instead of shallow connection, where you stop explaining and start evolving in silence. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you. Not everyone can handle the fullness of your healing, your growth, your mission. And that's okay. The ones who are meant for you will not be threatened by your boundaries. They will be drawn to your strength. Because when you stop chasing and start becoming, everything begins to move in alignment. Not because you demanded it, but because you became the version of you that was finally ready. Ready to release what no longer fits. Ready to grow into what always was. Ready to become who you were created to be. That's when the shift happens. That's when the right doors open. That's when you realize you never had to beg, never had to chase, never had to prove. You just had to believe in your worth, in your becoming, in the process. So keep showing up even when no one sees it. Keep growing even when it's uncomfortable. Keep healing even when it feels impossible. And above all, keep choosing yourself over and over again. Because that's when everything changes. Not when you meet the world's standards, but when you finally rise into your own. The peace, the clarity, the alignment, it all follows the moment you decide to be fully and unapologetically yourself. Quietly, powerfully, intentionally, you. Thank you for walking this path. Thank you for choosing growth. May you continue to move in grace, to rise in purpose, and to live with truth. Stay strong, stay grounded, and above all, stay true to who you are becoming.
Millions of people are attacked by harmful mouth bacteria, releasing painful toxins, causing bad breath. Unlike others, Colgate Total Superior Formula fights bacteria and creates a powerful protective barrier for up to 24 hours to prevent them from coming back.
You ever wonder why some people seem to have it all together while others are constantly struggling to keep up? It's not luck, it's not talent. It's not even about having more opportunities. It all comes down to one simple thing: control. Control over what you say, control over what you think, control over how you feel, and control over how you manage your resources. Let me tell you something: if you can master your mouth, your mind, your mood, and your money, you can master your life. Most people don't realize that the power to change everything is already inside them, just waiting to be tapped into. But if you don't control these things, they'll control you. These things shape your world. They influence every decision you make, every relationship you build, and every opportunity you either take or miss. Control them, and you control your life. Let them run wild, and you'll find yourself in a place you never wanted to be. So today we're going to dive into this. We're going to break it down. And when I'm done, you'll walk out of here with a new sense of focus and responsibility over your life. Let's talk about your mouth. When I say control your mouth, I'm not just telling you to hold your tongue when you're angry, although that's important. I'm talking about realizing the power that comes with every word you say. The words you speak are like arrows. You can't take them back once they leave your lips. So many people don't realize this. They talk without thinking, spit out negativity, or gossip without considering the impact. But the truth is, the words that come out of your mouth have the power to shape your life, your relationships, and your future. When you speak, you're not just describing the world around you, you're creating it. The words you use build the foundation of your reality. If you constantly speak about how hard life is, how unfair things are, or how impossible your dreams seem, you are literally creating an environment that reflects those very words. You're putting that energy out into the world, and the world responds. On the flip side, if you speak with faith, if you declare possibility, if you encourage others, you're creating an environment where success and positivity can flourish. Think about the people who inspire you. Do they speak doubt? Do they tear others down? Or do they use their words to uplift, to push forward, and to open doors for themselves and others? That's the kind of power you hold. The power to speak life into any situation. But that power can also do damage if you're reckless. You've got to be deliberate about the words you use. So the next time you're about to speak, stop for a second. Ask yourself, is this going to help the situation or make it worse? Is what I'm about to say based in truth? Or is it based on emotion or frustration? Too often people let their emotions control their words and they say things they regret. But once it's out there, it's out there. You can apologize, you can try to make things right, but the damage is done. That's why you've got to be intentional about what you say. And here's the thing, this isn't just about how you talk to others, about how you talk to yourself. Self-talk is real. The way you speak to yourself, the words you choose, when you think about your own life, your own capabilities, your own future, those words are shaping your reality. If you constantly tell yourself, I can't do this, or I'm not good enough, or it's too hard, guess what? You're going to start believing it. You'll limit yourself because you're feeding your mind the wrong message. You'll begin to act as if those limitations are real, when in fact they're just a reflection of the negativity you've been speaking. But when you flip the script and start speaking positive, affirming words to yourself, everything changes. When you wake up in the morning and tell yourself, I can handle whatever comes my way, I am more than capable, I deserve success. That's when you begin to build the confidence and mindset you need to move forward. You speak yourself into strength, you speak yourself into courage, and before long, those words become actions, and those actions turn into habits that shape your future. You see, controlling your mouth isn't about silence, it's about being intentional. It's about understanding that every word that leaves your lips is either contributing to your success or setting you back. It's about recognizing that your words have power over your relationships, your opportunities, and even your own self-perception. Look, life will throw challenges at you, that's a guarantee. But when you choose your words carefully, you can navigate those challenges with a sense of control and purpose. When you speak words of wisdom, positivity, and truth, you attract those things into your life. People will start to see you differently. They'll respect you more. They'll come to you for advice because they know you're someone who speaks with intention. Someone who uses words as tools for building, not for tearing down. Think of your words as seeds. If you plant seeds of doubt, fear, and negativity, that's what you'll harvest. But if you plant seeds of faith, determination, and positivity, that's what will grow in your life. So be mindful of the seeds you're planting, because you're going to have to live in the garden you create. Too many people spend their time talking about what's wrong, what's missing, or what they don't have. They complain about their circumstances, their jobs, their relationships, and they wonder why things aren't changing. But they're not using the power they already have. They're not speaking life into their situations. They're not taking control of the one thing they can control, their words. If you want to see change in your life, it starts with what you say. Let me give you an example. Think about someone who always talks about how hard life is. Every time you see them, they're complaining about something. What kind of energy are they putting out into the world? What kind of opportunities are they attracting? Not the good kind, that's for sure. Now think about someone who always speaks with hope. Someone who talks about solutions instead of problems. You can feel the difference, can't you? That's the power of words. That's the power of controlling your mouth. If you want to be successful, if you want to be a leader, if you want to make a difference in this world, you've got to get your words in check. Stop speaking defeat into your life. Stop saying I can't and start saying I will. Stop talking about what's going wrong and start talking about what's possible. And don't just do this for yourself, do it for the people around you. When you control your mouth, you become a source of strength for others. Your words can lift someone up when they're feeling down. Your words can inspire someone to keep going when they're ready to give up. But if you're reckless with your words, if you're constantly criticizing, complaining, or speaking in anger, you're going to push people away. You're going to create an environment where negativity thrives. And that's not the kind of legacy you want to leave behind. So let's bring it back to this idea of control. You can't control everything in life. You can't control other people's actions. You can't control the circumstances you're born into. And you can't always control the challenges that come your way. But what you can control is your mouth. You can control what you say. You can choose to speak words that empower, uplift, and inspire. You can choose to be deliberate with your words, understanding the power they hold. This isn't just about success, it's about living a life of purpose. It's about recognizing the power you have to create your own reality, to shape the world around you, and to leave a positive impact on the people you meet. Words are a tool. If you use them wisely, they will build a life that reflects your true potential. If you use them carelessly, they will destroy opportunities before they even have a chance to bloom. So the next time you open your mouth, remember this, your words have power, control them. Speak with intention. Speak life into your future, into your relationships, and into your own self-worth. And watch how the world changes around you. Let's get real about your mind. Your mind is the most powerful tool you have. It's where everything begins. Every action, every decision, every habit you build, it's all rooted in your thoughts. Your mind is where battles are won or lost long before they ever manifest in your life. You've got to understand this, because if you don't control your mind, it will control you. And when you let that happen, you end up living a life that's reactive instead of proactive, driven by fears and doubts instead of purpose and intention. Think about it. Everything you've ever done, good or bad, started with a thought. Whether it was deciding to go after a dream, hitting the gym to get in shape, or even making a mistake, it all started in your head. That's why the saying is, a man thinketh, so he is so powerful. It means that your life is shaped by the thoughts you allow to take root in your mind. What you focus on expands. So if your mind is filled with negativity, fear, or doubt, that's the direction your life will head in. But if you fill it with thoughts of...
This place is bigger than I thought.
So we don't.
Imagine a life where every day you become better than you were yesterday, a life where you're constantly growing, evolving, and reaching new heights. That's not just a dream, my friends. It's a reality that you have the power to create. You see, success isn't about a single moment of triumph. It's not about reaching one goal and then resting on your laurels. No, true success is about continuous improvement. It's about waking up every single day with a burning desire to be better than you were the day before. Now, I want you to lean in close and listen carefully, because what I'm about to share with you could change the entire trajectory of your life. I'm going to reveal 10 things you must improve daily if you want to unlock your full potential and live the extraordinary life you were born to live. 1. Mindset. Let's start with the foundation of all success, your mindset. Your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant in it will grow. So I ask you, what are you planting in your mind each day? Are you sowing seeds of doubt, fear, and limitation? Or are you planting seeds of possibility, courage, and abundance? Every day you must consciously work on improving your mindset. Challenge those negative thoughts that creep in. Replace "I can't" with "how can I?" Replace "that's impossible" with "what if it were possible?" The human mind is the most powerful tool you possess. It can be your greatest ally or your worst enemy. The choice is yours. Will you let your mind hold you back, or will you train it to propel you forward? I remember a young man who came to me, beaten down by life's challenges. He believed he was destined for mediocrity. But day by day, we worked on his mindset. We planted new seeds of belief. And within a year, that same young man had started his own business and was impacting lives in ways he never thought possible. That's the power of improving your mindset daily. It's not about grand gestures, it's about small, consistent shifts in how you think. Choose empowering thoughts over limiting ones, day after day. 2, skills. In this rapidly changing world, if you're not growing, you're dying. That's why the third thing you must improve daily is your skills. Now, I'm not talking about becoming a jack of all trades. I'm talking about honing the skills that are crucial to your success. What are the skills that will take you to the next level in your career? What are the skills that will help you solve problems more effectively? What are the skills that will make you indispensable? Identify those skills and commit to improving them every single day. Maybe it's public speaking, maybe it's writing, maybe it's coding. Whatever it is, make a plan to get better at it day by day. Read books, take courses, practice, seek feedback. Even just 15 minutes a day can make a world of difference over time. Excellence is not an act, but a habit. You become excellent by consistently doing excellent things. I once worked with a young entrepreneur who was struggling to grow his business. He had the passion, he had the idea, but he lacked certain skills. So he made a plan. Every day he would spend time improving his marketing skills, his financial literacy, his leadership abilities. It wasn't easy, but he stuck with it. And within 2 years, his business had tripled in size, all because he committed to improving his skills daily. 3. Health. Now let's talk about your health. Your body is the vehicle through which you experience life. If that vehicle is broken down, how can you expect to go anywhere? Improving your health doesn't mean you need to run a marathon every morning. It's about making small, consistent choices that add up over time. Maybe it's choosing water instead of that sugary drink. Maybe it's taking the stairs instead of the elevator. Maybe it's going to bed 15 minutes earlier to get more rest. Your health isn't just about your physical body, it's about your energy levels, your mood, your ability to focus and perform. When you improve your health, you improve every aspect of your life. I once met a woman who was struggling in her career. She was always tired, always stressed, always one step behind. We started working on her health, small changes day by day. She started eating better, moving more, and sleeping well. And you know what? Her career took off. She had more energy, more clarity, and more drive, all because she committed to improving her health. Remember, you only get one body in this life. Treat it like the precious gift it is. Nourish it, move it, rest it. Your future self will thank you. 4. Relationships. Human beings are social creatures. We thrive on connection. That's why the 4th thing you must improve daily is your relationships. Now, when I say relationships, I'm not just talking about romantic partnerships. I'm talking about all your relationships with your family, your friends, your colleagues, your clients, and even your relationship with yourself. Ask yourself, how can I add value to someone's life today? How can I be a better listener? How can I show more appreciation? How can I resolve conflicts more effectively? Success is not a solo journey. The higher you want to go, the more you need a strong support system. And that support system is built one interaction at a time, one day at a time. I remember working with a CEO who was brilliant at strategy but struggled with team morale. His company was successful on paper, but turnover was high and innovation was low. We worked on improving his relationships daily, showing more empathy, giving more recognition, fostering more collaboration. The transformation was remarkable. Not only did team morale skyrocket, but the company's performance reached new heights, all because he committed to improving his relationships daily. Remember, at the end of your life, it won't be your bank balance or your job title that matters most. It will be the lives you've touched, the relationships you've nurtured. So, invest in them daily. 5. Focus. In today's world, focus is a superpower. We're constantly bombarded with distractions, notifications, and information overload. That's why the 5th thing you must improve daily is your focus. Think of your focus like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. Every day, practice concentrating deeply on one task at a time. Start with just 5 minutes if you need to. Then gradually increase the duration. Turn off notifications when you're working. Create a distraction-free environment. Use techniques like the Pomodoro method to structure your work time. Train your mind to stay present and engaged. Your ability to focus directly impacts your productivity, creativity, and the quality of your work. When you can focus deeply, you can achieve in hours what might take others days. I once coached a writer who was struggling to finish her novel. She had the talent, but she couldn't seem to make progress. We worked on improving her focus daily. She started with 15-minute focused writing sessions, gradually increasing to an hour. She created a ritual around her writing time to signal to her brain that it was time to focus. And you know what? Within 6 months, she had completed her novel, all because she committed to improving her focus daily. In a world of constant distraction, the ability to focus deeply is a rare and valuable skill. Cultivate it daily and watch how it transforms your life and work. 6. Habits. Your life today is essentially the sum of your habits. How you spend your days is how you spend your life. That's why the 6th thing you must improve daily is your habits. When I say habits, I'm not just talking about the big, obvious ones like exercising or eating healthy. I'm talking about all the behaviors that make up your day, how you start your morning, how you approach your work, how you interact with others, how you wind down in the evening. Every day, take a look at your habits. Which ones are serving you well? Which ones are holding you back? Choose one habit to focus on improving. Maybe it's waking up earlier, maybe it's expressing gratitude, maybe it's reading for 30 minutes before bed. Habits are formed through repetition. It's not about making drastic changes overnight. It's about making small, consistent improvements day after day. I once worked with a struggling student who couldn't seem to keep up with his studies. We didn't try to overhaul his entire life. Instead, we focused on improving one habit at a time. First, it was creating a consistent study schedule. Then, it was improving his note-taking technique. Then, it was implementing active recall strategies. Day by day, habit by habit, his academic performance transformed. By the end of the year, he was at the top of his class, all because he committed to improving his habits daily. Your habits shape your life. Choose them wisely, improve them consistently, and watch how they elevate every aspect of your existence. 7. Knowledge. In the age of information, ignorance is a choice. That's why the 7th thing you must improve daily is your knowledge. I'm not talking about accumulating random facts. I'm talking about gaining deep, meaningful knowledge that enhances your understanding of the world and your ability to navigate it successfully. Every day, commit to learning something new. Read books, listen to podcasts, engage in thoughtful discussions, stay curious about the world around you. Ask questions, seek out diverse perspectives. Knowledge is power. The more you know, the more you can do. The more you understand, the better decisions you can make. The broader your knowledge base, the more creative solutions you can devise. I remember mentoring a young professional once, someone who was ambitious but felt stuck in her career. She was good at her job, no doubt about that, but there was no growth. She felt like she had hit a ceiling, not because of lack of talent, but because she hadn't yet tapped into her potential for daily improvement. We sat down and crafted a plan, a simple, powerful one that would change everything for her. She needed to expand her knowledge every single day. This wasn't about making giant leaps overnight. It was about the power of consistent daily growth. She committed to reading industry publications, taking online courses, and attending webinars. It didn't happen overnight, but you know what? Within a year, she not only earned herself a promotion, but she also identified a new market opportunity for her company. And it all started with that commitment to improve a little each day. Just like that, she unlocked doors she hadn't even realized were there. 8. Resilience. Your mind, you see, is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. Every day you have to open it, feed it new ideas, new concepts, new understandings. The world is vast, and there's so much to learn. Never let yourself become stagnant. Always seek to grow. But growth isn't just intellectual. It's about resilience too. Life isn't always smooth sailing. There will be storms, setbacks, and failure. Resilience is your ability to bounce back from adversity, to adapt to change, and to persevere when things get tough. And just like any other skill, resilience can be developed and strengthened over time. Every day, do something that challenges you. Step out of your comfort zone, face your fears. And when you encounter setbacks, don't see them as failures. See them as lessons, as opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of asking, why me, ask, what can I learn from this? Instead of dwelling on what went wrong, focus on what you can do to make things right. I worked with an athlete once. Someone suffered a major injury. He was devastated, ready to give up on his dreams. But we didn't focus on what he had lost. We focused on what he could control: his attitude, his rehabilitation, his mental preparation. Day by day, we worked on building his resilience. And you know what? Not only did he return to his sport, but he came back stronger physically and mentally. That's the power of resilience. And it all starts with daily commitment. 9. Creativity, let's talk about creativity. In a world that's becoming more automated by the day, creativity is more valuable than ever. Creativity isn't just about painting or writing or some other form of artistic expression. It's about thinking outside the box. It's about innovation, about seeing connections where others see chaos. That's why improving your creativity daily is essential. Creativity doesn't just happen by accident. It's something you have to nurture. Every day, do something that sparks your creativity. Try a new approach to a familiar task. Look at problems from different angles. Engage in activities that stimulate your imagination, whether it's drawing, writing, brainstorming, or even just daydreaming. I worked with a business owner once, someone struggling to stand out in a crowded market. We focused on improving his creativity daily. He started keeping an idea journal, engaging in regular brainstorming sessions, even taking up painting as a hobby to stimulate his mind. And within months, he came up with a product offering that revolutionized his industry. That's the power of creativity unlocked through consistent daily effort. Your creativity is limitless. Tap into it every day and watch how it transforms not just your work, but your life. Transforms not just your work, but your life. 10. Your contribution. At the end of the day, it's not about what you get, it's about what you give. That's why the final thing you need to improve daily is your contribution to the world. Ask yourself, how can I add value today? It doesn't have to be a grand gesture. Sometimes it's the small things, a kind word to someone who's struggling, volunteering your time, mentoring someone who's just starting out. True fulfillment doesn't come from accumulating wealth or status, it comes from making a difference in the lives of others. And when you focus on improving your contribution daily, you not only enrich the world around you, you enrich your own life in ways you never imagined. I once worked with a successful executive. He had everything he thought he wanted: wealth, power, status, but he felt empty. So he shifted his focus. He started mentoring young professionals, getting involved in community projects, using his influence to advocate for important causes. And you know what? He found a sense of fulfillment that all his previous achievements had never given him. Your contribution matters. Your experiences, your skills, your unique perspectives, they are all valuable. Don't underestimate the impact you can have. Commit to making a difference every single day. Now take a moment. Let these things sink in. Your mindset, your health, your skills, your relationships, your focus, your habits, your knowledge, your resilience, your creativity, and your contribution. These are the pillars of an extraordinary life. Imagine what you could be if you committed to improving just a little in each of these areas every single day. Think about where you'd be in a month, a year, 5 years. The growth would be exponential. The transformation, unbelievable. But here's the thing, it's not about making drastic changes overnight. It's about small, consistent choices. It's about progress, not perfection. Every single step you take moves you closer to the person you're meant to be. Success isn't a destination, it's a journey. It's made up of the daily choices you make every single day. So I challenge you, start today. Choose one area to improve and commit to it. Then tomorrow, do it again. And the next day, and the next, keep going, keep growing. You have greatness within you. You have the power to shape your destiny to create an extraordinary life. But that power is only activated through your daily choices and actions. What will you choose? Will you settle for mediocrity? Or will you strive for greatness? Will you let life happen to you? Or will you happen to life? I believe in you. I believe in your potential. I believe in your ability to create a life beyond your wildest dreams. But it starts with a decision to improve, to grow, to evolve. As you walk this path of growth and evolution, you begin to generate a positive energy. An energy so contagious that it encourages others to start their own journeys of self-improvement. But remember, this journey is uniquely yours. Don't fall into the trap of comparison. Everyone's path is different, each shaped by their own experiences, challenges, and aspirations. Focus on your growth. Celebrate your progress and learn from your setbacks. As you move forward, understand that while striving for growth is admirable, balance is key. It's essential to appreciate where you are right now. Practice gratitude for the blessings you currently have, even as you work towards your future goals. This balance of contentment and ambition is what will fuel your long-term, sustainable growth. On this journey, seek out mentors and role models who embody the qualities you wish to develop. Learn from their experiences, seek their guidance, and allow their wisdom to light your path. But at the same time, be open to becoming a mentor yourself. Sharing your experiences and insights can reinforce your own learning while creating meaningful connections. As you grow daily, your definition of success will evolve. What once seemed like the pinnacle of achievement might, in time, reveal itself to be just another milestone on your journey. Embrace this evolution. Let your goals grow and shift as you do. This flexibility will ensure that you are always stretching, always reaching for new heights. And remember, the goal isn't perfection, it's progress. Don't let the pursuit of flawlessness paralyze you. Focus instead on consistent, incremental improvement. Celebrate the small wins. Learn from the missteps. And above all, keep moving forward. Every step, no matter how small, is a step in the right direction. As you continue on this path of daily improvement, you will uncover strengths and resilience you never knew you had. You'll discover talents and passions that may have been dormant within you. You'll forge connections and create opportunities that once seemed out of reach. This journey of self-improvement isn't merely about achieving external markers of success. It's about becoming the best version of yourself mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. It's about aligning your actions with your values and living a life filled with purpose and fulfillment. Through daily improvement, your capacity to handle life's challenges will grow. What once felt overwhelming will become manageable. Your problem-solving skills will sharpen, your emotional intelligence will deepen, and your ability to navigate complex situations will improve. This growth will open up new possibilities in every area of your life. In your career, you'll be better equipped to take on new responsibilities and pursue ambitious goals. In your personal life, you'll be able to build deeper, more meaningful relationships and contribute more significantly to your community. But perhaps the most profound impact of your commitment to self-improvement will be on your inner world. As you choose growth over stagnation, you'll develop a deep sense of self-respect and self-trust. You'll know without question that you have the strength to handle whatever life throws your way. This inner confidence is priceless. It gives you the courage to step outside your comfort zone, pursue dreams you once thought impossible, and live in alignment with your deepest values. And as you walk this path, always remember self-improvement is not a destination, it's a lifelong process. There will always be new skills to master, new challenges to face, new ways to grow. Embrace this ongoing journey with enthusiasm and curiosity. Stay open to new ideas and perspectives. The world is constantly changing, and your ability to adapt and grow with it will be key to your success and fulfillment. Read widely. Engage in meaningful conversations. Seek out diversity in thought and experience. These will provide valuable insights and spark new areas of growth. And as you improve daily, your influence will naturally grow. People are drawn to those who actively work on bettering themselves. Use this influence wisely. Let your journey inspire others, but always remember that their paths are unique. Encourage them to find their own way to discover what self-improvement means for them. Self-improvement isn't always about adding new things to your life. Sometimes it's about letting go. As you grow, you may need to release old habits, limiting beliefs, or even relationships that no longer serve you. Letting go can be challenging, but it's often necessary to make space for new growth. Throughout this journey, be kind to yourself. Growth isn't always comfortable. There will be times when you stumble, when you fall short of your expectations. In these moments, practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a close friend. As you continue to improve daily, your resilience will strengthen. You'll become better at bouncing back from setbacks, at finding the lessons hidden in each challenge. This resilience will serve you well, not just on your personal journey, but in every aspect of your life. Understand that your journey of self-improvement doesn't happen in isolation. As you grow and evolve, you impact the lives of those around you. Your commitment to daily improvement will inspire your family, motivate your colleagues, and positively influence your community. Embrace this ripple effect. Your personal growth contributes to the betterment of the world around you. As you continue to move forward, stay connected to your why. Why did you start this journey? What drives you to become better each day? Keeping this purpose at the forefront of your mind will keep you motivated, especially during tough times. Remember, the power to shape your life lies within you. Each day presents a new opportunity to take one more step towards becoming the person you want to be. Embrace these opportunities. Choose growth. Choose improvement. Choose to become the best version of yourself. Your journey of daily improvement is not just a gift to yourself, it's a gift to the world. As you grow and evolve, you expand what's possible, not just for you, but for everyone whose life you touch. So step forward with courage. Step forward with determination. Know that you have the power to create an extraordinary life. The path of daily improvement isn't always easy, but it's always worth it. It's a path that leads to personal fulfillment, to meaningful achievement, to a life lived with purpose and passion. It's a path that allows you to maximize your unique gifts and talents, to reach your full potential, and to leave your mark on the world. Embrace this journey. Commit to improving every single day. Trust in your ability to grow, to learn, to become more than you are today. The future is bright, full of possibility, waiting for you to shape it. Your extraordinary life is calling. Answer that call with enthusiasm, with determination, with a commitment to daily improvement. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Take that step today. And tomorrow, take another. And the day after that, yet another. Soon, you'll look back and be amazed at how far you've come. Your potential is limitless. Your capacity for growth is boundless. Your ability to impact the world is immeasurable. Believe in yourself. Commit to daily improvement and watch as your life transforms in ways you never imagined. The world is waiting for the unique gifts only you can offer. So step forward with confidence, with purpose, and with a relentless commitment to becoming better each day. Your journey of daily improvement starts now. Embrace it. Enjoy it. And let it lead you to the extraordinary life you were always meant to live. So go forward, my friends. Embrace the journey of daily improvement. Every day is an opportunity to get closer to your goals, to shape your future, to become the best version of yourself. Your extraordinary life is waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk to you about one of the most powerful journeys you can take, the journey of rebuilding yourself. Life often throws unexpected challenges our way, and we may find ourselves in places we never planned to be. It's during these moments that we need to pause, reflect, and recognize the need for change. Rebuilding yourself starts with the vital, though often difficult step of acknowledging that change is necessary. This is a turning point in life that calls for honest self-reflection and a clear look at where you are versus where you want to be. It's about stepping back to evaluate your current situation and understanding the gap between your present and your goals. In a world full of distractions, responsibilities, and pressures, it's easy to lose touch with who we really are. We often convince ourselves that things are fine or that we can endure our discomfort. But real transformation begins when we have the courage to look inward and face the feelings we've been avoiding. Acknowledging the need for change isn't just about identifying what's wrong. It's about understanding the deeper reasons behind those feelings. Maybe you're unhappy at work, dissatisfied in a relationship, or caught in negative thought patterns. The first step in rebuilding yourself is admitting these feelings are valid and signal the need for change. It's okay to feel lost or unsatisfied. What matters is how you respond to those feelings. Self-awareness is key. It's the starting point for growth and progress. To reach this awareness, take time for self-reflection. This might include journaling, meditating, or having conversations with a trusted friend or therapist. Ask yourself questions like, what am I avoiding? What patterns do I see in my life? How have past experiences shaped my present? Give yourself space to explore these questions without judgment. The answers may take time to surface, but they will come with patience. Recognizing the need for change also takes courage. Holding on to what's familiar, even if it's not helping us, can feel safer than stepping into the unknown. You might wonder, what if I fail? Or what if things get worse? But what if things could get better? Real growth happens when we step out of our comfort zones and embrace the possibility of improvement. Rebuilding yourself will come with ups and downs, but the struggles will teach you the most about who you are. As you consider the need for change, look at your relationships. Are they supportive and uplifting, or do they drain your energy? Sometimes, acknowledging the need for change means recognizing and releasing toxic relationships. Surround yourself with people who encourage your growth and dreams. Let go of those who don't contribute positively to your life. They may not understand your journey, and that's okay. Your growth is your responsibility. Another key part of this process is understanding that change is not a one-time event, but a continuous journey. Many people want immediate results, but rebuilding takes time. Change is filled with lessons, setbacks, and achievements. Remember, setbacks aren't failures. They are chances to learn and grow. When challenges arise, reflect on what they teach you about yourself and your path. Every obstacle can help you build the resilience you need for your transformation. It's also important to take action. Recognizing the need for change is only the beginning. Progress comes from the steps you take toward that change. Start with small, achievable goals that align with what you want to improve. Celebrate your progress, no matter how small it seems, because each step brings you closer to becoming the person you want to be. Be kind to yourself during this journey. It's easy to criticize yourself, but remember that growth isn't a straight line. Some days you'll feel like you're moving forward, and other days you might feel stuck. That's normal. Treat yourself with compassion and acknowledge that you're doing your best with what you know and have right now. Acknowledging the need for change is the spark that sets your transformation in motion. As you embark on this journey, remember that rebuilding yourself is not only about personal transformation, but also about the positive impact you can have on others. When you commit to growth, you become a source of inspiration and strength for those around you. Your courage to face challenges, embrace change, and strive for a better version of yourself encourages others to do the same. By leading with authenticity and purpose, you create a ripple effect of positivity, showing that it's never too late to redefine your path and build a life aligned with your true potential. It requires the courage to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, your life, and your relationships. This process lays a strong foundation for the journey of rebuilding ahead, serving as a transformative step in itself. Once you acknowledge the need for change, you can move forward with clarity and purpose, ready to take the steps needed to become the person you are meant to be. See this acknowledgement as the first bold move on a path of renewal, growth, and empowerment. Your journey has begun, and it holds the promise of a brighter, more fulfilling future. Embracing the process of transformation is an essential part of rebuilding yourself, and it's important to recognize that this journey is neither quick nor sprint. Forward. Life is a complex blend of experiences, emotions, and lessons that shape who we are. When you commit to changing your life, you are embarking on a gradual process that requires patience, resilience, and a genuine commitment to self-discovery. Each small step you take plays a vital role in shaping the person you strive to become. The first step in this journey is understanding that transformation takes time. In a world that often values instant results, it's easy to feel pressured to achieve change quickly. However, the most meaningful growth happens slowly, through consistent effort and dedication. It's important to focus on the journey itself, rather than fixating on the end goal. Each day presents an opportunity to learn and grow, no matter how small the progress may seem. Celebrate these small wins. They are the building blocks of your transformation. Resilience is another cornerstone of this process. The path to rebuilding yourself will include obstacles and setbacks. These moments of difficulty are when your commitment to change will be tested most. It's important to remember that failure is not the opposite of success. It is a crucial part of the journey. Every setback carries a lesson that can guide your future actions and decisions. When challenges arise, lean into your resilience, draw on your inner strength, and keep moving forward with determination. Through this journey, you'll also discover the incredible strength that lies within you. As you navigate each step, you'll realize that the power to transform your life has always been in your hands. This process not only reshapes your outlook, but also enhances your sense of self-worth and confidence. The more you commit to rebuilding yourself, the more you'll find that challenges become stepping stones and fears lose their grip on you. Trust in the process, stay committed, and remember that every effort you make is leading you closer to the best version of yourself. The journey of transformation also calls for a willingness to embrace discomfort. Change often challenges your sense of familiarity and pushes you beyond your comfort zone. You might face fear, uncertainty, and self-doubt as you venture into uncharted territory. Instead of letting these feelings control your actions, confront them directly. See the discomfort as a signal of growth. Each time you face the unknown, you broaden your perspective and move closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. The more you address and work through these emotions, the more capable and confident you'll feel in tackling future challenges. Self-reflection is a key tool throughout this process. Take time to pause and evaluate your progress regularly. Reflect on your growth, the obstacles you've overcome, and the areas still needing attention. Journaling can be a helpful practice to organize your thoughts and gain clarity as you move forward. Consider asking yourself meaningful questions. What milestones have I reached? What difficulties have I encountered, and how did I handle them? What aspects still need improvement? This practice not only tracks your progress, but also strengthens your commitment to transformation. Setting clear intentions is another vital step in embracing change. Start by envisioning the person you want to become and the traits you wish to develop. Write down your intentions and the actions required to bring them to life. Clear goals serve as a compass, keeping you focused through the highs and lows of your journey. Revisit and refine these intentions regularly to ensure they align with your personal growth and evolving aspirations. Support plays an indispensable role in this transformation. Surround yourself with people who inspire and encourage you. A positive network can uplift you during challenging times and celebrate your achievements along the way. Share your vision and goals with trusted friends or family members who can hold you accountable, offer guidance, and provide valuable perspectives as you move forward. The journey of transformation also benefits greatly from moments of gratitude. Practicing gratitude allows you to focus on the positives in your life, even amidst challenges. Take time each day to reflect on what you are thankful for, whether it's the support of loved ones, personal achievements, or small moments of joy. Gratitude shifts your mindset from what is lacking to what is abundant, fostering a sense of contentment and motivation. This positive perspective can be a powerful anchor, helping you stay grounded and resilient as you navigate the inevitable ups and downs of your journey. By embracing gratitude, you reinforce your commitment to growth and nurture a sense of hope for the future. Remember, you are not alone in this process. Building a community of supportive, like-minded individuals can make your journey more meaningful and provide encouragement during challenging times. Part of embracing transformation is staying open to change. As you rebuild, you will uncover new passions, values, and interests. Welcome these discoveries without self-criticism. This openness to exploring your evolving identity leads to greater self-awareness and allows you to redefine your path as you grow. Understand that transformation is a dynamic and ongoing process, and it's okay to shift your direction if something no longer aligns with your goals or values. Show yourself kindness along the way. Rebuilding yourself is a monumental task, and it's important to practice self-compassion. Moments of frustration or doubt are natural. Instead of focusing on perceived failures, acknowledge your efforts and progress. Treat yourself with patience during the tough times, remembering that growth is not a fixed endpoint, but an ongoing journey. Rebuilding yourself is an empowering process that brings growth and fulfillment. It demands patience, resilience, and a deep commitment to self-reflection and self-discovery. Recognizing that meaningful change takes time allows you to navigate this journey with intention. Celebrate each step forward. Embrace discomfort as part of growth. Reflect on your progress and set clear goals. Seek support, remain adaptable, practice self-compassion, and take pride in the uniqueness of your journey. Each step brings you closer to your authentic self, proving that the transformation you seek is within your reach. One of the most transformative steps in rebuilding yourself is creating a clear vision for your future. This vision serves as a compass, guiding you toward your goals and reminding you of your purpose. It's not merely about dreaming, but crafting a realistic framework that fuels your motivation and drives your actions. With a clear vision, you gain focus and the determination needed to stay on track, even when faced with obstacles. This vision becomes the foundation upon which you build the life you've envisioned, providing clarity and inspiration every step of the way. As you move forward, remember to celebrate your growth, no matter how small it may seem. Each step you take, whether it's learning something new, overcoming a fear, or simply persevering through a tough day, is a victory worth acknowledging. These moments of progress build momentum, fueling your confidence and reinforcing your commitment to change. By honoring these milestones, you not only affirm the hard work you've already done, but also inspire yourself to continue pushing toward the person you are striving to become. To start creating your vision, take some time to reflect on your true desires. What do you really want from life? Think about your passions, dreams, and goals. Consider all areas of your life: personal, career, emotional, and spiritual. Reflect on what brings you joy and fulfillment. It's important to focus on what you truly want, not what society or others expect of you. This vision should come from a deep connection to who you really are. When you tap into your authentic desires, you create a vision that will not only inspire you, but also be a true reflection of your core self. Once you have a clearer sense of your desires, put your vision into words. Writing it down can help bring your intentions into focus. Use vivid, detailed language to describe what your ideal life looks like. Where do you live? What do you do? Who do you surround yourself with? The more specific you are, the more powerful your vision will become. This written version will keep you focused and motivated, acting as a constant reminder of your goals and dreams. As you shape your vision, make sure it aligns with your core values. Your values guide your decisions and actions. When your vision is built on these values, it becomes more meaningful and easier to pursue. Take time to identify what's most important to you, whether it's creativity, integrity, love, or growth. Weave these values into your vision, and you'll have a powerful force driving you toward your goals. Creating a vision board can also be a helpful tool for bringing your goals to life. This visual representation can act as a daily reminder of what you're working toward. Collect images, quotes, and symbols that resonate with your vision and arrange them on a board. Place it somewhere you'll see it often, like your desk or bedroom. Engaging with your vision board regularly will keep your goals in the forefront of your mind. Having a vision is important, but so is having a clear plan to make it happen. A vision without a plan can leave you feeling stuck. Break your larger vision down into smaller, actionable steps. Think about what short-term and long-term actions you need to take to achieve your dreams. Set specific milestones and deadlines for each goal, making them as measurable as possible. This approach not only makes your vision more achievable, but also gives you a sense of progress as you work toward your bigger aspirations. By creating a clear plan and staying committed to your vision, you will transform your dreams into tangible achievements, one step at a time. As you reach each milestone and move toward your vision, it's important to stay flexible and open to change. Life is unpredictable, and things may not always go as planned. Be ready to reassess and adjust your goals when necessary. Embracing flexibility helps you face unexpected challenges while keeping your vision in focus. Keep in mind that your vision is a dynamic entity that can grow with you. Be open to growth and change, and don't hesitate to adjust your goals if they no longer align with your true desires. Another crucial part of developing a clear vision is fostering a positive mindset. Your thoughts and beliefs have a significant impact on your reality. If you hold on to doubts or negative self-talk, it can diminish your confidence and slow your progress. Challenge these limiting beliefs and replace them with positive affirmations. Affirmations can strengthen your belief in your abilities and help you stay focused on your vision. Remind yourself daily of your strengths, potential, and ability to succeed. Equally important is surrounding yourself with positive influences. Engage with people who motivate and uplift you, and distance yourself from negativity. Look for mentors, coaches, or like-minded peers who share your values and ambitions. Their support will keep you motivated and accountable, especially during tough times. Remember, you are the sum of the people you spend time with, so be mindful of who you surround yourself with. Celebrate your progress along the way. As you take steps toward your vision, it's important to acknowledge and celebrate even the smallest achievements. This not only reinforces your commitment, but also boosts your motivation. Make it a habit to reflect on your successes regularly and treat yourself when you reach a milestone. Celebrating your progress helps you feel fulfilled and keeps you motivated to continue on your journey. Creating a clear vision for your future is a powerful step in rebuilding yourself. It involves self-reflection, clear articulation, and alignment with your values. A vision board and well-planned goals can help keep you on track. Stay adaptable, cultivate a positive mindset, and surround yourself with supportive people. Above all, celebrate your progress and stay committed to your vision. Every step you take brings you closer to the life you want to create. By embracing this process, you take control of your future and move toward a fulfilling, purpose-driven life. Your vision is not just a dream, it's the foundation upon which you build the life you deserve. As you continue on this journey, Remember that setbacks and challenges are a natural part of the process. It's important to embrace them as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than seeing them as obstacles. Every challenge you face teaches you something valuable about yourself and your path. When things get tough, take a moment to reflect on how far you've come and trust that each step, even the difficult ones, brings you closer to the person you are becoming. Stay persistent, stay positive, and keep moving forward. Your vision is within reach, and the best is yet to come. Taking consistent action is the foundation of any meaningful transformation. It's important to understand that rebuilding yourself isn't just a mental exercise. It requires focused, ongoing effort. This idea involves more than just setting goals or imagining a better future. It's about committing to the daily actions that will get you closer to your desired outcomes. Consistency is the link between your aspirations and the reality of achieving them. And embracing this principle is essential on your path to self-reconstruction. To begin, it's vital to understand that consistent action doesn't mean you have to make huge changes all at once. In fact, one of the best ways to transform is to break down your goals into smaller, more manageable steps. By focusing on small, attainable objectives, you can create a series of successes that build momentum. This approach keeps the process from feeling overwhelming and allows you to celebrate progress along the way. Each small victory strengthens your commitment and keeps you motivated to continue. Setting daily or weekly routines that align with your goals can significantly support consistent action. These routines provide a clear structure, guiding your efforts and ensuring that you dedicate time and energy to activities that help move you toward your vision. Whether it's setting aside time for personal growth, exercise, or developing new skills, having a routine promotes discipline and consistency. Over time, these actions become habits, and as they integrate into your daily life, you'll notice that what once seemed optional will become essential to your transformation. It's also important to stay flexible with your routines. Life is unpredictable, and sometimes unexpected events may throw you off track. Rather than seeing these disruptions as failures, approach them with an open mind. If a particular routine no longer works, or if you face challenges that prevent you from following it, be willing to reevaluate and adjust your approach. Remember, flexibility is key to maintaining progress, as it allows you to adapt to new circumstances without losing sight of your ultimate goals. By staying committed, adjusting when necessary, and continuing to take consistent action, you'll ensure that your journey of rebuilding yourself remains steady and effective. This flexibility helps you keep moving forward without losing motivation. Remember that setbacks are a natural part of the journey, and being adaptable is essential to navigating the highs and lows. Accountability is also key when it comes to maintaining consistent action. By sharing your goals with a trusted friend, family member, or mentor, you have someone to help you stay focused and committed. An accountability partner can offer encouragement, celebrate your achievements, and gently remind you of your goals when you lose sight of them. Moreover, talking about your goals with others creates a sense of community and support, reminding you that you are not alone in this journey. Simply expressing your aspirations makes them feel more real and solidifies your dedication. Adopting a growth mindset is vital to maintaining consistent action. A growth mindset is the belief that your skills and abilities can improve with effort and perseverance. This mindset encourages you to see challenges as opportunities for learning instead of obstacles. With this outlook, you're more likely to take risks, try new things, and keep going when faced with difficulties. Understand that every step, no matter how small, is a part of your growth. Each effort, no matter how minor, contributes to your overall progress and transformation. Tracking your progress regularly is another important aspect of staying consistent. Keeping track of your actions helps you see what's working, what needs adjustment, and where you can improve. You might want to use a journal or an app to record your achievements. Take time to reflect on your progress each day or week, and use this insight to guide your next steps. Celebrating your successes, no matter how small, reinforces your commitment and keeps you motivated. This habit will keep you focused on your journey and remind you of the importance of consistency in achieving your goals. Creating an environment that supports your vision is another powerful strategy for staying on track. Surround yourself with positive influences, tools, and reminders that align with your goals. This might mean organizing your physical space, curating a list of motivating books or podcasts, or joining groups that share your values. By intentionally shaping your environment, you reduce distractions and increase your motivation. A supportive environment serves as a constant reminder of your commitment, helping you stay focused on your path. Practice self-discipline by setting clear boundaries to stay focused. It's easy to get distracted or procrastinate, but by creating boundaries, you can prioritize your goals. Identify areas where distractions may arise and take steps to minimize them. This could involve scheduling specific times for focused work, reducing time spent on social media, or designating certain spaces as distraction-free zones. By setting these boundaries, you create an environment that supports consistent effort and productivity. Build resilience by changing how you view failure. Recognize that setbacks are not signs of weakness, but opportunities to grow. When you face challenges, shift your mindset and ask, what can I learn from this? This way, failure becomes a learning experience, not a barrier. Every setback offers valuable lessons that can guide your future decisions and actions, preparing you to face future challenges. Make resilience a central part of your journey, knowing that the path to rebuilding yourself will involve both triumphs and setbacks. Taking consistent action is key to the journey of self-reconstruction. By breaking down large goals into smaller tasks, establishing routines, staying flexible, and holding yourself accountable, you set the stage for continuous progress. Embracing a growth mindset, tracking your progress, and creating a supportive environment help keep you on track. With resilience and a focus on learning from setbacks, you'll be able to handle the challenges that come your way. Ultimately, transformation requires persistence and commitment. And through consistent action, you can manifest your vision and build the future you seek. Personal growth is a crucial part of rebuilding yourself. It's an active choice to evolve, learn, and adapt throughout your life. Personal growth means pushing yourself beyond your comfort zone, questioning your beliefs, and being open to new ideas and experiences. This journey isn't only about gaining new skills, it's about deepening your understanding of yourself and your role in the world. As you continue on your journey of personal growth and transformation, remember that this process is unique to you. It's not about comparing yourself to others, but about striving to be the best version of yourself. Embrace the ups and downs, the progress and setbacks, as all of it contributes to your development. Keep refining your vision and goals as you evolve, and stay open to new opportunities for growth. Ultimately, the path you create is yours alone. And with each step forward, you are building a life that reflects your true potential. Personal growth requires the willingness to face your limitations and an openness to change that can lead to deep transformation. The first step in this journey is developing self-awareness. Self-awareness is the foundation of all personal development. It involves taking a sincere and honest look at yourself, your thoughts, emotions, behaviors, strengths, and weaknesses. While this process can be uncomfortable, it's necessary for identifying areas that need improvement. Practice reflective activities such as journaling, meditation, or self-assessments. By asking yourself important questions, you can gain valuable insights into your motivations and patterns. For example, what fears are holding you back? What are your core values, and are your actions in line with them? Understanding these aspects gives you a clearer direction for your growth journey. As you build self-awareness, it's also essential to set clear and meaningful personal development goals. Which areas of your life would you like to improve? Whether it's enhancing emotional intelligence, learning new skills, or improving relationships, having specific goals gives you focus and purpose. Break these goals down into smaller, actionable steps that are specific and measurable. For example, if you want to improve your emotional intelligence, you could set a goal to read one book about emotional intelligence each month, or practice active listening during conversations. Establishing measurable milestones helps you track your progress and celebrate your achievements. To fully embrace personal growth, you must be ready to face and overcome your fears. Fear is a natural emotion that often stems from the unknown or the potential for failure. However, allowing fear to control your decisions limits your growth potential. Identify the fears that hold you back, whether it's fear of rejection, failure, or judgment. Once you recognize them, start changing your mindset. Rather than seeing fear as an obstacle, view it as an opportunity for growth. Challenge yourself to take small steps outside your comfort zone. Every time you face a fear, no matter how small, you strengthen your resilience and build confidence in your ability to overcome challenges. Change doesn't happen overnight, and progress can often feel slow. However, the small, consistent steps you take every day will eventually lead to significant transformation. It's important to celebrate the progress, no matter how small, and remain focused on the long-term vision of the person you are becoming. Stay committed to your growth, even on difficult days, and understand that every challenge you face is an opportunity to learn and evolve. Trust the process and keep moving forward with faith in your ability to transform. An essential part of personal growth is the ongoing pursuit of knowledge. Stay curious and engage with the world around you. Look for new experiences, whether by reading, attending workshops, or meeting people from different walks of life. Broadening your horizons not only deepens your understanding, but also sparks critical thinking and creativity. Embrace lifelong learning, which might include formal education, online courses, or simply taking time to explore topics that interest you. The more you expose yourself to new ideas and perspectives, the better prepared you become to face challenges and find innovative solutions in your life. Equally important is adaptability. The world is constantly evolving, and being able to adapt is a key part of personal growth. Welcome change as a natural aspect of your journey, rather than something to fear. When new situations or obstacles arise, approach them with an open mind and a desire to learn. Reflect on your past challenges and recognize how much you've grown from them. Each challenge offers an opportunity to rethink your strategies and develop new skills. This adaptability will not only aid your personal growth, but will also strengthen your ability to handle future setbacks. Building a strong support network is another crucial element of personal growth. Surround yourself with people who motivate and challenge you to improve. This can include friends, family, mentors, or colleagues who encourage you and hold you accountable. Being part of a supportive community provides a sense of belonging and motivation, reminding you that you're not alone in your journey. Sharing your experiences and learning from others gives you valuable insights that enrich your growth. Seek out individuals who embody the qualities you aspire to develop and learn from their experiences and wisdom. In addition to having a strong support network, seek regular feedback from others. Feedback is a powerful tool for growth, as it provides an external perspective on your strengths and areas that need improvement. Be open to constructive criticism and view it as an opportunity for reflection and self-improvement. Approach feedback with a growth mindset, seeing it as a valuable resource that can help you refine your skills and performance. Regularly seek input from trusted people in your personal or professional life. This openness to feedback fosters a culture of continuous improvement and shows your commitment to growth. As you continue your personal growth journey, it's important to cultivate resilience. Resilience is the ability to recover from setbacks, learn from mistakes, and keep moving forward. Recognize that growth often involves challenges, and there may be times when you feel uncertain or discouraged. Rather than seeing these setbacks as obstacles, view them as chances to learn and grow. Adopt a mindset focused on persistence and determination. Remind yourself that progress isn't always a straight line. It's filled with ups and downs. Each setback offers valuable lessons that ultimately contribute to your growth and development. Embracing personal growth is a key part of rebuilding yourself. By fostering self-awareness, setting meaningful goals, confronting fears, and committing to lifelong learning, you lay a strong foundation for transformation. Being adaptable, building a supportive network, seeking feedback, and developing resilience further strengthen your ability to grow. Personal growth is an ongoing journey, one that requires dedication, openness, and a willingness to learn. Embrace the process, and as you do, you will evolve into a more authentic and empowered version of yourself, capable of facing life's challenges with confidence and purpose. The importance of surrounding yourself with positive influences in your transformation journey cannot be overstated. The people you spend time with and the environments you immerse yourself in greatly influence your mindset, beliefs, and actions. Positive influences serve as catalysts for motivation, growth, and inspiration. By consciously cultivating relationships and environments that uplift and empower you, you create a strong foundation for success in your transformation process. First, it's important to recognize the impact of negative influences on your life. Toxic relationships, negative self-talk, and pessimistic environments can drain your energy, lower your self-esteem, and slow your progress. Identifying and distancing yourself from these influences is a critical first step in rebuilding yourself. Remember that you have control over who and what you allow in your life. Surrounding yourself with negativity can create resistance to change, while a positive environment nurtures growth and encourages you to pursue your goals with enthusiasm. In addition to distancing yourself from negative influences, it's equally important to actively seek out positive role models and supportive communities. Surrounding yourself with people who inspire you and share your values can provide the encouragement and motivation you need to stay focused on your goals. These individuals can offer valuable insights, share their own experiences, and hold you accountable, helping you stay on track during your transformation. By joining communities that align with your aspirations, whether online or in person, you create a network of like-minded individuals who can offer support and celebrate your successes, further reinforcing your commitment to personal growth. Building a support system made up of positive influences is essential to your success. Look for people who inspire you, share your values, and support your goals. These can be friends, family, mentors, or even colleagues who truly care about your journey. Surrounding yourself with these individuals helps reinforce your commitment to growth. When you share your dreams and goals with those who uplift you, you create a sense of accountability. Their support can be invaluable, especially during tough times, reminding you that you're not alone on your path. Actively seek out mentors or role models who exemplify the qualities you want to develop. A mentor can offer valuable guidance, wisdom, and motivation as you move forward. Their experiences can help you avoid common mistakes, and seeing how they handle challenges can inspire you to apply similar strategies. Mentors can also introduce you to new networks and opportunities, broadening your horizons and bringing even more positive influences into your life. Besides personal relationships, consider the media and content you engage with. The books you read, the podcasts you listen to, and the shows you watch all impact your mindset. Choose content that inspires, educates, and motivates you. Look for stories of people who have overcome obstacles and achieved success, as their journeys can inspire you. Curate your media consumption to match your goals and values, surrounding yourself with messages that empower you. Engaging with positive content not only strengthens your commitment to growth, but also fosters a mindset of resilience and possibility. Creating a positive physical environment is also vital for supporting your self-reconstruction. Your surroundings have a powerful impact on your mood and productivity. Take time to evaluate your physical space and make changes that promote positivity. This might involve decluttering your workspace, adding inspiring elements like motivational quotes or images, and organizing to reduce distractions. A clean, tidy space can enhance your focus and clarity, helping you stay on track with your goals. Another important aspect of cultivating a positive environment is nurturing your emotional well-being. The emotional climate you create for yourself can greatly impact your ability to stay motivated and focused. Practice mindfulness and self-care to stay connected to your inner peace and balance. Engage in activities that nurture your mental and emotional health, such as meditation, exercise, or spending time with loved ones. Taking care of your emotional needs allows you to maintain resilience and stay grounded as you work toward your goals. A positive emotional environment supports your personal growth and provides the energy and clarity needed to face challenges with confidence. Also, consider the colors and design of your surroundings. Research shows that different colors can affect your mood and productivity, so select shades that inspire and energize you. Beyond just creating a supportive space, engage in activities that promote positivity and foster personal growth. Join communities that align with your values and goals, whether it's a personal development group, a workshop, or networking events. Being around people who share your interests boosts your motivation and sense of belonging. This sense of community can offer inspiration, accountability, and even collaborative opportunities, all of which help you stay on track. Another great way to stay surrounded by positive influences is by practicing gratitude. Focusing on the good in your life, even during tough times, shifts your mindset. Make it a habit to reflect daily on the things you're thankful for, whether it's something simple like a pleasant walk or the support of close friends. Gratitude helps you recognize the abundance in your life, which can improve your resilience and motivation. This mindset shift keeps you optimistic as you navigate your journey of self-reconstruction. Taking care of yourself through self-care is also vital in fostering a positive mindset. Make your physical, emotional, and mental well-being a priority by incorporating self-care activities into your routine, such as exercise, mindfulness, journaling, or enjoying hobbies that make you happy. Practicing self-care reinforces the belief that you are worthy of growth and happiness. When you nurture yourself, you're more likely to attract positive energy and people into your life. Remember, self-care isn't selfish. It's a necessary part of creating a positive environment for yourself. Pay attention to your inner dialogue. The way you speak to yourself can either lift you up or hold you back. Challenge negative thoughts by changing your perspective. Instead of saying, "I can't do this," reframe it to, "I am capable of overcoming challenges." This small shift can have a big impact on your confidence and motivation. By surrounding yourself with positive influences, you reinforce these positive affirmations, reminding yourself of your strength and resilience. Giving back is another way to cultivate positivity. Acts of kindness, volunteering, or supporting others on their journeys can create a ripple effect of good energy. Helping others not only boosts their well-being, but also brings a sense of purpose and fulfillment to you. The positive energy you share with others returns to you, creating a cycle of growth and encouragement. Surrounding yourself with positive influences is essential in rebuilding yourself. By distancing yourself from negativity, creating a supportive network, consuming inspiring content, and setting up a positive environment, you create the foundation for your transformation. Engaging in gratitude, self-care, and affirmations further strengthens your ability to attract positive influences. Ultimately, your journey of personal growth flourishes in a space filled with support and inspiration, and by choosing positivity, you empower yourself to create lasting change and reach your goals. In conclusion, rebuilding yourself is a transformative journey that requires commitment, courage, and intention. Additionally, it's important to stay patient and kind to yourself throughout this process. Personal growth and transformation take time, and it's easy to get discouraged if progress feels slow. Recognize that every step you take, no matter how small, is a step toward becoming the person you aspire to be. Celebrate your achievements, both big and small, and acknowledge the effort you're putting into your growth. Be gentle with yourself when you encounter setbacks, and remind yourself that the journey is not about perfection, but progress. The patience and self-compassion you practice along the way will help you maintain your focus and motivation, reinforcing your commitment to rebuilding yourself. The journey of rebuilding yourself is about embracing personal growth, nurturing your mind and spirit, and surrounding yourself with positive influences that motivate and inspire you. Every step you take towards self-awareness, setting goals, and overcoming fears helps build a strong foundation for a renewed sense of purpose and fulfillment. As you move along this path, remember that setbacks are not failures, but valuable lessons that offer opportunities to learn and grow. Adaptability and resilience will be your guiding forces, allowing you to embrace change and handle challenges with grace. By surrounding yourself with positive influences, such as mentors, supportive friends, and inspiring content, you create an environment that supports the growth of your aspirations. Practicing gratitude and self-care will strengthen your belief in your own potential and worthiness. Rebuilding yourself is a lifelong journey that not only improves your life, but also positively impacts those around you. By committing to this journey, you empower yourself to become the best version of yourself, capable of facing life's challenges with confidence and purpose. As you move forward, trust that every small step matters and that you have the strength and resilience to create the life you want. Your journey of self-reconstruction is just beginning, and the opportunities ahead are endless. Embrace the adventure, and know that you hold the power to shape your own future. The future you desire is within your reach, and with each step, you are one step closer to the life you've envisioned. Keep going. Your best self is waiting for you.
How do HR, IT, and payroll feel with Gil?
What keeps most people broke isn't a lack of intelligence. It's ignorance. Plain and simple. Ignorance of how money works and how small habits shape your entire financial future. And today, you're going to hear some of the strongest financial guidance you'll ever come across. The kind that completely changed the way I think about earning, spending, and saving. We live in a society that makes overspending effortless. Credit is pushed at us from every direction. Debt is marketed as normal. Entire platforms are built to get you to buy things you don't need. And if you're buying those things, especially on credit, you're building habits that quietly trap you. Because every dollar of debt is a piece of your future that someone else owns. You can have money and still have no independence. So what do? You treat saving like an expense, just as mandatory as rent or groceries. And the most powerful thing you can do is automate it. Every paycheck, even if it's only $50, move it into savings before you ever touch it. Make it automatic, and you remove the hardest part, relying on willpower. Because life will test you. Job loss, illness, recessions, relationship breakdowns, something on that list will happen to you. It's a guarantee. And when it does, the savings you've built will be more valuable than anything you've ever bought. And if you're thinking, what's the point? I can barely pay my bills. I hear you. I understand that frustration. But I want you to know this. Your ability to build stability, freedom, and financial independence is absolutely in your control. It doesn't matter where you come from, how much you earn, or what your past looks like. Wealth isn't about being the smartest person in the room. It's about how you think and behave with money. Behavior is something every one of us can change. And I've seen people with no degree, no special background, nothing but discipline and patience, become incredibly stable and successful financially. And I've seen people with elite education, elite jobs, elite opportunities go completely broke. That's the difference. In most fields, the untrained can't outperform the expert. But with money, behavior beats brilliance every single day. And that means your starting point doesn't matter. What matters is what you choose to do next. This happens with money because it's not about what you know. You don't need secret formulas, and you don't need special connections. If you get your thinking right and your behavior right, you can do well. Patience, keeping your expectations in check, not comparing yourself to other people, and using money as a tool to build a better life instead of a yardstick to measure yourself against others. This is simple stuff. And the truth is, about 99% of what you need to succeed with money is already in your control. For a long time, I made the same mistake a lot of people make. I believed there was some hidden formula, some private club for rich people. That it all came down to who you know or where you went to school. But that's focusing on the wrong things. What actually matters are behaviors, real, learnable behaviors that help you get good with money. And the reality is they're not complicated. They're not easy, but they are simple, and they're fully within your control. If you can focus on your own goals instead of constantly comparing yourself to others, if you can save a portion of what you earn, live even slightly below your means, be patient, that alone puts you ahead of most people. That's not advanced finance. That's not Wall Street jargon or complicated formulas. That's a basic, almost kindergarten level list, and it works. Part of this is redefining what financial success actually means. We're not talking about private jets or islands. For most people, real financial success looks like stable housing for their family, a financial cushion in case of job loss or a medical emergency, the ability to retire with dignity, and the freedom to spend time with the people they care about. Those are strong, meaningful goals, and that level of success is achievable for almost everyone. Money is meant to be a tool to support your life, not a scoreboard to rank yourself against others. And yes, that's easier said than done, because comparison is natural. It's human to measure success not by what you have, but by what you have relative to someone else, your neighbor, your coworker, your sibling. But what makes this harder today than ever before is that comparison is no longer limited to a small group of people. Before we fully dive in, I just ask for one small thing. If you can, take a second to like or hype the video. It really helps to reach more people who might need these words today. Thank you. Now, your comparison group is an algorithm. Every time you open social media, you're shown someone who looks happier, richer, more successful, more put together than you, no matter how well you're actually doing. And that's why this lesson matters more now than it ever has. Managing expectations, resisting constant comparison, and staying grounded in your own goals is harder today than it's ever been, but it's also more important than ever. I see this with my own kids. When I was growing up, my definition of wealth was simple. Regular people drove old pickup trucks, and rich people drove new ones. That was it. If you had a brand new truck, you were rich. My son sees it completely differently. To him, rich means private jets and private islands because that's what he watches online. That becomes the baseline. And that's a completely different level of expectation than what I grew up with 20 or 30 years ago. And here's the hard truth. No matter how much you know about money, your kids probably aren't going to listen to you. That's normal. But it makes something incredibly important clear. If you want a healthy relationship with money, you have to develop the ability to look inward for what matters instead of constantly looking outward at influencers, algorithms, or what your neighbor is driving. A lot of people today feel like they're falling behind, especially younger adults. People in their 20s and 30s already feel like they're not making enough, like they'll never afford a home, like they'll never catch up. And for older people, the fear is different. It's the feeling that it's too late, that they have already blown their chance, that retirement may not be possible. The first place to start is empathy. These feelings are real. In many areas, especially things like home ownership, people genuinely are worse off compared to previous generations. This isn't about telling people to just feel better or be more grateful. Rising costs, medical bills, and cost of living pressures have created real stress, and pretending otherwise doesn't help anyone. But once you start with empathy, you have to understand this. Happiness is the gap between expectations and reality. You have the life you're living, and you have the life you expect to live. The space between those two is where happiness or misery lives. And the wider that gap becomes, the worse you're going to feel. So when someone is panicking because they thought they'd be further along financially, worried they'll run out of money or never be able to retire, in many cases the issue isn't income, it's expectations. Over time, expectations spiral. Spending increases to match an identity instead of a budget. People rent nicer apartments than they can afford, travel more than they should, eat out, dress a certain way, not because it fits their financial reality, but because it fits who they think they're supposed to be. And yes, that's uncomfortable to hear, but it's also common. Almost everyone goes through this at some point. There's no shame in it. The moment you recognize it is the moment you regain control. A big reason I became so interested in this topic started by looking in the mirror and asking myself hard questions. When was I envious? When did my expectations spiral out of control? And the truth is, no one is immune to this. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I can be honest about that because I've lived it. I walked into stores, swiped my card, bought things I didn't need with money I didn't have. And the truth is, we spent money we didn't have. We racked up debt. Years later, as we were climbing our way out, something unexpected happened. I felt relief, because I could finally say to myself, I'm responsible for this. I can see how I made bad decisions because my expectations were completely out of proportion to reality. And oddly enough, admitting that gave me power. Because if I had the power to make bad decisions, then I also had the power to make better ones. A lot of this comes back to expectations. Money is incredibly easy to measure. If I say I want to be a better parent or a better partner, that's hard to define. But if I say I want a bigger apartment, more money per hour, or a few new things, that's clear. It's measurable. It's simple. And that's why people chase money and spending. It's easy to understand and easy to track. When you don't have a clear picture of what a good life actually looks like, it's easy to default to thinking that a good life just means more money. It feels simpler than asking harder questions like, how do I become a better parent, a better spouse, a better friend, or a better human being? Those questions are uncomfortable. Money feels like a shortcut. A powerful example of this comes from someone who once believed that if they just made more money, all their problems would disappear. That belief gave them hope. But when the money finally came and the problem stayed, the illusion collapsed. And that's when it became clear. Money can solve some problems, but it won't fill the deeper psychological gap people are trying to fill with it. So if you're listening and telling yourself, I'm so far behind, there are two things to understand. First, you're in the right place. It's not too late. There are simple, basic behavior changes, nothing complicated, that can help you get good with money. But the deeper question you need to ask is this: what is money trying to fix for me right now? What hole am I trying to fill? And once you ask that, you can start redefining what a good life actually means. Whether you're in your 20s or your 60s, becoming a better friend, taking better care of yourself, building a life that feels meaningful. Those things don't require beating yourself up over your finances. That's the real shift. Before getting into tactics, it's important to acknowledge something real. This is a genuinely difficult moment when it comes to money, jobs, and financial stability. If you're sitting there thinking, I'm scared I won't find work, I'm scared I won't make it, that feeling is valid. That is your truth, and it deserves empathy. Where it's worth adding perspective is when people say, this is worse than it's ever been. Because when you look at how previous generations actually lived, that idea becomes more complicated. A lot of people point to the 1950s as the golden age of middle-class prosperity. But if you look closely at how the average middle-class family lived back then, it's a standard of living that most people today would consider extremely limited. Small homes, often around 800 square feet, multiple children in 2 bedrooms, no air conditioning, no washer or dryer, and none of the conveniences we now see as normal. They were content then, but that level of contentment wouldn't satisfy us today. And that's an important distinction. More money doesn't automatically create happiness. What people are really chasing isn't happiness, it's contentment. When you imagine yourself in a bigger house or on a luxury vacation, the feeling you're imagining isn't joy or excitement. It's the feeling of saying, this is enough. But what usually happens when people actually reach those milestones is that contentment doesn't last. You go on the trip and suddenly it's, if only we stayed at a better hotel. If only we stayed longer. If only we had the nicer experience. Comparison creeps in, expectations shift, and the finish line moves again. Once you understand that what you're really chasing is contentment, something important becomes clear. A lot of financial stress, a lot of the feeling of falling behind, and a lot of the gap between what you have and what you want comes from expectations, not income alone. Now, if you're thinking, I'm just not good with money, you're not alone. A lot of people carry that story with them for years. Maybe you went through a divorce, maybe you handed control to someone else and now you're starting over. The real question is, can anyone actually get good with money? The answer is yes, if they want to. Because this isn't complicated. It's basic arithmetic. Spend less than you make. Save the difference. Be patient. That's it. You could explain this to a 5-year-old. Saying I'm not good with money often becomes a way to opt out of responsibility. Bad financial habits are easy. We live in a world that encourages overspending, debt, and instant gratification. If that's what you want, it's effortless. But the moment you decide you want something different, this becomes manageable for anyone. It's not about intelligence, it's about choice. And this conversation reminds me of something I once heard a musician say. Everyone loves the story about how they had to live in their car for a year while they were starting out. But nobody actually wants to live in their car for a year. And that applies to money too. If you're in debt, getting out of it is going to require sacrifice. It usually means a downshift in lifestyle compared to what you're used to. A lot of people who say, I'm not good with money, what they're really saying is, I don't want to make the sacrifice. And that's an honest truth. But here's the interesting part. People are actually very willing to suffer if the goal is noble enough. Humans will work hard, struggle, and endure discomfort when they believe the outcome is worth it. So the question becomes, what is the noble goal of getting good with money? If the goal is just to make more money, that's not very motivating. But if the goal is contentment, being okay with your life, that changes everything. For me, and for most people I've seen do this well, the real goal isn't being rich. It's independence. It's waking up and knowing you can choose how you spend your day. Money becomes a tool to support that freedom, not a scoreboard. I have no interest in flashy cars or massive houses. I want control over my time and my choices. I've seen people with very little money who were completely independent, beholden to no one, influenced by no one, and they lived incredible lives because of it. And I've seen people with enormous wealth who were completely trapped by expectations, opinions, and pressure. For them, money became a financial asset, but a psychological liability. It controlled their identity. Here's a thought experiment I come back to often. Imagine living on a deserted island with your family. No one can see your house, your car, your lifestyle. If no one was watching, what would you choose? In that situation, most people instantly shift from status to utility. Status disappears when there's no audience. What matters is what actually supports a good life. And that's where the difference becomes clear. The things that impress others are often not the things that serve you and your family. You can make an enormous amount of money and still feel like you're falling behind if you're chasing other people. There's a saying that everyone envies what you have, but no one envies what it took to get there. We see the house, the car, the clothes, but we don't see the stress, the sacrifices, or the costs that came with them. That's why financial envy is so misleading. You're comparing your reality to someone else's highlight reel without knowing what else is happening in their life. And it's why studies showing that wealth doesn't guarantee happiness are so hard to accept. People hear that and think, fine, I'll be the exception. Or, let me experience it myself. Because the belief that more money will solve everything is incredibly powerful. And for people who've been there, the message is usually the same. Money can help. It just helps a lot less than you think. After more than 2 decades of studying, researching, writing, and teaching about money, the single biggest thing that keeps people broke is comparison. That constant feeling that other people have more, are doing better, and are happier. Once you step onto that treadmill, there's no finish line. There is no moment where you finally say, this is enough. Because the goalpost keeps moving. If you think a bigger house will do it, it won't. If you think a raise will finally make you feel secure, it won't. And when you're on that treadmill, it becomes almost impossible to ever feel like you're doing well financially. You don't need that much to feel content. Once your basic needs are covered, food, shelter, stability, everything beyond that moves from what you need into what you want. And most of us know this intuitively. You can walk into your closet right now and probably point to a small handful of clothes you wear all the time. Everything else was something you wanted in the moment, thought you needed, or hoped would impress someone for a specific occasion. And that right there is what keeps people broke. It's simple. People may not like hearing it, but they already know it's true. One of the hardest financial skills to learn is getting the goalpost to stop moving. Because if your expectations rise at the same pace as your results, there's no logic in striving for more. You'll feel the same after putting in extra effort. It gets dangerous when the taste of having more money, more power, more status, starts increasing ambition faster than satisfaction. At that point, every step forward pushes the goalpost even further away. You start to feel like you're falling behind, and the only way to catch up feels like taking bigger and bigger risks. That idea came from self-reflection, not mastery. Because this trap is easy to fall into. There's always someone getting richer faster than you. And if your happiness depends on validation, on having what someone else has, you will never be satisfied with what's in front of you. What makes it worse is how quickly the expectation scales. You tell yourself you'll be happy once you hit a certain number. Then you hit it, and the number changes. 10,000 becomes 100,000. 100,000 becomes 1,000,000. And it keeps growing. I experienced this firsthand. As soon as some financial pressure eased or I got a small reward at work, I immediately upgraded the things I was already buying. That pattern is incredibly common. And to be clear, spending money isn't inherently bad. It's not about living like a monk or never enjoying anything. You can absolutely spend money in ways that genuinely improve your life. I've done that myself and thought, that was worth it. But everything comes back to expectations. If you don't control them, no amount of money will ever feel like enough. I grew up in a town that wasn't very wealthy. It is now, because tech money eventually moved in, but back then it was a solid middle-class place. And then I made a drastic shift from a middle-class mountain town to an area like Beverly Hills. And what that did to my definition of rich was shocking. Growing up, a rich person drove a brand new pickup truck. That was it. A new F-150 meant you had made it. Then I moved to Los Angeles, and that definition completely exploded. No matter how successful you are, you pull up to a stoplight, and even if you're driving something exotic, there are plenty of people right next to you with the same or more. And suddenly, nothing ever feels like enough. Looking back, the conditions for happiness were actually much better in that middle-class town. I managed to keep my expectations in check in LA, and honestly, a lot of that came from fear. I was always worried I wouldn't make it, so I saved aggressively. But when I look around and ask who was actually happier, it wasn't the people chasing more. It was the people living modest lives, enjoying their families, spending time with friends, taking care of their health, and not constantly comparing themselves to others. That brings up an interesting question about aspiration, especially when it comes to parents. If you ask parents what they want for their kids, most of them will say they just want them to be happy. And if you follow that up with, do you want them to be rich and successful? Most parents will say, sure, that would be great, but I really just want them to be happy. Parents say that because they know from experience that those are not the same thing. Even a modest, middle-class life can be deeply fulfilling if expectations are in check and focus stays on what actually matters. And that ties back to how we casually use the word happiness. What we usually mean is contentment, being present in your life and not constantly reaching for something else. So how do you figure out why you're spending money? Because most people spend mindlessly. They buy things out of boredom, stress, or impulse without ever stopping to ask why. A simple way to become more conscious is to recognize that every dollar you spend falls into one of two buckets. Either you're spending money to make your life and your family's life better, or you're spending money to impress other people, most of whom are strangers and not paying attention anyway. Buying food for your family is obvious, but things like cars, clothes, and upgrades often fall into that second category. And when you realize how much of your spending is driven by trying to impress people who are busy worrying about themselves, something clicks. You start to see the game for what it is. Every dollar is a choice. You're either using money as a tool to build a better life, or you're using it as a status marker to measure yourself against others. That realization alone can change the way you spend and the way you live. So how do you actually tell the difference between buying something because you genuinely need it and buying it because it looks cool, you think you'll look good in it, and you're feeling a little insecure in the moment? Because most of us don't really stop to ask that question. We just feel the urge and hit buy. I had a moment like this in college that completely changed how I think about spending. I worked as a valet at a 5-star hotel in Los Angeles. It was an incredible job. I got to drive some of the nicest cars in the world, and for a 19-year-old, that alone felt unreal. But more importantly, it was my first real window into the psychology of very wealthy people. I remember noticing something during one of my shifts. When someone pulled up in a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, I would stop and admire the car. But I never looked at the driver and thought, that person is amazing. Instead, I imagined myself in the driver's seat. I imagined that if I were driving that car, people would look at me and think I was impressive. And then it hit me. I didn't care about the driver at all. I just wanted to be the driver because I thought other people would care about me. That realization was powerful. Nobody is thinking about you as much as you think they are. People are too busy thinking about themselves. Even when someone seems impressed by your house or your car, what they're really doing is imagining themselves owning it, not admiring you as a person. Once that sinks in, the desire to impress others starts to lose its grip. That doesn't mean you stop caring entirely. You still want to look put together. You still want to feel confident. But the illusion that strangers are evaluating you based on your stuff starts to collapse. And when that illusion fades, contentment becomes a lot easier to reach. The truth is, people don't admire other people the way we think they do. They admire objects because they imagine having them. And when it comes to the people who actually matter in your life, your partner, your family, your closest friends, they don't care about your car or your clothes. What they care about is whether you're present, patient, supportive, and kind. We spend so much time telling ourselves that better things will make life better. But intuitively, we already know that what really matters is being a good partner, a good friend, and a good parent. And if you truly wanted strangers to be impressed by you, it wouldn't be your possessions that do it. It would be how you treat them. Now, none of this means the urge disappears overnight. Even after years of thinking about this, the pull is still there. It's powerful. You still catch yourself thinking, this thing will make me happier. But here's something that makes it undeniable. Everyone knows someone with a massive house or an incredible car who is deeply unhappy, and someone else with far less who is completely at peace. That contrast tells you everything you need to know. Having all the things you want doesn't make you become the kind of person you admire. Most of us understand that intellectually. But if you have bad spending habits, the real question is how you actually change them. And the place to start isn't budgeting, it's understanding why those habits exist in the first place. What hole are you trying to fill? What has buying these things actually done for your happiness in the past? And for most people, if they're honest, the answer is very little. That's why this process has to start with some self-reflection. You have to sit with yourself, literally or figuratively, and ask, what am I trying to achieve? Who do I want to become? Why do I want that? And why do I think these purchases are the way to get there? For a lot of people, overspending shows up as binge behavior. It becomes a stress release, a pressure valve. In your mind, the story is that if you buy these things, the problem will go away. And maybe it feels that way for a moment. But almost never does spending actually fix the emotional issue underneath it. What it does do, especially when it's done on credit, is trade short-term relief for long-term pain. That new sweater might give you a day or two of excitement, but paying it off can follow you for months, years, or even decades. And every dollar of debt you take on from bad spending habits is a piece of your future that no longer belongs to you. It's your time, your freedom, your choices, owned by someone else. The opposite is also true. Every dollar you save is a piece of your future that you own, a piece of independence you've taken back. I've thought about it this way since I was young. Every dollar saved felt like reclaiming a dollar of my future. That mindset completely changed my relationship with money. Saving wasn't about buying something later. It was about buying freedom now. When I save money, I don't think about what I'll spend it on someday. I think about what it gives me today. If I save $100, I see that as purchasing $100 of independence. That money gives me peace of mind right now. It lets me sleep better tonight. It gives me more control over my life today, not in some distant future. A lot of people struggle with saving because they don't understand its purpose. If you're barely getting by, putting away $20 can feel pointless. It feels like, why even bother? I might as well spend it now. And if you see saving as delayed gratification, that logic makes sense. But that's the wrong frame. Saving isn't delaying happiness, it's buying it. When you realize that even a small amount of savings increases your independence immediately, the entire game changes. That $20 isn't about the future. It's about feeling more secure, more capable, more in control right now. Most people think the flex is the car, the house, or the clothes. But real flex is independence. The ability to wake up and choose how you spend your time. And here's the part most people miss. You don't need extreme wealth to have that. You can have independence at a relatively modest level of income and assets. Some of the most independent people have very little. And some of the wealthiest people in the world have none at all. You can be completely beholden to the opinions and expectations of other people, no matter how much money you have. There are multi-billionaires who are far less independent than people with almost nothing. And that's an empowering realization, because independence isn't a number, it's a feeling. It's a story you tell yourself about how much control you have over your life. There is no financial level where you suddenly become free. You can have very little money and feel completely independent, and you can have an enormous amount of money and feel trapped. That mindset carries directly into investing as well. Long-term success in investing has very little to do with being clever or having inside information. It has everything to do with long-term thinking and avoiding jealousy-driven behavior. The engine behind that is compound interest. At its simplest, compounding means this. If you invest $100 and earn 10% in a year, you now have 110. The next year you earn 10%, not just on the original 100, but on the full 110. So your gains start earning gains of their own. Over time, that growth accelerates. Extend that over decades, 30, 40, 50 years, and the results become extraordinary. A powerful example of this is the most successful investor of all time. Nearly all of his net worth, roughly 99% of it, was built after the age of 60. Not because his returns suddenly became incredible, but because he let compounding work for a very long time. That's the key insight. Investing success isn't about how high your returns are in any given year. It's about how long you can keep going. And that's what makes this so empowering for ordinary people. You don't need to beat Wall Street. You don't need to outsmart hedge funds or have elite connections. If you can be an average investor for an above average amount of time, you can end up with extraordinary results. In fact, if you're average for 30 years, you'll outperform most professionals. I've seen this firsthand. People with no financial background, no special education, no insider knowledge, just patience, discipline, and consistency. Investing a little bit every month, year after year, never trying to time the market, never panicking, never chasing trends. Over 40 years, that approach quietly compounds into results that rival top professionals. And it happens without doing anything fancy. The only real skill involved is patience. That's why short-term comparisons are so destructive. People get discouraged because they think they're not doing well enough this year. But investing isn't about this year. It's about how long you can stay in the game. There are professional investors who were never the top performer in any single year, never impressive in the moment, but over decades, they ended up the best. The same principle applies to getting out of debt. There's no trick, no shortcut. It's years of consistently spending less than you earn, lowering lifestyle expectations, and patiently clawing your way forward. It's not glamorous, it's slow, but it works. And once you've lived through that process, you develop a deep respect for stability and independence because you know exactly what it costs to get there. A lot of people are afraid of losing the money they already have. And if you have that fear, the question isn't whether you should invest, it's how much. Because investing isn't one size fits all. It has to fit your personality. I've always had a worst case scenario mindset. I've never been buried in debt, and I've always been a disciplined saver, but I tend to prepare for things going wrong. That mindset shaped how I invest. If you looked at my net worth, only about half, maybe a little more, is in the stock market. Most financial advisors would tell someone my age or income level to invest far more aggressively. But that doesn't work for me. My financial goal isn't maximizing returns. It's maximizing how well I sleep at night. I don't care about beating the market or being in the top percentile of investors. I don't want money to be a source of stress. I want it to be a tool that gives me peace of mind. Because of that, when markets crashed in 2008 during COVID, it didn't derail me. I was never all in. I always had enough cash and conservative savings to fall back on if things went wrong. That balance works for me. And yes, you can overdo that. You can be too conservative. but the right approach depends on what you're trying to optimize for. That's the real question people need to ask themselves, ideally with their partner. What are we actually trying to maximize? Because no amount of investment return is worth lying awake at 2 in the morning wondering if you took on too much risk. For me, nothing compensates for that kind of anxiety. At this stage of my life, when I think about savings, I don't think about returns. I think about protection. I think about having a cushion if something unexpected happens, health issues, career disruption, anything that would otherwise create hardship for my family. That's what money is for, in my view. Not winning a spreadsheet competition, but creating stability. And this goes back to a core idea. You either use money as a tool to live a good, content life, or you use it as a scoreboard to compare yourself to other people. History is full of stories, many of them involving very wealthy people, who turned investing into a competition, tried to outperform everyone else, and ended up worse off. They chased a goal that had no real impact on their quality of life. My approach has always been simple. I invest consistently, month after month. I don't try to time the market. I rarely sell. And I plan to hold those investments for decades, possibly for the rest of my life. If you looked at everything I own, it's straightforward. A house, some cash, index funds, that's it. Nothing complicated. And that's intentional. The more complex your investments are, the harder it becomes to stick with them over long periods of time. And when it comes to investing, that's all that really matters. Not brilliance, not timing, not outsmarting anyone, just patience. The ability to keep going year after year without panicking or constantly changing course. Patience matters on every level. Patience with the actions you're taking. Patience with yourself when your life isn't matching your expectations yet. And patience with your emotions, especially in those moments when you feel like buying something new might take the edge off how you're feeling. That urge passes, but only if you give it time. For someone who's never invested before, who feels intimidated by the stock market or avoids even looking at their money, the most important thing to understand is this. Investing works over time, but there is a cost. Not a fee you pay to an advisor or a broker. The real cost of investing is volatility and uncertainty. That's the price of admission. Historically, the stock market has done very well over long periods, but no one knows when those returns will show up. You might get a great year followed by a decade of stagnation, or nothing for years and then everything at once. You have to live with not knowing. That discomfort is exactly what you're being compensated for. If you want certainty, there are places for that, like a savings account. There's very little volatility there, and the returns are predictable, but they're also low because there's no uncertainty. Higher long-term returns require patience through uncertainty. And for people who can tolerate that over 10, 20, or 30 years, history shows the results can be extraordinary. This ties into an important distinction between being rich and being wealthy. Being rich means you can afford the things you want. You can pay your bills, buy what you like, live comfortably. Wealthy is something different. Wealth is the money you're not spending. It's savings. It's investments. It's the cushion that gives you independence, both financial and psychological. Wealth gives you the ability to live life on your terms, without constantly reacting to what you think other people expect from you. And powerful examples of the difference. One of the richest families the world has ever known accumulated wealth on a scale that's almost impossible to imagine. And instead of dispersing it thoughtfully, it was passed down generation after generation with the expectation that heirs would simply spend as extravagantly as possible. The result wasn't fulfillment. It was misery. Biographies from those families show a pattern of unhappiness, lack of purpose, and complete dependence on social expectations. These were people who had everything money could buy, yet no real independence. Their lives, even their personal choices, were dictated by the weight of wealth and the expectations attached to it. They were rich beyond belief, but they weren't free. And that contrast matters, because it shows that money alone doesn't create independence. How you relate to it does. One of the most interesting parts of that story is that today, almost all of that money is gone. There are still a few heirs with some wealth, but for the most part, it disappeared. And the first person in that family line to receive no trust fund, no inheritance, was someone many people recognize today. He's talked openly about how being the first in generations who was told, you have to figure it out yourself, was probably the best thing that could have happened to him. He had to build his own career, earn his own money, and find his own path. And by his own account, that independence played a major role in his fulfillment. That contrast says everything. The richest family in the world, by any historical measure, ended up with very little real wealth in the way that actually matters. They had money, but they didn't have independence. They didn't have the freedom to live life on their own terms. And that's the real difference between being rich and being wealthy. It always comes back to one question. What are you actually using money for? When you're clear on that, it changes everything. How you earn, how you spend, and how you save. Because when you frame it honestly, the choice becomes obvious. Would you rather earn a modest income, have strong relationships, good health, a stable marriage, time with your kids, and real friendships? Or would you rather earn a massive income while living a life full of stress, broken relationships, poor health, and constant pressure? When you lay it out that way, the answer is clear. And yet, even knowing that, the pull of more money is still powerful. Most people believe they'll be the exception, the one who gets everything without the trade-offs. Everyone thinks that. So if you're in your 30s, just starting out, maybe not saving much yet, the most important advice isn't complicated. Most financial problems don't come from a lack of intelligence. They come from lack of awareness. Many people genuinely don't know how much money they make or how much they spend each month. If you ask them, they either couldn't tell you or they'd guess and be wrong. The simplest habit that creates the biggest change is awareness. Check your bank balance every day. It takes seconds. Just know what's coming in and what's going out. That awareness alone changes behavior. It's the modern version of balancing a checkbook. Knowing where you stand, down to the dollar, builds control and confidence over time. And the other key idea is this. Financial independence isn't all or nothing. It exists on a spectrum. Saving $20 might feel pointless, but every dollar you save is a piece of your future that you own. Every dollar adds a little more comfort, a little more resilience, a little more protection against job loss, medical issues, or unexpected expenses. Independence isn't built in one big moment. It's built $1 at a time. If you see independence as all or nothing, either you're wildly rich or there's no point, I understand why saving feels pointless. Why bother? But when you see every dollar you save as a piece of your future that you control, everything changes. That dollar is a better night of sleep down the road. It's peace of mind. And it's not idle money. It can give you satisfaction right now, today, simply by knowing it's there. Some of the best financial decisions I've ever made weren't things I did. They were things I didn't do. In my early 20s, I almost bought a house I couldn't really afford. It would have locked me into a place I didn't want to stay and limited my options for years. Renting instead gave me freedom. I could move to where the opportunities were. I could adapt. Looking back, that flexibility was an incredible gift. even though at the time it didn't feel like the right move according to society's expectations. And that's where expectations play such a powerful role. If you expect to own a home by a certain age, and reality doesn't match that, it feels like failure. But if you shift your expectations and say, markets change, rates change, circumstances change, and if I stay patient, I'll figure this out when the timing is right, the stress eases. A lot of financial anxiety doesn't come from money itself, but from expectations handed to you by society, family, or comparison. Another major shift for me was realizing how important saving is compared to the constant obsession.
Develop the mindset and strengthened your resilience in the quiet moments when no one is watching. You won't be ready when the storm hits. Think about it. You wouldn't step into a boxing ring without months of training. You wouldn't take an exam without studying. You wouldn't walk into a job interview without preparation. So why would you face the unpredictability of life without conditioning your mind? Your mind is your most powerful tool. But like any muscle, it needs training, daily effort, consistency. We all have dreams, goals, and ambitions. But too many people think success just happens when the opportunity arrives. They assume they'll be ready when the moment comes. That's not how it works. Success isn't luck. It doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's the result of preparation. And preparation isn't a one-time event. It's built through small, intentional actions every single day. Muhammad Ali once said, "The fight is won or lost far away from witnesses, behind the lines, in the gym, and out there on the road, long before I dance under those lights." He understood that victories aren't won in the spotlight. They're won in the unseen hours, in the quiet moments of discipline and dedication. So when your moment comes, when life tests you, the question is, will you be ready? Success isn't determined in the big, flashy moments. It's built in the small, unseen ones. It happens in the early mornings, in the hours when no one is watching, in the sweat and effort you put in day after day. When the lights come on, when the pressure is high, and when the crowd is cheering, the ones who succeed are the ones who have already done the work. That's what I need you to understand. Your battles are won long before the moment of pressure arrives. The challenges, the chaos, and the setbacks are coming. They always do. But if you've been preparing, if you've been training your mind and strengthening your discipline, you'll be ready when they hit. If you haven't been putting in the work, if you've just been coasting, then when that moment arrives, you'll be caught off guard. You won't have the tools you need to handle the situation, and the consequences will be costly. So how do you prepare for the battles you don't even see coming? How do you train your mind to stay strong under pressure? It starts with your daily habits. Meditation, visualization, reading, and exercise aren't just things that sound nice or look good on a to-do list. These are tools, powerful tools that help you build resilience, focus, and mental strength. Just like you train your body at the gym, you need to train your mind every single day. Let's start with meditation. It's not some mystical or complicated concept. It's simply the practice of quieting your mind, becoming aware of your thoughts and emotions, and learning to control them instead of letting them control you. When everything around you is chaotic, when stress is high and your mind is racing, meditation teaches you how to breathe, how to slow down, and how to stay grounded. It gives you that critical pause, the space between stimulus and response, that allows you to make better decisions. And here's the thing. You don't need to spend hours meditating. Just a few minutes a day can make a huge difference in how you handle pressure. Then there's visualization. This is one of the most powerful mental training techniques out there. When you close your eyes and picture yourself succeeding, when you see yourself staying calm under pressure, handling challenges with confidence, you're programming your mind to believe that success is possible. Your brain doesn't distinguish between real and imagined experiences. So when you visualize yourself performing well, you're already training yourself to do it in reality. It's like mental rehearsal. And the more you do it, the more natural it becomes. Reading is another tool for mental growth. The more you read, the more knowledge you gain. The more knowledge you gain, the sharper your mind becomes. Reading expands your thinking, introduces you to new perspectives, and strengthens your problem-solving skills. Every great leader, every highly successful person is a reader. Why? Because they understand that feeding the mind with information is just as important as training the body. When you read, you prepare yourself for challenges you haven't even encountered yet. You learn from the experiences of others, so when life throws something unexpected your way, you already have the mental resources to handle it. And let's talk about exercise. Everyone knows it's important to take care of your body, but what most people overlook is that exercise is just as much a mental game as it is a physical one. When you push your body beyond its comfort zone, when you challenge yourself physically, you're also training your mind. You're developing the ability to push through discomfort, to keep going when you feel like stopping. That kind of discipline and mental toughness carries over into every area of life. When your body is strong, your mind becomes stronger too. But none of this happens overnight. It's about showing up day in and day out, even when you don't feel like it, even when life gets busy, even when motivation fades. You have to make these practices a habit. You have to train your mind like a muscle. Develop it, strengthen it, condition it, because the stronger you make it, the easier it becomes to handle anything life throws at you. And when the moment of pressure comes, when the storm hits, you won't panic. You won't crumble. You won't make impulsive, fear-driven choices. Instead, you'll be calm. You'll be focused. You'll be ready, because you've already put in the work. Life is unpredictable. You never know what's coming next. But if you train your mind every day, you give yourself the best possible chance to succeed. You give yourself the ability to stand firm, to stay strong, to keep moving forward no matter what obstacles appear, because you've prepared for them, because you've done the work. And when the big moment arrives, when the lights come on and the pressure is high, you won't hesitate. You won't second guess yourself. You'll step up and you'll deliver. Now, there's one more thing you need to understand. The people you surround yourself with matter more than you think. Success isn't just about your talent, your effort, or your hard work. It's also about your environment. If you spend your time around negativity, around people who constantly complain, doubt themselves, and panic at every little inconvenience, then that energy is going to rub off on you. You might not even realize it at first, but over time, their fear, their excuses, their limiting beliefs will start creeping into your own mindset. Your surroundings shape your thoughts. If you let the wrong energy in, it will affect how you think, how you feel, and how you perform. And that's why you have to be intentional about who you allow into your space. If you want to be strong, surround yourself with strong people. If you want to be disciplined, surround yourself with disciplined people. If you want to be successful, surround yourself with people who are pushing for more, who are striving for greatness, who refuse to settle for mediocrity. Because when you surround yourself with the right people, with those who inspire, challenge, and uplift you, you will rise to their level. And when life tests you, when the pressure is on, you'll have the mindset, the habits, and the support system to not only survive, but to thrive. I know it's easy to stay in your comfort zone, surrounded by people who feel familiar. We like to be around those who think like us, look like us, and have similar experiences. But just because someone has been in your life for a long time, whether they're family or old friends, doesn't mean they should have full access to your mind. If you want to grow, succeed, and become your best self, you need to be careful about who you let into your life. You can't afford to let negativity take over. Think about the people you spend most of your time with. Are they encouraging you? Are they helping you stay focused on your goals? Or are they constantly talking about what's wrong with the world, why things can't change, and what's impossible? Do they help you stay calm when things go wrong, or do they panic and bring chaos into your life? I'm telling you, if you're surrounded by people who drain your energy, you need to make a change. You have to protect your peace, your focus, and your vision for the future. When you're always around people who complain instead of finding solutions, who get overwhelmed easily, and who don't think clearly, you will start picking up their habits, whether you realize it or not. It's like being in a room filled with cigarette smoke. Even if you're not smoking, you're still breathing it in. The same thing happens with negativity. If you're always around it, it gets inside you. And once it's there, it's hard to get rid of. Now, I'm not saying you should cut people off just because they're going through hard times. Everyone struggles. Everyone has bad days. This is about mindset. The question is, are the people in your life trying to improve, or are they stuck in a cycle of complaining and negativity? You need people who encourage you, push you to be better, and hold you accountable. You need people who stay calm, focus on solutions, and show up with the attitude that says, we can handle this. That's the kind of energy you need. That's the kind of energy that will help you grow, succeed, and find peace. Think about it. When life gets tough, when things start falling apart, when you're faced with problems, you don't need people around you who make things worse. You don't need people who panic, get scared, or only focus on the negatives. You need people who stay strong under pressure, who look for solutions instead of complaining. You need people who lift you up, remind you of your strength, and help you move forward, no matter how hard things get. It's important to surround yourself with people who think clearly, who live with purpose, and who help you stay on the right path. These are the people who will help you become the best version of yourself. These are the people who will inspire you to dream bigger, aim higher, and take action even when it's uncomfortable. When you spend time with people who operate at a higher level, their energy will push you to do the same. Their mindset will shape your mindset. Their success will motivate you to keep going. This isn't about shutting yourself off from the world. It's about being intentional about who you let into your space. Not everyone's opinion matters. Not everyone from your past deserves access to your future. You need to surround yourself with people who are moving in the same direction as you, not people who are holding you back or pulling you down. And this isn't just about other people. You have to take responsibility for your own energy too. What kind of energy are you bringing into the world? How do you affect the people around you? Are you lifting others up, or are you adding to the negativity? Because how you show up, how you carry yourself, and how you interact with others, it all matters. If you're always complaining, feeding into negativity, or bringing people down, you're not helping anyone, including yourself. You need to be someone who brings positivity, encouragement, and solutions, not more problems. Here's the truth. You become like the people you spend the most time with. If you want to succeed, grow, and live a peaceful and fulfilling life, you have to surround yourself with the right people. You have to cut out negative energy and make space for those who will support you, challenge you, and help you stay strong through life's struggles. I know it's not painless to let go of certain relationships, but you have to remember, you can't let someone else's negativity hold you back. You have dreams to chase. You have goals to reach. You have a future to build, and you need to protect that at all costs. So choose wisely. Be intentional about who you let into your life. And never forget, you don't have to do this alone. Surround yourself with the right people, the right energy, and the right mindset, and you will set yourself up to win. I know change can be uncomfortable. Letting go of familiar relationships, even when they're unhealthy, isn't easy. But growth requires sacrifice. It means making tough decisions about who gets to be part of your journey. You don't have to hate anyone. You don't have to cut people off in a harsh way. But you do have to set boundaries. You have to recognize when certain connections are holding you back instead of pushing you forward. And the truth is, not everyone is meant to go where you're going. Some people are only part of your story for a season, and that's okay. Your job is to make sure that the people who stay in your life are helping you build, not tearing you down. Life is going to test you. It's not a question of if, but when. There will be storms that shake you to your core. Storms that seem relentless. that feel like they may never end. You might find yourself at a breaking point, feeling like you can't take it anymore. The pressure will build, the winds will roar, and it will seem as if the whole world is closing in on you, making it impossible to see a way forward. But here's what you need to remember. Storms don't last forever. They can't. That's simply the way life works. No matter how intense, no matter how overwhelming, every storm eventually passes. The skies will clear, the sun will break through the clouds, and when it does, the real question is, will you still be standing? Will you have endured the storm, or will it have left you broken, defeated, and lost? Let me tell you something. You have the strength within you to stand tall. You have the power to remain firm, even when everything around you is falling apart. But that kind of strength doesn't just appear when you need it. It's something you have to build. You have to train your mind to stay steady in the midst of chaos, because the person who stays calm in the storm is the one who comes out victorious. When the world is panicking, when everything seems to be spiraling out of control, it's the person who can master their thoughts, emotions, and responses who will rise above it all. The truth is, storms are inevitable. They will come. That's a fact. But just because the storm is coming doesn't mean you have to be destroyed by it. You don't have to let it knock you down or sweep you away. You have the ability to be the unshakable force in the middle of the chaos. But that can only happen if you've prepared for it. If you've trained yourself every single day to develop the mental resilience required to face life's biggest challenges. And that's what this is really about, training your mind, strengthening your ability to stay composed, stay focused, and remain steady, no matter what obstacles life puts in your way. The world is filled with distractions. It's loud, it's chaotic, it's designed to throw you off track. There will always be people who doubt you. There will always be setbacks, disappointments, and failures. But if you've built the habit of staying calm, if you've strengthened your mindset, then those obstacles won't have power over you. They won't break you. Instead, you'll take control of them. Because here's the thing. When you have control over your mind, nothing can break you. Your mind is your greatest weapon. It's your strongest tool. If you can keep it steady, if you can keep it sharp, you will always find a way to navigate whatever challenges life throws your way. So when the storm comes, and it will, don't panic. Don't let it shake you. Stand your ground. Stay calm. Trust yourself. Because you've done the work, you've trained your mind, and no matter how fierce the storm may be, you will not be broken. You will rise, you will overcome. And when the clouds clear and the sun shines again, you'll still be standing stronger than ever. So the next time life challenges you, remember this. Breathe, shift your perspective, and take control. That's the key. Not just to getting through hard times, but to rising above them. Because when you learn to stay calm, when you train yourself to control your thoughts and emotions, you become unstoppable. You become the kind of person who faces adversity head on and proves what true strength looks like. I'm not saying you need to be perfect. I'm not saying you need to have all the answers. But I am saying you need to be intentional. You need to commit to training your mind, building your mental resilience, and showing up for yourself every single day. Because when you do that, you don't just make it through the storms. You use them to rise even higher. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can hold you back. So take a deep breath, stand firm, stay focused. And always remember, when you keep your mind calm, you win. You've got this. There's something about you that the world can't quite figure out. When you walk into a room, people pause, they do a double take, they whisper, "How do they look so young?" What's their secret? Some might say it's genetics. Others will guess it's your skincare. But I'm here to tell you, the real reasons run deeper than skin. See, looking young isn't just about what's on the outside. It's about the light you carry within. It's about the spirit that refuses to grow old. The energy that makes time hesitate before it leaves its mark on you. Some people age with every trial they face. But you rise. You endure. You glow. Now listen carefully, because I'm about to reveal the hidden reasons why you look younger than your age. And if you recognize these in yourself, know this: you are blessed. Your heart is light, not heavy with resentment. There's something powerful about a heart that knows how to let go. Most people walk around carrying the weight of their past like a heavy chain wrapped around their soul. They hold on to anger, to pain, to moments that cut them deep. And over time, that weight starts showing. It carves lines into their face, dulls the light in their eyes, drains the energy from their body. But you are different. You have made the decision, whether consciously or unconsciously, to release what does not serve you. And that choice, that freedom, is why you still look vibrant. It's why people can't quite put an age on you. You don't wear your burdens on your skin because you've chosen to let them go. And that makes you glow in a way no skincare product ever could. Forgiveness is not about letting others off the hook. It's about setting yourself free. When you hold on to resentment, your mind and body suffer. You replay the pain, relive the betrayal, re-experience the heartache. And every time you do, it etches itself deeper into your soul, creating stress, anxiety, tension. And that tension ages people. It stiffens their body, darkens their spirit, robs them of joy. But when you forgive, not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace, you break the cycle. You choose lightness over heaviness. And that choice reflects in every part of you. Your face is softer. Your smile is genuine. Your presence is warm. People may not realize it, but they feel it. They see the youthfulness in your energy, in the way you move, in the way you live. Some people spend their entire lives waiting for an apology they may never get. They hold on to the past like it's their duty, thinking that resentment gives them power. But in reality, it drains them. It keeps them locked in a prison of their own making. The anger they carry doesn't hurt the person who wronged them. It only hurts them. Meanwhile, the one who chooses to release that burden moves forward, lighter, freer, unshackled by the past. That's why some people look like life has worn them down, while others, like you, seem untouched by time. Because peace is a preservative. Bitterness, on the other hand, is poison. Think about the happiest people you've ever met. They aren't the ones who have had an easy life. They're the ones who have refused to let a hard life harden them. They faced pain, betrayal, disappointment. But instead of letting it define them, they've let it refine them. And in doing so, they've remained youthful. Not just in appearance, but in spirit. You can see it in their eyes, in their laughter, in their energy. They don't carry the weight of yesterday into today. They don't let old wounds turn into permanent scars. They wake up each day with a fresh heart, ready to embrace life without the heaviness of bitterness holding them back. Now, let's be honest. Letting go isn't easy. It takes strength to release the pain, to move forward when everything in you wants to hold on. But the truth is, when you refuse to let go, you give your past power over your future. You allow it to dictate your emotions, your health, your peace. And over time it shows. Stress and negativity age a person faster than time itself. But you, my friend, have chosen differently. You've chosen to keep your heart light, to not let the past steal your present. And that's why you walk with a youthful spirit. That's why time seems to respect you rather than break you down. Medical science backs this up. Studies have shown that people who practice forgiveness and release negative emotions have lower blood pressure, better heart health, and a slower aging process. Why? Because stress releases chemicals that wear down the body. When you hold on to resentment, your body stays in a state of tension, your muscles tighten, your sleep suffers, your mind becomes clouded, and all of that speeds up the aging process. But when you let go, when you truly release it all, you breathe easier, you sleep better, your body relaxes, and when your body is at peace, it thrives, it regenerates, it heals, it glows. Think about the people in your life who always seem burdened by something. They may be young in years, but their energy feels old. Their eyes carry exhaustion, their words are laced with bitterness, and their posture is weighed down by an invisible burden. Now think about someone who radiates joy, peace, and light. They may be older, but something about them feels ageless. That difference, it's not just physical, it's spiritual, it's emotional. It's the difference between someone who carries the past and someone who has learned to release it. This doesn't mean you forget what happened to you. It doesn't mean you allow the same people to hurt you again. No, it means you choose yourself over your pain. You decide that you are worth more than the resentment. You make peace with the past, not because it was right, but because you deserve to move forward without carrying its weight. And in doing so, you step into a version of yourself that is lighter, freer, younger. You carry an energy that turns heads, that makes people wonder, what is their secret? And the truth is, the secret isn't found in a bottle or a routine. It's found in the freedom of your heart. So if you've ever wondered why people keep telling you that you don't look your age, why strangers assume you're years younger than you are, know this. It's not just about genetics. It's about the spirit you carry, the peace you walk with, the joy that hasn't been stolen by resentment. That lightness, it's your greatest beauty. It's the reason you stand out. It's the reason time moves slower for you than it does for others. And as long as you keep choosing peace over pain, forgiveness over bitterness, and light over darkness, you will continue to glow in a way that defies time itself. There's something different about you. People can feel it when you walk into a room. It's not just in the way you look, it's in the way you carry yourself. You have an energy, a presence, a fire inside of you that refuses to be dimmed. And that fire is what keeps you looking younger, stronger, more alive than your years would suggest. Most people let life burn them out. They get weighed down by responsibilities, by routine, by disappointments. They stop dreaming, stop chasing, stop believing. But not you. You still have passion. You still wake up with hunger, with drive, with something inside of you that refuses to settle for a dull existence. And that passion, that fire, keeps you from aging the way others do. When someone has a purpose, it transforms them. Have you ever noticed how people with passion in their eyes seem to glow? It's because they do. That inner fire radiates outward. It keeps them moving, keeps them striving, keeps them alive in a way that people who have given up simply aren't. A person with no passion, no drive, no purpose begins to fade. Their energy becomes stagnant. Their eyes lose their light. Their body starts moving slower, not just because of age, but because they've stopped living. But you have something inside you that refuses to die. You still have dreams, goals, ambitions. You are still reaching, still pushing, still burning with life. And that keeps you young. Think about the people in your life who seem much older than they really are, not because of wrinkles or gray hair, but because they've settled, because they've stopped pushing for more, stopped chasing what sets their soul on fire. They just exist. They go through the motions, doing what's expected of them. But there's no life in their spirit anymore. And that lack of passion, it ages a person more than time ever could. The weight of an unlived life is heavy, and it shows on their face, in their posture, in their energy. But when someone refuses to let go of their dreams, when they stay curious, stay hungry, stay excited about what's ahead, they radiate something different. They stay youthful. They stay alive. And here's the thing, passion isn't about age, it's about mindset. You can be 20 and already look tired, defeated, uninspired. Or you can be 60 and still have that fire in your eyes, still have that energy that makes people stop and wonder, what's their secret? The secret is purpose. The secret is drive. The secret is waking up every day with something to look forward to, something to fight for, something that makes your soul burn with excitement. That energy is what keeps your body strong, your spirit fresh, your presence magnetic. Science even backs this up. Studies have shown that people who have a sense of purpose, whether it's a career they love, a mission they believe in, or simply a passion they pour themselves into, actually age slower. Their stress levels are lower. Their immune systems are stronger. Their bodies function better. Why? Because passion fuels life. When you have something to strive for, something that excites you, your body responds. It produces chemicals that keep your mind sharp, your heart healthy, your spirit vibrant. And that, my friend, is why you don't just look younger. You are younger, in spirit, in energy, in the way you move through life. You know what really makes a person old? It's not just time, it's stagnation. It's waking up every day without excitement, without something to chase, without that fire inside. That's what makes people age. It's what makes their shoulders slump, their skin dull, their energy fade. They have nothing that sparks them, nothing that pushes them forward. But you have fire. You have something inside you that won't let you just exist. You live. You move with passion. You dream with intensity. You chase life instead of letting life happen to you. And that keeps you youthful in a way no anti-aging cream ever could. People spend thousands trying to turn back the clock. They search for miracle serums, fancy treatments, ways to erase the years from their skin. But the real secret to youth? It's inside you. It's in the way you refuse to let go of the things that set your soul on fire. It's in the way you still chase your dreams, still get excited about life, still believe that the best is yet to come. That energy, that fire, it keeps you moving, keeps you glowing, keeps you looking younger than your age. Because you're not just counting the years, you're making the years count. And let me tell you something. You don't need permission to keep that fire burning. You don't need the world to understand why you're still chasing, still striving, still hungry for life. You just need to keep going, keep believing, keep pushing. Because that energy, that unstoppable spirit, is what makes you stand out. It's why people look at you and see youth, no matter what the calendar says. Because youth isn't just a number, it's a mindset. And as long as you keep your fire alive, as long as you refuse to let life dull your passion, you will always radiate something different, something ageless, something powerful. So if anyone ever asks you why you look younger than your age, why you have that energy, that presence, that glow, just smile. Because you know the truth. It's not just luck, it's not just genetics, it's fire, it's purpose, it's passion. It's the refusal to live a life that doesn't excite you. And as long as that fire is burning inside you, you will never truly grow old. Because a soul on fire doesn't fade, It shines. You smile more than you frown. There's something about you that people can't quite put their finger on. It's in your energy, in your presence, in the way you carry yourself. But more than anything, it's in your smile. It's in the way your face lights up, the way your eyes shine, the way your laughter carries in the air. And that's why you look younger than your years. Life throws a lot at us. Hard days, disappointments, struggles that can weigh us down. But you refuse to let that steal your joy. You refuse to let life harden you, to let it carve lines of sorrow into your face. Instead, you choose to smile. You choose to laugh. You choose to keep your spirit light. And that choice alone keeps you looking, feeling, and living younger than most people ever will. A smile is more than just an expression. It's energy, it's light, it's life. It's a silent message to the world that says, I choose joy. And joy, that's powerful. Because joy isn't just about feeling happy. It's about creating an atmosphere, an energy that lifts not only yourself, but those around you. Have you ever noticed how a person who smiles often seems more attractive, more magnetic, more alive? That's not just perception, that's reality. Studies have shown that smiling actually changes the way people see you. It makes you appear more approachable, more confident, more youthful. And it's not just about how others see you. It's about how your body responds. When you smile, you trigger the release of feel-good chemicals in your brain, endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, all working together to lower stress, boost immunity, and keep your skin glowing. That's nature's anti-aging secret right there. But here's the thing. Most people don't smile enough. They let stress take over. They let bitterness settle in. They frown more than they laugh. And over time, it shows. You can see it in the way they carry themselves, in the tension on their face, in the exhaustion in their eyes. A face that rarely smiles starts to wear the weight of life. Wrinkles deepen. Posture slumps. Energy fades. Not because of age, but because of expression. The face reflects what the soul carries. And a soul burdened with negativity will show itself in a face that looks far older than it should. But you're different. You understand the power of joy. You know that smiling isn't just about looking young, it's about staying young. In mind, in body, in spirit. Think about the happiest people you know, the ones who seem to glow with life. The ones whose laughter fills a room. The ones whose eyes sparkle when they speak. They don't let life beat them down. They don't hold on to grudges. They don't walk around with a face full of tension. They let things go. They choose happiness even when life makes it hard. And that choice, it keeps them youthful. It keeps them light. It keeps them alive. Because happiness isn't about what happens to you. It's about how you respond. Choosing to smile, choosing to laugh, choosing to focus on the good, that's how you stay young, no matter what the calendar says. Smiling is a gift, not only to yourself, but to others. Have you ever seen how a genuine smile can shift the energy in a room? How it can turn a bad day around? How it can make a stranger's burden feel a little lighter? That's the power of joy. It spreads. It multiplies. And when you carry that energy with you, when you move through life with a heart full of gratitude and a face that reflects it, people notice. They may not be able to put it into words, but they see it in you. They see the light in you. They see the youth in your spirit. And that, my friend, is why you look younger than your age. Because joy isn't just an emotion, it's a force. And when you live with that force inside of you, it radiates outward. Now, let's talk science. Did you know that smiling actually tricks your brain into feeling happier, even when you don't feel like smiling? The simple act of doing it sends signals to your brain that trigger a shift in mood. Your body releases stress-relieving hormones, lowers your blood pressure, and even strengthens your immune system. Smiling is medicine. And the best part? It's free. No expensive creams, no costly treatments. Just the simple decision to smile more, to laugh often, to embrace joy in every way possible. That's how you keep your body young, your mind sharp, your presence magnetic. That's how you walk through life with an energy that defies age. But let's be real. Life isn't always easy. There are days when smiling feels impossible, when laughter feels like a distant memory. But that's when it matters most. That's when you have to dig deep and remind yourself that no storm lasts forever, that joy is still yours to claim, even in the darkest moments. Because the ones who stay youthful, the ones who stay alive in spirit, are the ones who refuse to let life steal their joy. They find reasons to smile, even when life gives them every excuse not to. And that choice, that's what keeps them from aging the way others do. You have that choice every single day. You can choose to walk around carrying the weight of your struggles, letting them carve lines into your face and tension into your body. Or you can choose to let go, to smile, to live. And when you make that choice consistently, something incredible happens. Your face reflects your spirit. Your energy shifts, your presence glows. And suddenly people start wondering, what's your secret? Why do you look so young, so vibrant, so full of life? And the answer is simple. You've chosen joy. You've chosen gratitude. You've chosen to smile more than you frown. So keep smiling. Keep laughing. Keep moving through life with a heart that is light, a spirit that is free, and a face that reflects it all. Because the real secret to looking young isn't in a bottle or a treatment. It's in the way you live. And as long as you keep choosing joy, you will never truly grow old. Because a heart that smiles often, that finds reasons to laugh, that embraces the beauty in every moment, that heart will always be young. Number 4, you don't let fear control you. Fear, it's the silent thief of time, the weight that drags people down, the chain that keeps them from truly living. Most people don't realize it, but fear ages them more than anything else. It's not just in the mind, it manifests in the body. It shows up in the wrinkles on their forehead, the tension in their shoulders, the exhaustion in their eyes. Fear drains people, pulling the life right out of them. But you're different. You don't let fear control you. You don't let it dictate your choices, your dreams, your path. And that is why you look younger than your years, because you are not weighed down by the burdens that steal life from others. You move with confidence, with courage, with the kind of energy that keeps your spirit alive and your face untouched by the stress that ages most people. Fear creates stress, and stress is a silent killer. It floods the body with cortisol, weakens the immune system, and speeds up the aging process. But when you refuse to let fear run your life, when you step forward despite uncertainty, your body knows it. Your heart beats stronger. Your mind stays sharp. Your face stays smooth, because it's not carrying the constant tension of what-ifs and worst-case scenarios. That's the difference between those who let fear consume them and those who rise above it. It's not about having no fear. It's about not living in fear. And when you make that choice, you unlock something powerful. Freedom. And freedom, that's the real secret to staying young. Because when you live free, you live fully. And when you live fully, your soul radiates through your skin. Think about the people who look exhausted by life. The ones whose faces tell stories of worry, hesitation, and regret. They've spent years fearing change, fearing judgment, fearing failure, and it shows. It shows in their posture, in their energy, in the way they move through the world. They hesitate. They second guess. They hold themselves back. And that hesitation carves itself into their features. But you don't live like that. You step forward. You take risks. You know that fear is just an illusion, a voice in the mind trying to keep you small. And because you refuse to let that voice control you, You have a lightness about you, a boldness, a presence that is ageless. That is why people look at you and wonder, how do you do it? How do you look so vibrant, so youthful, so alive? And the answer is simple. You live without fear. When you choose courage over fear, you breathe differently. Your body relaxes. Your heart rate steadies. Your energy flows freely. You don't walk around with clenched fists and a tight jaw. You don't wake up every day with the weight of the world pressing down on you. Instead, you embrace life. You trust yourself. You move forward, even when the path isn't clear. And that trust, that faith in yourself and in the journey, it lifts you. It elevates you. It keeps you from the kind of stress that steals years from people's lives. Because stress isn't just about what happens to you. It's about how you carry it. And when you carry yourself with courage, when you refuse to let fear be your master, you stay light. And lightness, that is youth. Fear is a prison, and too many people spend their lives locked inside it. They fear rejection, so they never put themselves out there. They fear failure, so they never take chances. They fear the unknown, so they stay stuck in the same place, year after year. And what happens? Regret. And regret is heavy. It settles in the bones. It lines the face. It takes away the glow that comes from truly living. But you've chosen a different path. You've chosen to face fear head on, to refuse to let it dictate your story. And because of that choice, you have something most people don't. Peace. And peace, that is the foundation of a youthful spirit, a peaceful heart, a peaceful mind. Those are the things that keep a person looking young, feeling young, being young. Have you ever noticed how fearless people seem to glow? How they walk into a room and instantly command attention? Not because they're the loudest, but because they own themselves. That's not just confidence. That's freedom. Freedom from fear. Freedom from self-doubt. Freedom from the invisible chains that hold so many people back. And that freedom, it makes them ageless. It makes them unstoppable. Because when you stop fearing life, you start living it. And when you truly live, your face reflects it. Your body reflects it. Your energy reflects it. That's why people who live fearlessly always look younger than their years. Because fear is weight, and they have chosen to put it down. Now, this doesn't mean you don't feel fear. Of course you do. Everybody does. But the difference is, you don't let it control you. You don't let it keep you from pursuing your dreams, from loving deeply, from taking the risks that make life worth living. And because of that, you stay alive in ways most people don't. You keep growing, keep evolving, keep moving forward. You don't let fear trap you in the past or paralyze you in the present. And that movement, that momentum, that's what keeps you young. Because nothing ages a person faster than stagnation. Nothing drains a person more than living a life ruled by hesitation. Fear whispers lies. It tells you, you're not good enough. You're not strong enough. You're not capable enough. But you don't listen. You know that the greatest rewards in life come from stepping outside your comfort zone. And because you take those steps, because you refuse to let fear shrink you, you live with a fire in your soul. And that fire, that's what people see in you. That's what makes you stand out. That's what keeps you looking younger, feeling younger, being younger. Because it's not about what's happening on the outside. It's about what's happening within. And inside of you, there is no fear, only faith. So keep moving. Keep pushing past fear. Keep stepping boldly into the unknown. Because every time you choose courage, you choose life. And when you choose life, you don't just look younger. You stay younger. Because fear may age people. But freedom keeps you ageless. It's the secret that so many people overlook. Yet it's the very thing that keeps you glowing when others start to fade. Gratitude is a healer. When you appreciate what you have, you stop chasing what you don't. You stop carrying the burden of lack. And that shift, that's what makes all the difference. Most people live in a state of wanting more money, more success, more approval, more love. And that wanting creates stress. It keeps them restless, anxious, and always feeling like they're behind. But you've learned the power of gratitude. You've learned to wake up every morning and see the blessings around you. And because of that, you don't carry the same stress that ages most people. You don't live in a constant state of not enough. And because your heart is full, your face is light. Your spirit is ageless. Think about the people who always look exhausted, drained, worn out by life. They're the ones who focus on what's missing. They complain. They compare. They live in frustration. And that frustration, it weighs them down. It etches itself into their features, turns their smiles into frowns, and makes their energy heavy. But when you live with gratitude, your energy is light. You don't spend your days dwelling on what went wrong, who hurt you, or what you don't have. You focus on the good. You focus on what's working, on what's beautiful, on what's worth celebrating. And that mindset, that's what keeps you looking young, feeling young, being young. Because gratitude isn't just a thought, it's a lifeline. When you appreciate life, your body responds. Science even backs it up. People who practice gratitude have lower stress levels, better sleep, and stronger immune systems. Why? Because gratitude shifts the body from survival mode to thriving mode. It calms the nervous system, slows down the aging process, and fills you with a natural glow that no skincare product can replicate. And that's why people look at you and wonder, how do they do it? How do they seem so youthful, so at peace, so alive? And the answer is simple. You choose gratitude over stress every single day. Gratitude changes the way you carry yourself. It's in the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you show up in the world. People who live with gratitude don't slouch under the weight of negativity. They stand tall. They move with purpose. They don't drag their feet through life, exhausted by problems. They step forward with appreciation for every lesson, every challenge, every moment. And that kind of energy, that's youth. That's vitality. That's what makes people take notice. Because gratitude isn't just about saying thank you. It's about embodying a spirit of appreciation that transforms the way you live. When you're grateful, your heart stays open. And an open heart is a beautiful thing. It keeps you connected to people, to experiences, to the joy of life. So many people close off their hearts as they get older. They become bitter, guarded, unwilling to see the good in others or in the world. And that bitterness, it ages them. It turns their smiles into scowls, their laughter into silence. But you refuse to live like that. You refuse to let negativity steal your joy. You choose to keep your heart open, your spirit light, your gratitude alive. And that choice, that's what keeps you looking and feeling young. Have you ever noticed how children glow with joy? How they find magic in the simplest things? A sunset, a butterfly, a kind word. That's gratitude in its purest form. And you've held on to that. You've held on to the ability to see the good, to appreciate the little things, to find joy in the present moment. That's why people look at you and see someone who hasn't lost their light. Because you haven't let life harden you. You haven't let disappointment steal your ability to appreciate. And that appreciation, that's the secret to looking young, to being young. Because gratitude isn't just a practice, it's a state of being. Life gives you two choices. You can focus on what's missing, or you can focus on what's there. And you've made the choice that leads to a full life. You've chosen to see the good, to count your blessings, to move through life with appreciation rather than frustration. And that choice, it shapes everything. It shapes your attitude, your energy, your health. It keeps your face from hardening with stress, your body from weakening under pressure, your spirit from growing old before it's time. Because when you live in gratitude, you live lighter. And lightness, that is youth. So keep walking with gratitude. Keep seeing the beauty in life. Keep appreciating the moments, the people, the experiences that make this journey worthwhile. Because gratitude isn't just about feeling good. It's about staying young, staying vibrant, staying alive. And when you do that, when you live like that, the years won't touch you. Because gratitude isn't just a mindset. It's the key to a life that never ages. You were capable of more. And because of that, you didn't just survive. You thrived. Growth isn't easy. It demands effort. It forces you to face failure, to confront fear, to push through pain. But every time you did, you grew. You became stronger, wiser, more resilient. And that resilience, it shows. It shows in the way you carry yourself, in the way you handle life's challenges, in the way you refuse to let anything break you. Most people let struggle age them. But you let it shape you. You let it refine you, sharpen you, empower you. And that choice, to rise instead of retreat, to grow instead of settle, is why you look younger than your age. Your body follows the patterns of your mind. When you choose to grow, when you keep setting new goals, learning new things, and embracing new experiences, your brain stays young, your spirit stays engaged, and your body responds. Science even proves it. People who keep challenging themselves, who keep their minds active, age slower. Their brains remain sharp, their energy stays high, and their bodies don't break down as quickly. Why? Because growth fuels life. It keeps your system from falling into decay. It keeps your mind from slowing down and your heart from becoming jaded. That's why people look at you and wonder how you do it, how you still have that drive, that passion, that youthful energy. And the answer is simple. You never stopped growing. Comfort is tempting. It whispers, stay where you are. Don't push too hard. Don't take risks. But you know better. You know that comfort is a trap, a slow death disguised as safety. You know that real life happens outside of your comfort zone. And that's why you push yourself. That's why you keep growing, keep learning, keep evolving. Because you refuse to be one of those people who wake up one day and realize they stopped living years ago. You refuse to let life slip by while you sit in the same place, doing the same things, thinking the same thoughts. You are here to grow. And that's what keeps you alive, keeps you young, keeps you thriving. People often think youth is about physical appearance. But true youth, true vitality, it's about spirit. It's about how engaged you are with life, how willing you are to evolve, how open you are to becoming more. The people who look the oldest aren't always the ones with the most wrinkles. They're the ones who gave up on growth. The ones who stopped trying, stopped learning, stopped believing in their own potential. But you are different. You have chosen to keep growing, to keep stepping forward, to keep saying yes to the challenges that scare you. And because of that, you don't just look young, you are young. Have you ever met someone who just radiates life? Someone whose energy is so strong, so powerful that it makes them seem ageless? That's what happens when you choose growth over comfort. You don't become stuck. You don't let life pass you by. You stay in motion, stay evolving, stay hungry for more. And that hunger, it keeps you sharp. It keeps you alive. It keeps you looking, feeling, and being younger than the rest. Because youth isn't about numbers, it's about momentum. And when you keep growing, you never lose that momentum. So keep choosing growth. Keep choosing challenge over ease, expansion over stagnation, courage over comfort. Because every time you push yourself, every time you embrace something new, every time you refuse to settle, you're keeping yourself young. And that choice, that commitment to growth, it's what will keep you vibrant, radiant, and unstoppable for years to come. Because growth isn't just about success, it's about staying fully alive. And when you are fully alive, the years can't touch you. Number 6, you choose growth over comfort. Life will always present you with two paths, one of comfort and one of growth. Most people choose comfort. They settle into routines, avoid challenges, and cling to the familiar, even when it no longer serves them. But you have chosen growth. You have chosen to push past your limits, step into the unknown, and challenge yourself rather than remain stagnant. And that choice, that's what keeps you young. Growth brings life, growth brings energy. It keeps your mind sharp, your spirit strong, and your body alive with purpose. When you refuse to settle, when you refuse to let comfort trap you, you continue evolving. And that evolution shows. It shows in your confidence, in your presence, in the light that radiates from you. People look at you and wonder, how do they do it? How do they still have that fire? And the answer is simple. You never stopped growing. Growth is what separates those who live from those who merely exist. Comfort may feel safe, but it's also where dreams go to die. It's where potential fades, where people lose their edge, their drive, their passion. But when you choose growth, you stay engaged with life. You keep learning, keep challenging yourself, keep stretching beyond the limits you once believed were unbreakable. And that willingness to evolve, that's what keeps you from becoming stuck. That's what keeps you looking and feeling younger than your years, because your mind, your heart, your spirit refuse to be weighed down by stagnation. Think about the people who seem old before their time. They're the ones who stopped trying, stopped pushing themselves, stopped believing there was more to life. They chose comfort, and in that comfort, they withered. Their energy became dull. Their curiosity faded. Their spark disappeared. But you refused to let that happen. You knew that growth was the only way to stay alive. So you kept learning, kept stepping into discomfort, kept proving to yourself that you could handle more. Life has thrown storms at you, tried to break you, tried to wear you down. But here you are, still standing, still pushing forward, still refusing to quit. And that resilience, that strength, it shows. It radiates from you. It shines in your eyes, in the way you walk, the way you hold yourself, the way you refuse to be defeated. That's why you look younger than your years, because your spirit has never grown old. Most people let life wear them down. They let pain break them. They let disappointment age them. You see it in their faces, the weight of everything they've carried, the heaviness of regret, of bitterness, of a life that didn't turn out the way they planned. They lost their fight. They lost their fire. But you didn't. You took the hits. You felt the pain. But you kept going. You kept fighting. You refused to be defined by what tried to destroy you. And that strength, it's what keeps you alive. It's what keeps you vibrant. It's what keeps you looking and feeling younger than your age. Because here's the truth. It's not just time that makes people old. It's defeat. It's giving up. It's letting life take away your passion, your belief, your hope. You see people who have let life crush them, and they look tired, worn, not just physically, but spiritually. Their energy is gone. Their light is dim. But your light is still burning. Your spirit is still fighting. And that's why you glow with a strength most people don't understand. That's why people look at you and think, how do they still have that energy? How do they still have that fire? And the answer is simple. You never let life break you. It's not that you haven't struggled. It's not that you haven't been knocked down. But every time life tried to take something from you, you rose again. Every time you faced darkness, you chose light. You didn't let your past define your future. You didn't let loss steal your joy. You took everything that was meant to break you, and you turned it into fuel. And that's why you carry yourself the way you do. That's why your energy is stronger. That's why you don't look like what you've been through. Because you refuse to let pain age you. You refuse to let hardship dull you. Instead, you let it refine you. That kind of resilience, it's rare, it's powerful, and it's why you don't just exist. You thrive. Number 7, your spirit is unbreakable. There's something about you, something that sets you apart, something that makes people stop and notice. It's not just the way you look, it's not just the way you carry yourself. It's deeper than that. It's your spirit. Your unbreakable, unstoppable, unshakable spirit. Most people shrink under pressure. They let failure convince them to stop trying. They let heartbreak close their hearts, and they let fear keep them from taking risks. In doing so, they wither. They lose their sense of adventure, their hunger for life, and the fight that once lived inside them. But not you. You don't run from hardship. You don't let obstacles stop you. You embrace the battle, rise from the struggle, and keep moving, believing, and growing. Because of that, you're not just surviving, you're thriving. Thriving people don't age like the rest. They don't become stagnant. They don't let themselves fade. They stay engaged with life, hungry for more. They keep laughing, loving, and living with passion. And passion is the real secret to youth. It keeps your heart light, your spirit strong, and you waking up every morning ready to fight for another day. That's why people are drawn to you. Your energy is different. Your spirit is different. You are alive in a way that most people aren't anymore. It's easy to give up. It's easy to let life make you bitter. But you made a different choice. You choose to believe in yourself, in your future, in the idea that no matter what happens, you will rise. That kind of belief, that kind of faith, keeps you young. It keeps you strong and undefeated. That's why, no matter how many years pass, people will always look at you and wonder. They will always ask, what's your secret? How do you still have that fire? How do you still have that glow? The truth is, it's not about what's on the outside. It's about what's on the inside. Your spirit is unbreakable. Your fire unstoppable. And that's why time will never define you. You are stronger than the years, stronger than the struggle, stronger than anything that has ever tried to break you. As long as you hold on to that strength, as long as you refuse to let life steal your joy, your purpose, your fight, you will never grow old. You will never fade. You will never lose the light that makes you who you are. Because youth isn't just about age, it's about spirit. Your spirit will never be broken. And that's the real secret. It's not the creams, the surgeries, or the fancy diets. It's you. It's the way you live, the way you love, the fire in your soul, the light in your heart, the strength in your spirit. That's why you look younger than your age. You've chosen to carry joy instead of bitterness, to chase growth instead of comfort, and to walk in gratitude instead of regret. You've refused to let life break you, refused to let fear control you, and refused to let anyone or anything steal your passion for living. That choice is what keeps you vibrant, what keeps you glowing, and what makes you stand out in a world where too many people have given up. So keep shining, keep believing, keep walking with strength, purpose, and faith. The years will come, but they will never define you. You are unstoppable, you are unbreakable, and as long as you keep living with that fire inside you, time will never take away the essence of who you are. Thank you for being here today, for listening, and for choosing to live with passion. Keep going, keep growing, and keep shining. God bless you. Let me ask you something. How many times have you let someone else's words ruin your entire day? How often have you allowed another person's negativity to drain your happiness? How many nights have you gone to bed frustrated, replaying the same situation in your mind, wishing you had responded differently, wishing they had treated you better? Let me tell you this. Your peace belongs to you. Your happiness is yours to protect. And no one, absolutely no one, has the right to take that away from you. But here's the reality. People will test you. They will disrespect you. They will push your buttons. That's just life. You can't control what they do, but you can control what you allow to bother you. So today, I'm going to show you how to walk through life untouchable. How to move with such confidence, such peace, that no one, no matter what they do, can shake you. Most people go through life believing emotions just happen to them, like the weather, unpredictable, uncontrollable, inevitable. But here's the truth. Emotions aren't random storms that hit you out of nowhere. They are reactions, and reactions can be controlled. Think about it. Two people can experience the same situation and respond in completely different ways. Someone cuts you off in traffic. One person explodes with road rage, while another keeps driving, unfazed. The difference isn't in the situation, it's in the person, and that difference is self-control. The moment you realize you have power over how you feel, you take back control in a way most people never do. You stop being a puppet to circumstances, and you start becoming the master of your own mind. When someone disrespects you, your first instinct might be to snap back, to put them in their place, to show them they can't talk to you that way. But stop for a second. What do you gain from that reaction? What do you truly win? In most cases, responding emotionally only gives them exactly what they wanted. Your attention, your energy, your peace. The person who upset you walks away knowing they had the power to control your mood. They got under your skin, and now you're the one carrying around that frustration while they move on with their day. Is that really the kind of power you want to hand over to someone else? Because every time you react in anger, that's exactly what you're doing. You're putting your emotions in someone else's hands. And that's not power. That's not strength. That's weakness disguised as control. Real power is restraint. True strength is knowing that just because someone tries to provoke you, doesn't mean you have to take the bait. Imagine someone standing in front of you, trying to get a reaction. They're throwing insults, questioning you, doing everything they can to push your buttons, waiting for you to break. Now imagine looking them in the eye and staying calm. Imagine smiling, nodding, and walking away. Do you realize how powerful that is? Do you know how frustrating it is for someone who thrives on drama to see you refuse to engage? It's like a fire with no fuel. It burns out instantly. That's what self-control looks like. That's what true power feels like. It's not about ignoring your emotions or pretending nothing bothers you. It's about understanding that you are always in control of how you respond. There's a saying, he who angers you controls you. If someone can make you mad just by saying a few words, by doing something you don't like, then who really holds the power? It's not you. It's them. They dictate your mood. They control your peace. And the worst part, they probably don't even care. They go home. They sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, you sit there replaying the moment over and over, fueling your frustration, letting it ruin your day, maybe even your entire week. You deserve better than that. You deserve peace. And the only way to protect it is to decide right now that no one will ever have that kind of control over you again. No words, no actions, no disrespect will ever make you lose yourself. This isn't about being passive. It's not about letting people walk all over you. It's about recognizing that your energy is sacred. Imagine you had $1,000 in your pocket, and a stranger walked up demanding $500 just because they felt like it. Would you hand it over? No, you'd protect what's yours. So why should your peace, your happiness, and your mental stability be any different? Every time you let someone pull you into negativity, you're giving away something valuable. You're letting them take a piece of you. And the truth is, most people who try to provoke a reaction aren't worth it. Their opinions don't define you. Their negativity isn't your burden to carry. Their drama? That's their problem, not yours. The people who master their emotions are the ones who win in life. They stay focused while everyone else is distracted. They make smart decisions while others act on impulse. They move through life with a strength that no one, not critics, not haters, not negativity, can ever take away. Think about the greatest leaders, the most successful people. You never see them getting emotional over small things. They don't have time for it. They understand that every second spent on negativity is a second lost on something more important. And if you want to reach your highest potential, you have to start thinking the same way. You have to stop giving emotional discounts to people who haven't earned a place in your mind. Not everything deserves your reaction. Not everything deserves your energy. Protect it like it's the most valuable thing you own, because it is. Here's something to remember. Your emotions don't belong to anyone but you. You decide how you feel. You decide whether something is worth your time. You decide whether you're going to let an external event determine your internal peace. That's real freedom. That's real control. And the best part? It gets easier with practice. The more you train yourself to pause before reacting, to breathe before speaking, to think before getting angry, the more natural it becomes. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. And one day, you'll look back and realize that the things that used to bother you, the people who used to get under your skin, the situations that used to steal your joy, they don't have that power anymore because you took it back. If you want to see real change in your life, start here. Start by mastering yourself. Start by refusing to let anyone shake your peace. When you control your emotions, you control your future. You control how you move through the world. And you show others, through your actions, through your presence, that you are not easily shaken. That is what makes you untouchable. That is what makes you powerful. And that is what will set you apart in life. So from this moment forward, make the decision. I control my emotions. I control my energy. And no one, no matter who they are or what they say, will ever take that power away from me again. Most people believe that power is in words, in being the loudest voice in the room, in making sure everyone knows exactly how they feel. But let me tell you something. Real power, true power, is in silence. It's in the ability to hold back when the world expects you to react. It's in knowing that not every battle is worth fighting, not every insult needs a response, and not every fool deserves your attention. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not submission. Silence is the ultimate display of self-control. It shows that you are so secure in yourself, so confident in who you are, that you don't need to explain, defend, or argue. You simply let your actions, your presence, and your results speak for you. There's a reason why the most dangerous people in the world are often the quietest. The ones who don't flinch, who don't react, who don't let emotions dictate their moves. Those are the people you don't want to underestimate. Because when you're silent, you become unpredictable. And unpredictability is power. If people always know how to push your buttons, if they always know exactly how you'll react, then they own you. They can control your emotions like a puppet. But when you embrace silence, when you learn to sit in your stillness, suddenly they don't know what you're thinking. They don't know if you're mad, if you're calm, if you're planning your next move. And that kind of uncertainty, that's where power lives. Think about the last time someone tried to argue with you, tried to drag you into their negativity, tried to get a rise out of you. Now imagine if instead of engaging, instead of getting pulled into their drama, you just looked at them, smiled, and walked away. Do you know how frustrating that is for someone who thrives on conflict? It destroys them. Because people who seek to provoke you, who want to steal your peace, need your reaction. That's their fuel. It's what gives them power. But when you give them nothing, not a word, not an emotion, not a single sign that they've affected you, you strip them of their control. You take their power away, and you keep yours. Silence is the greatest response to nonsense. In a world where everyone is quick to speak, quick to argue, quick to prove a point, the person who can stay quiet holds all the power. Because words lose meaning when they're thrown around carelessly. Everyone is talking, but few are listening. Everyone is arguing, but few are actually winning. When you choose silence over senseless debate, you elevate yourself. You show that your energy is too valuable to be wasted on conversations that don't lead anywhere. You show that you operate on a different level, one of control, one of wisdom, one of restraint. And that is what sets you apart from the crowd. There is a time to speak, but there is also a time to withhold. Not every thought needs to be spoken. Not every reaction needs to be voiced. Some of the most powerful moves in history have been made in silence. A look, a pause, a refusal to engage. The world has been shaped not just by those who spoke, but by those who knew when not to speak. Sometimes the smartest response is silence. Silence forces people to reflect, to wonder, and to sit with their own words instead of feeding off yours. Those who constantly speak, who never pause to think, who always have something to say, they are the easiest to manipulate. Their emotions control them. Their need to be heard makes them predictable. But the one who stays quiet, who doesn't react, that person is dangerous in the best way. They are unreadable. They hold the upper hand in every situation. While others are busy talking, they are observing. While others are arguing, they are strategizing. While others are caught up in the moment, they are already 5 steps ahead. And that is what makes them powerful. Silence is discipline. It takes strength to hold your tongue when you know you could win an argument. It takes self-control to walk away when someone is trying to provoke you. But every time you choose silence over reaction, you prove to yourself that you are in control. You are not ruled by impulse. You are not owned by your emotions. You move on your own terms. And let me tell you, there is no greater advantage in life than that. Because when you control yourself, nothing and no one can control you. That is a level of freedom most people never reach. But if you learn to master silence, you will have it. The most powerful people in the world don't announce every thought, every plan, every emotion. They move quietly. They let people wonder. They let their success, their actions, and their results do the talking. And that's exactly what you need to do. Stop explaining yourself to people who don't matter. Stop arguing with those who refuse to understand. Stop wasting energy on people who don't deserve your time. Let your silence speak for you. Let your discipline make the statement. Let your presence alone be enough. So the next time someone disrespects you, the next time someone tries to bait you into anger, the next time someone expects a reaction, be still. Just smile. Just walk away. Because in that moment, you've already won. And when you make silence your strength, nothing and no one can shake you. People will come at you with negativity. They will throw their opinions, their criticisms, their insecurities, and their frustrations your way. Some will do it intentionally, trying to bring you down. Others will do it unknowingly, projecting their pain onto you because they haven't dealt with it themselves. But no matter the source, you have a choice. Will you absorb it? Let it sink into your mind? Allow it to shape how you feel about yourself? Or will you recognize it for what it is and let it pass through you like the wind? The difference between those who remain unshaken and those who crumble under pressure is simple. They don't take things personally. They understand the source, but refuse to absorb the negativity. When someone insults you, criticizes you, or tries to bring you down, the instinct is to react, to defend yourself, to fire back, to feel hurt. But take a step back and ask yourself, where is this coming from? 9 times out of 10, it's not even about you. It's about them. Their struggles, their frustrations, their insecurities. People who are truly at peace, who are genuinely happy, don't go around attacking others. They don't need to. Only hurt people try to hurt people. Only insecure people try to make others feel small. When you understand that, you stop letting their words carry weight. You stop holding on to emotions that were never yours to begin with. Imagine someone walks up to you and hands you a bag of garbage. You have 2 choices. You can take it, hold on to it, carry it with you all day, letting the smell and weight ruin your mood. Or you can look at it, recognize it for what it is, and refuse to accept it. That's exactly how negativity works. When someone dumps their bitterness, their anger, their pain onto you, you don't have to take it. You don't have to carry it. You can acknowledge it, see it for what it is, but you don't have to let it become a part of you. You don't have to absorb it. That is a choice only you can make. One of the most valuable skills you can develop is emotional detachment, not from people, but from their negativity. It doesn't mean you don't care. It doesn't mean you are cold or unfeeling. It means you refuse to be a sponge for other people's toxic energy. You refuse to let their mood dictate yours. Because if you let every rude comment, every disagreement, every negative interaction affect you, you will never have peace. You will always be at the mercy of someone else's emotions. And that is not a way to live. That is giving away your power. And your power is far too valuable to hand over so easily. When someone criticizes you, don't let yourself react instantly with hurt or anger. Pause and analyze. Does this come from truth, or is it rooted in their own problems? Is it constructive, or just an attempt to tear you down? If there's value in it, take the lesson and discard the rest. But if it's pure negativity, why give it space in your mind? Why allow their perception of you to shape how you see yourself? Not everyone who speaks to you deserves a response, and not every opinion about you deserves your attention. Some things should be ignored. Some things should be brushed off. Think of a mountain. Storms may come, winds may howl, rain may pour, but the mountain doesn't move. It doesn't tremble. It stands firm. Be that mountain. Let whatever chaos people bring into your life pass right by. Let their bitterness, their bad moods, their negativity flow around you like water. Because in the end, you are not responsible for their emotions. You are not responsible for their struggles. You can acknowledge where they come from without making them your own, and that awareness is what sets you free. The ones who live in constant stress, frustration, and anxiety are the ones who absorb everything. They take on the weight of other people's words. They allow negativity to seep into their soul. They carry burdens that were never meant for them, and over time it drains them, weakens them. But those who understand without absorbing move through life with ease. They don't hold on to unnecessary baggage. They don't dwell on petty arguments, grudges, or pointless drama. They choose peace every time, and that makes them unstoppable. This doesn't mean you ignore everything or become numb. It means you become selective. You learn to see what deserves your energy and what doesn't. Some criticism, some lessons, some feedback will help you grow. But anything rooted in jealousy, insecurity, or bitterness is not yours to carry. Let it pass. Let it go. Let it slide off you like rain off a rooftop. Because the second you stop letting negativity in, the second you stop making other people's problems your reality, you become untouchable. You become free. So the next time someone tries to pull you down, don't react. Just observe. Recognize their pain, their frustration, their insecurity, but don't let it become yours. Their negativity belongs to them, not to you. You are here to rise, to grow, to protect your energy at all costs. Because once you master that, nothing and no one can ever shake you again. Your peace is your power. It is the foundation of your clarity, your focus, your strength. Without it, you are vulnerable, easily rattled, easily distracted, easily controlled. But when you guard your peace like the most valuable thing you own, nothing can break you. No person, no situation, no negativity can disrupt the strength you've built inside. Because peace is not something handed to you. It is something you create, something you protect. And if you don't fight for it, the world will take it from you. Every single day, people will test you. They will try to pull you into their stress, their chaos, their drama. They will attempt to drag you into arguments that don't matter, conflicts that drain your energy. But you always have a choice: to engage or to walk away, to absorb or to release, to fight meaningless battles or to rise above them. The choice is yours. It's not personal. It's just how some people are. Someone who is constantly stressed, constantly negative, constantly seeking conflict, cannot stand to see someone who is calm, centered, and in control. It unsettles them. It makes them uncomfortable. Your peace is a reminder of what they don't have, and instead of fixing their mindset, they will try to shake yours. They will throw negativity your way, hoping you'll react. They will test your patience, hoping you'll break. But the second you take the bait, the second you let them drag you into their energy, they win. They take a piece of your peace. And if you let enough people do that, eventually, you have nothing left. This is why you must guard your peace like it's sacred. Treat it as something priceless, something that isn't for sale, something that not just anyone can touch. Not everyone deserves access to your energy. Not every conversation deserves your attention. Not every battle is worth your response. Because the more you engage with negativity, the more it becomes a part of your world. The more you allow yourself to be sucked into other people's drama, the more drained and unfocused you become. And for what? To prove a point? To defend yourself to someone who doesn't even matter? To win a fight that gains you nothing? That's not power. That's wasted energy. Real power is knowing when to let go. Real strength is understanding that not everything deserves a reaction. Imagine you are a king or queen sitting on a throne outside the castle walls. People are yelling, fighting, and arguing, trying to get your attention. Some call your name, demanding that you come down and engage. Others throw insults, hoping to provoke you. You could leave your throne, step outside, and argue with them. But by doing so, you lower yourself to their level. You abandon your position of power. Or you could stay seated, unmoved and unshaken, refusing to engage. Because at the end of the day, a ruler does not argue with peasants. A king does not explain himself to every voice in the crowd. A queen does not let the noise outside her castle dictate her peace inside. That is how you must treat your life. You do not lower yourself to meet negativity. You rise above it. You stay seated on your throne. Protecting your peace means learning to say no. No to unnecessary drama. No to toxic conversations. No to people who drain you instead of elevating you. It means being selective with your time, your energy, and your attention. Not everyone deserves space in your mind. Not every issue is worth a place in your heart. You must become intentional about what you allow into your life, because everything you entertain either adds to your peace or takes away from it. If something is not serving you, if it is not helping you grow, then it has no place in your world. Let it go. Distance yourself. Move in silence. Protect what is yours. Understand this. People will talk. They will misunderstand you, criticize you, and create their own version of you in their minds. And you know what? Let them. Their perception of you is not your responsibility. Their opinion does not define your reality. The moment you start living for other people's approval is the moment you lose yourself. Peace cannot exist where the need for validation controls you. You must choose. Peace or approval. Clarity or chaos. Power or pettiness. The choice is always yours. The day you decide to stop explaining yourself, stop proving yourself, and stop wasting energy on things that don't matter, is the day you become untouchable. That is the day you become free. This is not about being passive. It is not about avoiding all conflict or pretending problems don't exist. It is about being intentional. It is about choosing your battles wisely. Not every fight is worth your time. Not every situation requires your presence. Some things are better left alone. Some problems resolve themselves without your involvement. And some things, no matter how much you argue, will never change. That is wisdom. Knowing the difference between what deserves your energy and what does not. That is peace. Choosing to focus on what truly matters and letting go of the rest. The greatest threat to your peace is attachment. To people, to opinions, to situations that no longer serve you. The more attached you are, the more control they have over you. The key to protecting your peace is detachment. Not from love, not from passion, not from purpose, but from unnecessary stress, from unworthy battles, from pointless negativity. You must be willing to walk away from anything that disrupts your spirit, no matter how familiar or tempting it is to engage. The more you detach from what does not serve you, the lighter you become. And the lighter you become, the freer you are to focus on what truly matters. Your growth, your purpose, your happiness. So protect your peace. Guard it like your life depends on it, because in many ways it does. Your peace is your foundation. It is your anchor. It allows you to move through life with clarity, confidence, and control. And once you master the art of protecting it, once you learn to let go of what doesn't serve you, you will step into a level of power that most people never reach. Because a person who is at peace, a person who is unmoved by negativity, a person who refuses to be shaken by the chaos around them, that person is unstoppable. Distractions are everywhere. Every single day, the world will throw something at you. Something to pull you away from your goals. Something to make you doubt yourself. Something to test your discipline. It could be negativity from others. It could be self-doubt creeping into your mind. It could be the lure of comfort and procrastination. But if you let those distractions win, if you allow yourself to be pulled away from your purpose, you will wake up one day and realize you wasted time you will never get back. And let me tell you something. Time is the one thing you can't afford to waste. Once it's gone, it's gone. That is why staying focused on your purpose is not just an option, it is a necessity. Most people don't fail because they aren't talented or capable. They fail because they lose focus. They start out strong, full of ambition and drive, but along the way they let outside voices distract them. They let temporary setbacks discourage them. They let fear convince them that maybe they aren't good enough. Maybe they should quit. Maybe they should take the easy route instead. And before they know it, their dreams have become just that. Dreams. Ideas they once had. Goals they once set. But nothing they ever accomplished. Why? Because they allowed distraction to steal their destiny. But that doesn't have to be your story. You don't have to live with regret. You don't have to look back one day and wish you had stayed the course. You can choose right now to lock in, to block out the noise, and to commit fully to the purpose that was placed in you. Your purpose is not for everyone to understand. Not everyone will support you. Not everyone will see your vision. And that's okay, because your purpose wasn't given to them. It was given to you. The problem is, too many people spend more time trying to explain their dreams to others than actually working on them. They waste energy trying to convince people who will never understand, instead of focusing on proving themselves through action. Success is the only explanation you need. When you succeed, when you win, when you make it, that is your answer. That is your proof. So stop seeking validation. Stop looking for approval. Stop waiting for the world to clap for you. Stay focused on your purpose and let your results do the talking. Discipline is the foundation of focus. Motivation will come and go. Some days you will feel unstoppable. Other days you will feel exhausted, unmotivated, even defeated. But the difference between those who succeed and those who don't is simple. The ones who succeed show up anyway. They work when they don't feel like it. They push through when things get hard. They remind themselves why they started and refuse to let temporary emotions dictate their long-term destiny. You can't rely on motivation. You can't wait to feel like doing it. You have to build the discipline to stay committed no matter how you feel. Because feelings are temporary, but your purpose, that is forever. There will be obstacles. There will be failures. There will be moments when you question everything. That's part of the journey. Every person who has ever achieved greatness has faced setbacks. Every successful person has failed. But the difference is, they didn't let failure define them. They didn't let obstacles stop them. They used every setback as a setup for a comeback. And that's what you must do. When things don't go as planned, don't panic. Don't quit. Don't start doubting yourself. Instead, adjust. Learn from it. Grow from it. But never, ever lose focus. Because the only real failure is quitting. And as long as you keep going, as long as you keep moving forward, you are still in the game. People will try to pull you off track. Some will do it intentionally. They don't want to see you succeed because your success reminds them of their own inaction. Others will do it without even realizing it, distracting you with meaningless drama, with things that don't matter, with opinions that add nothing to your progress. And then there's the biggest distraction of all, yourself. Your own mind will try to play tricks on you. Fear, doubt, insecurity. They will all try to make you believe you aren't ready, you aren't capable, you should wait, you should slow down. But that's a lie. You are more than ready. You are more than capable. And you don't have time to slow down. You don't have time to entertain distractions. Because while you're hesitating, someone else is out there working. Someone else is putting in the hours. Someone else is getting ahead. Stay focused. Stay hungry. Stay locked in. Stop chasing everything and start mastering one thing. Too many people spread themselves thin, trying to do too much at once, trying to please too many people, trying to chase too many opportunities. But real success comes from focus, mastering your craft, dedicating yourself fully to what truly matters. The ones who win aren't the ones who try to do everything. They are the ones who go all in on the right thing. And the ones who go all in on the right thing, they don't let distractions pull them in 100 directions. They pick a path. They commit. They dominate. That's the mindset you need. Don't be everywhere. Be locked in. Be obsessed. Be relentless. Your purpose is your responsibility. No one is going to do it for you. No one is going to wake you up in the morning and force you to work on your dreams. No one is going to hand you success. If you want it, you have to go get it. You have to put in the work when no one is watching. You have to stay committed, even when no one is clapping for you. Because in the end, it's your life, your future, your destiny. And what you do with it is entirely up to you. So ask yourself, how bad do you want it? Are you willing to make the sacrifices? Are you willing to block out distractions? Are you willing to stay focused no matter what? Because if you are, nothing can stop you. There is greatness inside you. There is a purpose that was placed in you for a reason. But it will only be realized if you stay focused. If you refuse to let the world shake you. If you refuse to let distractions pull you away. If you refuse to settle for anything less than what you were meant to be. So, lock in, get serious, get disciplined, and don't stop until you reach the level of success you were born for. Because the only way you lose is if you quit. Holding on to pain, anger, or resentment is like carrying a heavy weight on your back while trying to move forward. You can't run at full speed. You can't climb to new heights. You can't reach your full potential because that weight is slowing you down, draining you, keeping you stuck in a past that no longer serves you. But the moment you let go, the moment you release what's been weighing you down, that's when you become free. That's when you finally step into your true power. Because letting go isn't about weakness. It's about strength. It's about choosing your peace over your pride. It's about refusing to let pain from yesterday steal the joy from today. Too many people hold on to things that no longer serve them. A grudge, a past mistake, a toxic relationship, a failure that keeps replaying in their minds, and they wonder why they feel drained, why they can't move forward, why they're stuck in the same cycle of frustration. But the truth is, they aren't stuck because of life. They're stuck because of attachment. Attachment to what went wrong, attachment to who hurt them, attachment to an outcome they thought they deserved. And as long as they hold on, they will never be truly free, because you can't receive new blessings with clenched fists. You can't grab hold of your future if you're still gripping onto your past. You have to understand life moves forward. It doesn't stop for you to dwell on what happened. It doesn't pause for you to overthink and relive the pain. Time keeps going with or without you, and the longer you hold on to things that should have been left behind, the more you rob yourself of now. The more you cheat yourself out of the present. And the sad part is, some people will spend their entire lives trapped in memories of what could have been instead of embracing what is. But that doesn't have to be you. You don't have to be a prisoner of your past. You don't have to carry that weight any longer. You can choose to let go. Letting go doesn't mean you forget. It doesn't mean what happened didn't matter. It means you refuse to let it control you anymore. It means you acknowledge the pain, the disappointment, the betrayal, but you release it instead of holding on to it. Because when you hold on to negativity, it owns you. It affects your mood, your energy, your relationships, your peace of mind. But when you let it go, when you finally say, I refuse to carry this any longer, that's when you take your power back. That's when you regain control of your own life. Sometimes the hardest thing to let go of is people. People you loved, people you trusted, people who were once a part of your life but no longer align with where you're going. And it hurts. It hurts to walk away. It hurts to accept that some relationships were only meant for a season. But keeping someone in your life out of attachment instead of alignment only leads to suffering. Not everyone is meant to go with you on your journey. Some people were lessons, not lifelong companions. Some people were meant to teach you, not walk with you forever. And the sooner you accept that, the sooner you free yourself from toxic cycles that are only holding you back. Letting go is an act of faith. Faith that what's ahead is better than what's behind. Faith that if something or someone left your life, it was for a reason. Faith that even when things don't go the way you expected, they are still unfolding exactly as they should. But you can't step into your future while clinging to the past. You can't see new doors opening if you're too busy staring at the ones that closed. You have to trust the process. Trust that every loss, every ending, every closed chapter is leading you to something greater. Because when you truly believe that, letting go stops feeling like losing and starts feeling like winning. A lot of people think letting go is something that just happens, but it's not. It's a decision, a daily intentional decision to release what doesn't serve you, to stop replaying old conversations in your head, to stop reopening wounds that need to heal, to stop giving energy to things that drain you. It's an active choice to say, I deserve peace. I deserve happiness. I deserve to move forward. And every day, you have to reinforce that decision. Every time you feel bitterness creeping in, remind yourself, I'm choosing peace instead. Every time you feel tempted to hold on to anger, remind yourself, I'm releasing this for my own good. Because letting go isn't a one-time thing. It's a lifestyle, a mindset, a habit of refusing to let anything, past or present, steal your joy. Some of you are waiting for closure before you let go. But let me tell you something. You don't need an apology to heal. You don't need validation to move on. You don't need someone to admit they were wrong for you to free yourself. Closure is not something someone else gives you. It's something you create for yourself, because if you wait for others to give you permission to move on, you might be waiting forever. Meanwhile, they're out there living their lives unbothered, while you're still carrying the weight of what they did. Stop waiting for an apology that may never come. Stop holding your peace hostage to someone else's actions. Choose to let go. Choose to move on. Choose to be free. At the end of the day, holding on to pain doesn't hurt them. It hurts you. It keeps you stuck. It poisons your happiness. And for what? To prove a point? To hold on to pride? To keep reliving something that no longer serves you? Letting go isn't about them. It's about you. It's about deciding that your peace is more important than your past, that your future is more valuable than your resentment, that your energy is too precious to waste on anything that doesn't elevate you. So release the weight, drop the baggage, free yourself, because the moment you truly let go, that's the moment you truly begin to live. There will come a time when you are tested. Someone will disrespect you, someone will betray your trust, someone will try to bring you down, humiliate you, or make you feel small. In that moment, you will have a choice. You can react with anger, with bitterness, with revenge, or you can rise above it. You can choose to be the bigger person. And let me tell you, being the bigger person is not about letting people walk all over you. It's not about being weak. It's not about allowing disrespect. It's about strength. It's about self-restraint. It's about knowing that no matter what someone else does, you refuse to let them dictate your character, because real power comes from restraint. It takes nothing to react. It takes nothing to lash out. It takes nothing to match someone's negativity with more negativity. That's easy. But what's hard, what requires real discipline, real wisdom, real strength, is walking away, letting go, choosing peace over pettiness. Because the moment you stoop to someone else's level, they win. The moment they pull you into their chaos, they have control over you. And you can't afford to let someone else's bitterness, immaturity, or drama pull you out of character. Protect your energy, protect your dignity, protect your peace, no matter how much they try to drag you down. Don't give them that power. Being the bigger person means understanding that not every battle is worth fighting. Some people aren't looking for a solution. They're looking for a reaction. They want to see you angry. They want to see you lose your temper. They want to see you step out of character. Because the moment you do, they feel justified. They feel powerful. They feel like they got under your skin. But when you refuse to engage, when you stay calm, composed, and unshaken, that is when you win. That is when you show them that their negativity has no effect on you. That their words, their insults, their actions mean nothing because you are too focused, too disciplined, too elevated to entertain foolishness. It's not about proving a point. It's about protecting your spirit. Some of you are carrying grudges, holding on to anger, replaying moments in your mind, wasting energy on people who don't even deserve a second thought. And for what? What does it give you? Peace? No. Happiness? No. It gives you stress. It gives you anxiety. It gives you sleepless nights, wasted emotions, and a weight on your heart that only holds you back. Let it go, not for them, but for you. Because when you hold on to negativity, you are drinking poison expecting them to suffer. But they're not suffering. You are. The only way to free yourself is to rise above it. Some people will never change. Some people will never admit they were wrong. Some people will never apologize. And if you're waiting for an apology to find peace, you might be waiting forever. You have to learn to move forward without closure. You have to learn to be okay without validation. Because being the bigger person means choosing peace even when you were right. It means choosing growth even when they don't deserve your forgiveness. It means understanding that your future is more important than their drama. Some people are still bitter over things that happened years ago, still angry, still resentful. And what has it done for them? Nothing. Because holding on to the past does not heal you. Letting go does. Being the bigger person means responding with grace. It doesn't mean you let people take advantage of you. It doesn't mean you allow disrespect. It means you know your worth enough to walk away. It means you know your value enough to remove yourself from negative situations, from toxic arguments, from battles that aren't worth fighting. It means you choose wisdom over ego, strength over pride, growth over grudges. Because every second you waste on negativity is a second you could have been using to build, to grow, to elevate. Every moment you spend being angry is a moment you could have spent being happy. Life is too short to waste energy on people who don't deserve a response. Some of you are dealing with people who want to see you fail. People who get joy out of making you mad. People who would rather see you miserable than see you win. And the best revenge? Success. Not arguing, not proving yourself, not clapping back, not matching their negativity. Just winning, just thriving, just showing them that no matter what they throw your way, you are still moving forward. You are still shining. You are still elevating. Because when you stay focused on your purpose, nothing can bring you down. At the end of the day, you can't control how people treat you. You can't control what they say. You can't control what they do. But you can control how you respond. And your response, that's your power. That's your strength. That's what separates those who stay stuck from those who rise. So don't let small people pull you into small battles. Don't let petty situations take you away from your goals. Stay above it. Stay disciplined. Stay focused. Be the bigger person. Not for them, but for you. Because the moment you let go of negativity, the moment you refuse to engage in drama, the moment you choose peace over pride, that's the moment you truly win. Your environment shapes you more than you realize. The people you talk to, the conversations you entertain, the energy you allow into your space, it all affects you. You might think you're strong enough to handle negativity, but over time, it seeps in. It drains you. It shifts your mindset. That's why you must be intentional about surrounding yourself with positivity. You have to protect your space like your life depends on it, because in many ways, it does. The wrong people, the wrong energy, the wrong influences can destroy your peace, your confidence, your dreams. But the right people, the right energy, that can elevate you, that can push you forward, that can remind you of who you really are when you start to forget. Look around you. Who do you spend the most time with? What kind of energy do they bring? Do they uplift you, inspire you, challenge you to be better? Or do they complain, gossip, bring drama, and pull you into negativity? Because the truth is, you become what you surround yourself with. If you're around people who are always doubting, always fearful, always making excuses, you will start thinking the same way. But if you're around people who are driven, who are focused, who are constantly learning and growing, you will rise with them. That's why you can't afford to keep people in your life just because of history. Just because you've known someone for years doesn't mean they belong in your future. Some people are comfortable in negativity, they thrive in complaining, they live in excuses, and if you let them, they will pull you into their storm. They will make you think small. They will make you second guess yourself. And before you know it, you'll find yourself settling for a life far below what you're capable of. But when you surround yourself with positivity, when you keep people around you who believe in growth, in possibility, in greatness, you start to see the world differently. You start to believe in more. You start to dream bigger. You start to realize that your potential has no limits except the ones you accept. Positivity is not just about the people in your life. It's about everything you consume. The books you read, the shows you watch, the social media you scroll through. Every single thing you allow into your mind is either helping you or hurting you. Be mindful of it. Are you constantly feeding yourself negativity? Are you surrounding yourself with drama, fear, and doubt? Or are you consuming things that inspire, educate, and elevate you? Because if you want to change your life, you have to change what you allow into your mind. You have to fill yourself with things that remind you of your power, of your strength, of your limitless potential. There are people in this world who will make you feel like your dreams are too big, who will tell you to be realistic, who will try to plant doubt in your mind. And if you listen to them, if you let their words get inside your head, you will start to shrink yourself. You will start to question what you're capable of. You will start to believe their fears instead of your vision. But let me tell you something. People who doubt your dreams are only projecting their own insecurities. Their limits are not your limits. Their fear is not your reality. So don't entertain negativity. Don't argue with doubters. Don't waste your time trying to convince small-minded people of big possibilities. Just move. Just build. Just win. Surrounding yourself with positivity doesn't mean life will always be easy. It doesn't mean you won't have challenges, setbacks, or moments of doubt. But it means you have the right energy around you to keep going. It means that even on your worst days, you have people who will remind you of your strength, who will push you forward instead of letting you fall into excuses, who will challenge you to rise higher instead of pulling you down. That kind of environment, that kind of energy, it's priceless. That is the difference between staying stuck and leveling up. You have to be intentional about this. If someone constantly brings negativity into your life, distance yourself. If your social media is full of toxicity, unfollow. If your habits are keeping you in a cycle of stress and exhaustion, change them. Your peace, your growth, your success, it all depends on the energy you allow into your life. And you don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting your space. If they don't add value, if they don't inspire growth, if they drain your energy more than they uplift it, it's okay to let them go. Your future is too important to be weighed down by unnecessary negativity. You deserve to be surrounded by people who see the best in you, who encourage you to chase your dreams, who speak life into your ambitions, who remind you of your greatness when you start to doubt it. And if you don't have those people in your life right now, start seeking them out. Start putting yourself in places where growth happens. Read books that expand your mind. Listen to speakers who inspire action. Follow people who are living the kind of life you aspire to. Because when you surround yourself with positivity, you are constantly reminded that you are capable, you are worthy, you are unstoppable. At the end of the day, your energy is one of your most valuable assets, and the world is full of people who will try to drain it, who will try to fill your mind with fear, who will try to dim your light. But you don't have to let them. You have the power to choose. You have the power to build an environment that fuels your growth instead of stunting it. You have the power to surround yourself with positivity, so that no matter what life throws at you, you keep rising, you keep building, you keep winning. Your mind is the most powerful tool you have, but like any tool, it must be sharpened, strengthened, and conditioned daily. You don't build a strong body by going to the gym once in a while. You build it through consistent effort, through daily training. Your mind is no different. If you don't train it, if you don't push it, if you don't control what you feed it, it will become weak, undisciplined, and easily influenced by negativity. But when you train your mind daily, when you make it a priority to strengthen your thoughts, your focus, your resilience, that's when you unlock your true power. That's when you become unshakable. That's when no setback, no failure, no outside noise can break you, because you have built a mind that is stronger than anything life throws your way. Every single day, you are training your mind, whether you realize it or not. The question is, what are you training it for? Are you training it for discipline or for distraction, for growth or for excuses, for strength or for weakness? Because every choice you make, every thought you allow, every habit you build, it's either making you better or making you weaker. When you wake up and immediately check your phone, filling your mind with negativity, gossip, and distractions, you are training your mind to be reactive, not proactive. But when you wake up and start your day with intention, with gratitude, with affirmations, with reading, with movement, you are training your mind to be focused, disciplined, unshakable. Training your mind is not about motivation. Motivation fades. It's about habit. It's about conditioning yourself daily to think differently. It means challenging your thoughts, breaking free from limiting beliefs, refusing to let old patterns of doubt and fear control you. Because if you don't take control of your mind, the world will do it for you, and the world will fill your mind with distractions, with negativity, with reasons why you can't instead of reasons why you can. That's why you must be intentional. You must protect your mind like your future depends on it, because it does. What are you feeding your mind? Because whatever you feed it, it will grow. Feed it doubt, and doubt will grow. Feed it excuses, and excuses will multiply. But feed it belief, feed it knowledge, feed it positivity and possibility. And that's when you start to elevate. That's when you start to think like a winner, act like a leader, move like someone who is unstoppable. And this is not something you do once in a while. It's something you do daily. Because every day your mind is either getting stronger or weaker. Every day you are either programming yourself for success or for failure. Mental training is not just about thinking positively. It's about developing resilience. It's about training your mind to stay focused even when things don't go as planned. The greatest athletes, the greatest leaders, the greatest minds in history didn't get there by accident. They trained daily, conditioning their minds to be relentless, and that is exactly what you must do. At the end of the day, everything starts in the mind. Your success, your growth, your happiness. It all begins with how you think, and you control that. You control what you allow into your mind, you control what you focus on, and you control what thoughts you entertain. So take that power seriously. Train daily, stay disciplined, stay focused. Because when you master your mind, you master your life. Ladies and gentlemen, everything we've talked about today comes down to one thing. You are in control. You are in control of your emotions, your mindset, your focus, and your peace. No one can take that from you unless you allow them to. The world will test you. People will try to shake you, and life will throw challenges your way. But when you train your mind daily, when you surround yourself with positivity, when you learn to let go, when you protect your peace, when you stay focused on your purpose, nothing can break you. Nothing can stop you. Nothing can pull you down. Because you have built yourself to rise above it all. Being the bigger person doesn't mean you let people walk over you. It means you refuse to let their negativity poison your spirit. It means you choose strength over reaction. It means you walk away from battles that aren't worth fighting because you know your energy is too valuable to waste on small things. Your time, your peace. Your life is too important to be consumed by drama, distractions, and negativity. Elevate your thinking, elevate your circle, elevate your mindset. Because when you do, the things that used to bother you will no longer have power over you. The things that used to make you angry will become irrelevant. You will operate on a different frequency, one that is focused, disciplined, and unshakable. Every single day, you have a choice. A choice to let negativity control you, or to rise above it. A choice to let distractions pull you away from your purpose, or to stay locked in. A choice to let people's words and opinions dictate how you feel, or to stand firm in who you are. And when you choose wisely, when you choose peace, strength, focus, and discipline, you set yourself up for greatness. You step into a life where nothing and no one can steal your joy. A life where you move with confidence, with purpose, with power. So, I leave you with this. Protect your peace. Train your mind. Let go of what doesn't serve you and never let anything or anyone pull you out of character. You are in control. You are strong. You are unstoppable. Thank you. Stay blessed. And may you continue to rise higher every single day. God bless you.
does HR feel with me?
Ladies and gentlemen, life will test you in many different ways. It will push you to your limits. You will face challenges, setbacks, and moments that shake you. But in those times, one thing will decide your outcome: your ability to stay calm. A calm mind is a strong mind. It finds solutions where others see problems. It turns obstacles into opportunities. That's why learning to stay calm in any situation is so important. Your mind is your most powerful tool. You carry it with you every day. Yet many people don't realize its full potential. Instead, they let emotions take over. Life happens. Things go wrong. And suddenly, they're trapped in frustration, panic, and doubt. When you make decisions from that emotional state, you don't think clearly. You hurt yourself, hurt others, and miss chances that could change your life. It's easy to get caught up in emotions. We're human. We feel deeply, and sometimes our feelings are so strong they cloud our judgment. But here's the key. You must learn to control your reactions. Stop letting emotions take over your mind. Start making choices from a place of clarity and purpose. It's not easy, but it's possible. It begins with understanding what happens under pressure. Science shows that when we panic, when fear or stress takes over, our brain stops thinking logically. Instead, it triggers a survival response, making us react impulsively. When your mind is flooded with emotion, you're not thinking, you're just reacting. And reacting without control can be dangerous. But what if you could train yourself to stay calm, even when everything around you feels chaotic? What if you could pause, breathe, and take control of your thoughts, your actions, and your life? True power comes from staying composed while others lose control. Look at the most successful people, the leaders, athletes, and innovators. What sets them apart isn't just talent or intelligence. It's their ability to stay calm under pressure. They manage their inner storms, even when the world around them is falling apart. Take Michael Jordan, for example. The game is on the line, the clock is running out, and the weight of the championship is on his shoulders. It's a make or break moment. But does he panic? No, he takes a breath, stays focused, and executes. He makes the shot. Now you might think, that's Michael Jordan, he's different. But the truth is, he's not. He's human, just like you and me. The difference is how he chose to respond under pressure. He didn't let fear control him. He didn't let the moment overwhelm him. He controlled his mind. And that's why he became one of the greatest of all time. You don't need to be a professional athlete to understand this. You deal with pressure every day, whether at work, in relationships, or in personal challenges. Maybe it's a big presentation, a tough conversation, or an important decision. In those moments, you have a choice. Panic and let emotions take over, or stay calm and make the right move. This is what separates the strong from the weak. Anyone can react. Anyone can let fear and stress control them. But not everyone can stay calm when things get tough. Not everyone can rise above the chaos and perform under pressure. That's what you must train for. Staying calm under pressure is a skill, just like building muscle. It takes practice, patience, and commitment. It won't happen overnight, but it's possible. So when you feel stress creeping in, when your heart races, remember, this is your moment. Refocus. You're in control. The situation doesn't define you. How you respond does. And when you respond with clarity, calm, and purpose, you put yourself in the best position to succeed. Life isn't straightforward, I get it. It has a way of throwing unexpected challenges your way, making it feel like the world is trying to bring you down. But here's the truth. You've faced tough times before, and you made it through. You've encountered obstacles and conquered them. You've survived. But now, survival isn't enough. It's time to thrive. It's time to harness the power of your mind and make choices that propel you forward. So how do you do that? How do you train your mind to remain steady under pressure? It all begins with awareness. Recognize when you start to feel overwhelmed. Don't dismiss it. Don't bury it. Acknowledge it, name it, and remind yourself that you control how you respond. From there, it's about mindfulness. Throughout your day, check in with yourself. Are you in control, or are your emotions running the show? Are you reacting, or are you responding? This is how you cultivate mental resilience, the ability to stay grounded no matter what's happening around you. But staying calm isn't just about keeping your cool. It's about making better choices. It's about taking actions that align with your values, goals, and purpose. When you stay calm, you think clearly. You don't let fear cloud your judgment. You don't let anxiety hold you back. You make decisions from a place of strength. And that's when real change begins. You won't always get it right. You won't always remain calm in every situation. But what matters is that you keep showing up, keep practicing, and keep strengthening that mental muscle. Over time, you'll become more composed, more confident, and more capable of handling whatever life throws your way. So don't let emotions dictate your actions. Don't allow fear or panic to take over. Take charge of your mind. Stay calm under pressure. Move with purpose. Because when you do, nothing can stand in your way.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mitchell. Just letting you know we finish off and closing up for the day, okay?
Make sure you lock that gate tight tonight.
Okay.
Make sure you keep no children inside.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell. Okay. Mr. Mitchell. I was just calling to let you know that the children inside safe and sound, sir. Yes, and everything is secure. Yes, sir. You're most welcome, sir. Most certainly. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you.
Each year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions in tax dollars to buy goods and services for Jamaicans. Awarding contracts to private companies to provide public goods and services is called public procurement, and it is a major hotspot for corruption. Can citizens spot the red flags in public procurement and help the government protect our taxes? Yes, they can. And here are 6 to watch for. Direct contracting. When contracts are frequently awarded to one supplier without other companies competing to offer a better price and quality, we usually end up paying more and getting less. Contract splintering. Big projects need big money and higher level approvals. But if the contract is cut up into smaller ones, it won't need external approval from offices like the Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet. This makes it easier for contracts to avoid additional scrutiny. Timing of advertisements. Contracts advertised during distracting periods like the holidays can result in less competition and a really strong advantage for the favored company. Like Christmas time, work slows down and companies are less attentive to business opportunities. Emergency contracting. Claiming emergencies allows officials to legally bypass normal procurement rules, making it easier to award contracts to favored companies. Contract timing. Contracts awarded just before or after election can be payback for campaign support and not based on what Jamaicans really need. Collusion. And what if penalties are not enforced when work is poorly done? This could be a contractor and public official working together for private benefit. And if it is, this is collusion. These flags do not prove corruption, but they trigger questions that citizens must ask. So mind your business, Jamaica. Visit the JAMP Procurement Tracker to monitor government contracts. If you spot these flags, use our ATI tool to ask questions and demand accountability.
Let me share something that will change how you approach life. The simplest, most powerful tool you have to regain control, stay calm, and step into your power is your breath. That's right. The very breath you take for granted. The one you rarely think about. When chaos surrounds you, when everything feels like it's falling apart, your breath can bring you back from the edge. Here's why. The way you breathe directly influences the way you think. You've heard the phrase, take a deep breath. It's not just a cliche, it's a fact. In stressful moments, when your heart races and your mind spirals, your body shifts into overdrive. Your nervous system goes into fight or flight mode, scattering your thoughts and making you feel completely out of control. But here's the good news. You can take control. You can reset your entire system with just a few intentional breaths. Think about the Navy SEALs. These elite soldiers are the definition of calm under pressure. In life or death situations where there's no margin for error, they don't panic, they don't freeze, they breathe. They use a technique called box breathing, a simple yet incredibly effective method. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds. That's it. 4 seconds in, hold, 4 seconds out, hold again. This technique resets your nervous system, sending a signal to your body and mind that you are in control, no matter what's happening around you. You might be thinking, that's too simple. How can something so basic make such a big difference? But often the simplest things are the most powerful. When you slow your breath and focus on each inhale and exhale, you shift out of panic mode and into a state of calm. Your heart rate slows, your thoughts clear. You start making decisions based on clarity and purpose, not fear. Think back to the times you felt overwhelmed, whether at work, in your personal life, or when facing a major decision. The pressure built up, your heart pounded, and your mind raced. In that moment, the instinct to react took over. We've all been there. Stress mounts, and instead of responding wisely, we act on impulse. We snap. We say things we regret. We make rash decisions. And later, we deal with the consequences of actions we didn't even intend. But here's the key. The difference between reacting and responding is everything. When you react, you let the chaos control you. You allow external forces to dictate your actions. When you respond, you take back control. You make a conscious choice about how to show up, no matter what's happening around you. And that distinction, the choice between reacting and responding, is what separates success from regret. Mastering this shift, choosing to respond instead of react, isn't something that happens overnight. It's a skill that requires practice, patience, and self-awareness. But every time you pause, take a breath, and choose your response instead of letting emotions take over, you strengthen that skill. You train your mind to operate from a place of power rather than fear. Over time, this becomes second nature. You'll find yourself handling challenges with a new level of composure, making decisions with clarity, and moving through life with a sense of control that you never thought possible. And when that happens, you don't just survive, you thrive. When you take a moment to pause, step back, and breathe before making a decision, you give yourself the clarity to choose wisely. That's when real transformation happens. Let's be honest. Life will challenge you. There's no escaping it. It will test you, push you, and sometimes break you down. If you're not prepared to handle that pressure, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. That's why you must equip yourself with the right tools in advance. It's not about avoiding stress or chaos. It's about mastering it. It's about standing strong in the middle of the storm and making choices that align with your values, goals, and vision. When you control your breath, you control your mind. When you control your mind, you control your actions. And when you control your actions, you shape your destiny. I know it's not always simple. When life throws unexpected challenges your way, it can feel like everything is falling apart. Slowing down and breathing is hard when emotions run high. But that's exactly why you must practice in moments of peace, when there's no pressure. That's how you build the habit. That's how you train yourself to respond with intention instead of reacting impulsively. Take a few minutes daily to practice deep breathing. Whether it's in the morning or before bed, focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, hold it, exhale slowly, and repeat. When you make this a habit, you'll notice a shift. Your mind will feel clearer. The chaos around you won't seem as overwhelming. You'll become less reactive and more in control, handling stress with confidence and composure. That's the power of breath control. So the next time life feels chaotic, when the pressure is on and everything seems to be crumbling, pause. Take a deep breath. Slow your heart rate. Give yourself space to think before you act. Don't let the moment define you. You define the moment. You control your response. You control your choices. And when you do that, you're not just getting through life, you're stepping into your power, one breath at a time. Listen, challenges are inevitable. You will face moments where everything seems to be working against you. When you feel stuck, when nothing seems to go right, you have a choice. How you frame the situation makes all the difference. A calm mind doesn't see problems, it sees challenges. A problem feels like a roadblock, something impossible to overcome. But a challenge is an opportunity to rise. It's something you can face head on and say, this is tough, but I am tougher. Shifting your mindset from seeing problems to recognizing challenges makes your burdens feel lighter. You stop feeling trapped and start feeling like a warrior again. Now let's be real, this isn't a quick fix solution. Shifting your mindset takes effort. But it's the kind of effort that sets you free. When things go wrong, most people ask, why is this happening to me? And I understand. That reaction is natural. Life can hit hard, leaving you questioning everything. But I need you to stop asking that question. It doesn't serve you. It keeps you stuck in a victim mentality, making you feel powerless. Instead, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? That single shift changes everything. It turns obstacles into lessons. It gives you back control. Look at Thomas Edison, one of history's greatest inventors. Everyone knows he invented the light bulb, but what many don't realize is how many times he failed before succeeding. 10,000 times. Most people would have quit after 100 attempts, maybe even 10. They would have said, "This is impossible." But not Edison. He didn't see failure as defeat. When asked about his 10,000 failed attempts, he didn't say, "I failed 10,000 times." He said, I found 10,000 ways that didn't work. That mindset, that perspective, is what changes the game. He didn't dwell on failure. He focused on the lesson. With every attempt, he saw each setback as a step forward, bringing him closer to his goal. That mindset kept him moving, kept him pushing, until he finally found what worked. And when he did, he changed the world. Now, I'm not saying you need to fail 10,000 times, but I am saying that failure is part of the journey. Every time you fall short, every time things don't go as planned, you have a choice. You can stay stuck in disappointment, asking, "Why me?" Or you can shift your perspective. You can choose to see every setback as a lesson, an opportunity to grow, learn, and come back stronger. Life doesn't guarantee an easy road. It won't hand you a smooth path free of obstacles, but it does give you one powerful gift: the ability to choose how you respond. And when you take control of that, everything changes. Challenges transform into stepping stones instead of roadblocks. Every setback becomes a setup for a comeback. It's not about how many times you fall. It's about how many times you rise. How many times you choose to face the next challenge with determination rather than defeat. Edison didn't stop after 9,999 failed attempts. He didn't let failure define him, he let it shape him. And that's exactly what you need to do. Every failure, every difficult moment is shaping you, preparing you for the breakthrough that's just ahead. Think about your own life. Reflect on the times when things didn't go your way. Maybe you got passed over for a promotion. Maybe a relationship ended. Maybe you took a risk and it didn't pan out. How did you react? Did you let it break you? Did you dwell on the disappointment? Or did you ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I improve? Where's the lesson in this? Because if you can shift from seeing life as a series of problems to seeing it as a series of challenges, you become unstoppable. You stop getting stuck in frustration and start moving forward with purpose. The greatest breakthroughs in history came from people who refused to let failure stop them. They understood that failure isn't the end, it's part of the process. The fuel that drives success. You don't reach success without adversity. But it's not about how many challenges you face. It's about how you respond to them. So the next time life knocks you down, ask yourself, what can I take from this? Don't let yourself get trapped in a victim mindset. Don't let the situation define you. You define it. And when you commit to learning and growing, you'll start to see that every challenge is just another opportunity to step into the person you're meant to be. There are plenty of people who gave up when things got tough. But the ones who push through, the ones who see failure as a stepping stone, those are the ones who make an impact. That power is in your hands. Don't waste it. Here's something you need to understand. You can't expect to stay calm under pressure if you haven't trained for it. You can't suddenly handle stress with confidence if you haven't built the discipline when things were easy. If you haven't put in the work, developed the mindset, and strengthened your resilience in the quiet moments when no one is watching, you won't be ready when the storm hits. Think about it. You wouldn't step into a boxing ring without months of training. You wouldn't take an exam without studying. You wouldn't walk into a job interview without preparation. So why would you face the unpredictability of life without conditioning your mind? Your mind is your most powerful tool. But like any muscle, it needs training, daily effort, consistency. We all have dreams, goals, and ambitions. But too many people think success just happens when the opportunity arrives. They assume they'll be ready when the moment comes. That's not how it works. Success isn't luck. It doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's the result of preparation. And preparation isn't a one-time event. It's built through small, intentional actions every single day. Muhammad Ali once said, "The fight is won or lost far away from witnesses, behind the lines, in the gym, and out there on the road, long before I dance under those lights." He understood that victories aren't won in the spotlight. They're won in the unseen hours, in the quiet moments of discipline and dedication. So when your moment comes, when life tests you, the question is, will you be ready? Success isn't determined in the big, flashy moments. It's built in the small, unseen ones. It happens in the early mornings, in the hours when no one is watching, in the sweat and effort you put in day after day. When the lights come on, when the pressure is high, and when the crowd is cheering, the ones who succeed are the ones who have already done the work. That's what I need you to understand. Your battles are won long before the moment of pressure arrives. The challenges, the chaos, and the setbacks are coming. They always do. But if you've been preparing, if you've been training your mind and strengthening your discipline, you'll be ready when they hit. If you haven't been putting in the work, if you've just been coasting, then when that moment arrives, you'll be caught off guard. You won't have the tools you need to handle the situation, and the consequences will be costly. So how do you prepare for the battles you don't even see coming? How do you train your mind to stay strong under pressure? It starts with your daily habits. Meditation, visualization, reading, and exercise aren't just things that sound nice or look good on a to-do list. These are tools, powerful tools that help you build resilience, focus, and mental strength. Just like you train your body at the gym, you need to train your mind every single day. Let's start with meditation. It's not some mystical or complicated concept. It's simply the practice of quieting your mind, becoming aware of your thoughts and emotions, and learning to control them instead of letting them control you. When everything around you is chaotic, when stress is high and your mind is racing, meditation teaches you how to breathe, how to slow down, and how to stay grounded. It gives you that critical pause, the space between stimulus and response, that allows you to make better decisions. And here's the thing. You don't need to spend hours meditating. Just a few minutes a day can make a huge difference in how you handle pressure. Then there's visualization. This is one of the most powerful mental training techniques out there. When you close your eyes and picture yourself succeeding, when you see yourself staying calm under pressure, handling challenges with confidence, you're programming your mind to believe that success is possible. Your brain doesn't distinguish between real and imagined experiences. So when you visualize yourself performing well, you're already training yourself to do it in reality. It's like mental rehearsal. And the more you do it, the more natural it becomes. Reading is another tool for mental growth. The more you read, the more knowledge you gain. The more knowledge you gain, the sharper your mind becomes. Reading expands your thinking, introduces you to new perspectives, and strengthens your problem-solving skills. Every great leader, every highly successful person is a reader. Why? Because they understand that feeding the mind with information is just as important as training the body. When you read, you prepare yourself for challenges you haven't even encountered yet. You learn from the experiences of others, so when life throws something unexpected your way, you already have the mental resources to handle it. And let's talk about exercise. Everyone knows it's important to take care of your body, but what most people overlook is that exercise is just as much a mental game as it is a physical one. When you push your body beyond its comfort zone, when you challenge yourself physically, you're also training your mind. You're developing the ability to push through discomfort, to keep going when you feel like stopping. That kind of discipline and mental toughness carries over into every area of life. When your body is strong, your mind becomes stronger too. But none of this happens overnight. It's about showing up day in and day out, even when you don't feel like it, even when life gets busy, even when motivation fades. to make these practices a habit. You have to train your mind like a muscle. Develop it, strengthen it, condition it, because the stronger you make it, the easier it becomes to handle anything life throws at you. And when the moment of pressure comes, when the storm hits, you won't panic. You won't crumble. You won't make impulsive, fear-driven choices. Instead, you'll be calm. You'll be focused. You'll be ready, because you've already put in the work. Life is unpredictable. You never know what's coming next. But if you train your mind every day, you give yourself the best possible chance to succeed. You give yourself the ability to stand firm, to stay strong, to keep moving forward no matter what obstacles appear. Because you've prepared for them. Because you've done the work. And when the big moment arrives, when the lights come on and the pressure is high, you won't hesitate. You won't second guess yourself. You'll step up and you'll deliver. Now there's one more thing you need to understand. The people you surround yourself with matter more than you think. Success isn't just about your talent, your effort, or your hard work. It's also about your environment. If you spend your time around negativity, around people who constantly complain, doubt themselves, and panic at every little inconvenience, then that energy is going to rub off on you. You might not even realize it at first, but over time, their fear, their excuses, their limiting beliefs will start creeping into your own mindset. Your surroundings shape your thoughts. If you let the wrong energy in, it will affect how you think, how you feel, and how you perform. And that's why you have to be intentional about who you allow into your space. If you want to be strong, surround yourself with strong people. If you want to be disciplined, surround yourself with disciplined people. If you want to be successful, surround yourself with people who are pushing for more, who are striving for greatness, who refuse to settle for mediocrity. Because when you surround yourself with the right people, with those who inspire, challenge, and uplift you, you will rise to their level. And when life tests you, when the pressure is on, you'll have the mindset, the habits, and the support system to not only survive, but to thrive. I know it's easy to stay in your comfort zone, surrounded by people who feel familiar. We like to be around those who think like us, look like us, and have similar experiences. But just because someone has been in your life for a long time, whether they're family or old friends, doesn't mean they should have full access to your mind. If you want to grow, succeed, and become your best self, you need to be careful about who you let into your life. You can't afford to let negativity take over. Think about the people you spend most of your time with. Are they encouraging you? Are they helping you stay focused on your goals? Or are they constantly talking about what's wrong with the world, why things can't change, and what's impossible? Do they help you stay calm when things go wrong, or do they panic and bring chaos into your life? I'm telling you, if you're surrounded by people who drain your energy, you need to make a change. You have to protect your peace, your focus, and your vision for the future. When you're always around people who complain instead of finding solutions, who get overwhelmed easily, and who don't think clearly, you will start picking up their habits, whether you realize it or not. It's like being in a room filled with cigarette smoke. Even if you're not smoking, you're still breathing it in. The same thing happens with negativity. If you're always around it, it gets inside you. And once it's there, it's hard to get rid of. Now, I'm not saying you should cut people off just because they're going through hard times. Everyone struggles. Everyone has bad days. This is about mindset. The question is, are the people in your life trying to improve, or are they stuck in a cycle of complaining and negativity? You need people who encourage you, push you to be better, and hold you accountable. You need people who stay calm, focus on solutions, and show up with the attitude that says, we can handle this. That's the kind of energy you need. That's the kind of energy that will help you grow, succeed, and find peace. Think about it. When life gets tough, when things start falling apart, when you're faced with problems, you don't need people around you who make things worse. You don't need people who panic, get scared, or only focus on the negatives. You need people who stay strong under pressure, who look for solutions instead of complaining. You need people who lift you up, remind you of your strength, and help you move forward no matter how hard things get. It's important to surround yourself with people who think clearly, who live with purpose, and who help you stay on the right path. These are the people who will help you become the best version of yourself. These are the people who will inspire you to dream bigger, aim higher, and take action even when it's uncomfortable. When you spend time with people who operate at a higher level, their energy will push you to do the same. Their mindset will shape your mindset. Their success will motivate you to keep going. This isn't about shutting yourself off from the world. It's about being intentional about who you let into your space. Not everyone's opinion matters. Not everyone from your past deserves access to your future. You need to surround yourself with people who are moving in the same direction as you, not people who are holding you back or pulling you down. And this isn't just about other people. You have to take responsibility for your own energy too. What kind of energy are you bringing into the world? How do you affect the people around you? Are you lifting others up, or are you adding to the negativity? Because how you show up, how you carry yourself, and how you interact with others, it all matters. If you're always complaining, feeding into negativity, or bringing people down, you're not helping anyone, including yourself. You need to be someone who brings positivity, encouragement, and solutions, not more problems. Here's the truth. You become like the people you spend the most time with. If you want to succeed, grow, and live a peaceful and fulfilling life, you have to surround yourself with the right people. You have to cut out negative energy and make space for those who will support you, challenge you, and help you stay strong through life's struggles. I know it's not painless to let go of certain relationships, but you have to remember, you can't let someone else's negativity hold you back. You have dreams to chase. You have goals to reach. You have a future to build, and you need to protect that at all costs. So choose wisely. Be intentional about who you let into your life. And never forget, you don't have to do this alone. Surround yourself with the right people, the right energy, and the right mindset, and you will set yourself up to win. I know change can be uncomfortable. Letting go of familiar relationships, even when they're unhealthy, isn't easy. But growth requires sacrifice. It means making tough decisions about who gets to be part of your journey. You don't have to hate anyone. You don't have to cut people off in a harsh way. But you do have to set boundaries. You have to recognize when certain connections are holding you back instead of pushing you forward. And the truth is, not everyone is meant to go where you're going. Some people are only part of your story for a season, and that's okay. Your job is to make sure that the people who stay in your life are helping you build, not tearing you down. Life is going to test you. It's not a question of if, but when. There will be storms that shake you to your core. Storms that seem relentless, that feel like they may never end. You might find yourself at a breaking point, feeling like you can't take it anymore. The pressure will build, the winds will roar, and it will seem as if the whole world is closing in on you, making it impossible to see a way forward. But here's what you need to remember. Storms don't last forever. They can't. That's simply the way life works. No matter how intense, no matter how overwhelming, every storm eventually passes. The skies will clear, the sun will break through the clouds, and when it does, the real question is, will you still be standing? Will you have endured the storm, or will it have left you broken, defeated, and lost? Let me tell you something. You have the strength within you to stand tall. You have the power to remain firm, even when everything around you is falling apart. But that kind of strength doesn't just appear when you need it. It's something you have to build. You have to train your mind to stay steady in the midst of chaos, because the person who stays calm in the storm is the one who comes out victorious. When the world is panicking, when everything seems to be spiraling out of control, it's the person who can master their thoughts, emotions, and responses who will rise above it all. The truth is, storms are inevitable. They will come. That's a fact. But just because the storm is coming doesn't mean you have to be destroyed by it. You don't have to let it knock you down or sweep you away. You have the ability to be the unshakable force in the middle of the chaos. But that can only happen if you've prepared for it. If you've trained yourself every single day to develop the mental resilience required to face life's biggest challenges. And that's what this is really about, training your mind, strengthening your ability to stay composed, stay focused, and remain steady, no matter what obstacles life puts in your way. The world is filled with distractions. It's loud, it's chaotic, it's designed to throw you off track. There will always be people who doubt you. There will always be setbacks, disappointments, and failures. But if you've built the habit of staying calm, if you've strengthened your mindset, then those obstacles won't have power over you. They won't break you. Instead, you'll take control of them. Because here's the thing. When you have control over your mind, nothing can break you. Your mind is your greatest weapon. It's your strongest tool. If you can keep it steady, if you can keep it sharp, you will always find a way to navigate whatever challenges life throws your way. So when the storm comes, and it will, don't panic. Don't let it shake you. Stand your ground. Stay calm. Trust yourself. Because you've done the work, you've trained your mind, and no matter how fierce the storm may be, you will not be broken. You will rise, you will overcome. And when the clouds clear and the sun shines again, you'll still be standing stronger than ever. So the next time life challenges you, remember this. Breathe, shift your perspective, and take control. That's the key. Not just to getting through hard times, but to rising above them. Because when you learn to stay calm, when you train yourself to control your thoughts and emotions, you become unstoppable. You become the kind of person who faces adversity head on and proves what true strength looks like. I'm not saying you need to be perfect. I'm not saying you need to have all the answers. But I am saying you need to be intentional. You need to commit to training your mind, building your mental resilience, and showing up for yourself every single day. Because when you do that, you don't just make it through the storms. You use them to rise even higher. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can hold you back. So take a deep breath, stand firm, stay focused. And always remember, when you keep your mind calm, you win. You've got this. Let me tell you this. There's something about you that the world can't quite figure out. When you walk into a room, people pause, they do a double take, they whisper, "How do they look so young?" What's their secret? Some might say it's genetics. Others will guess it's your skincare. But I'm here to tell you, the real reasons run deeper than skin. See, looking young isn't just about what's on the outside. It's about the light you carry within. It's about the spirit that refuses to grow old. The energy that makes time hesitate before it leaves its mark on you. Some people age with every trial they face. But you rise. You endure. You glow. Now listen carefully, because I'm about to reveal the hidden reasons why you look younger than your age. And if you recognize these in yourself, know this: you are blessed. Your heart is light, not heavy with resentment. There's something powerful about a heart that knows how to let go. Most people walk around carrying the weight of their past like a heavy chain wrapped around their soul. They hold on to anger, to pain, to moments that cut them deep. And over time, that weight starts showing. It carves lines into their face, dulls the light in their eyes, drains the energy from their body. But you are different. You have made the decision, whether consciously or unconsciously, to release what does not serve you. And that choice, that freedom, is why you still look vibrant. It's why people can't quite put an age on you. You don't wear your burdens on your skin because you've chosen to let them go. And that makes you glow in a way no skincare product ever could. Forgiveness is not about letting others off the hook. It's about setting yourself free. When you hold on to resentment, your mind and body suffer. You replay the pain, relive the betrayal, re-experience the heartache. And every time you do, it etches itself deeper into your soul, creating stress, anxiety, tension. And that tension ages people. It stiffens their body, darkens their spirit, robs them of joy. But when you forgive, not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace, you break the cycle. You choose lightness over heaviness. And that choice reflects in every part of you. Your face is softer. Your smile is genuine. Your presence is warm. People may not realize it, but they feel it. They see the youthfulness in your energy, in the way you move, in the way you live. Some people spend their entire lives waiting for an apology they may never get. They hold on to the past like it's their duty, thinking that resentment gives them power. But in reality, it drains them. It keeps them locked in a prison of their own making. The anger they carry doesn't hurt the person who wronged them. It only hurts them. Meanwhile, the one who chooses to release that burden moves forward, lighter, freer, unshackled by the past. That's why some people look like life has worn them down, while others, like you, seem untouched by time. Because peace is a preservative. Bitterness, on the other hand, is poison. Think about the happiest people you've ever met. They aren't the ones who have had an easy life. They're the ones who have refused to let a hard life harden them. They faced pain, betrayal, disappointment. But instead of letting it define them, they've let it refine them. And in doing so, they've remained youthful, not just in appearance, but in spirit. You can see it in their eyes, in their laughter, in their energy. They don't carry the weight of yesterday into today. They don't let old wounds turn into permanent scars. They wake up each day with a fresh heart, ready to embrace life without the heaviness of bitterness holding them back. Now, let's be honest. Letting go isn't easy. It takes strength to release the pain, to move forward when everything in you wants to hold on. But the truth is, when you refuse to let go, you give your past power over your future. You allow it to dictate your emotions, your health, your peace. And over time, it shows. Stress and negativity age a person faster than time itself. But you, my friend, have chosen differently. You've chosen to keep your heart light, to not let the past steal your present. And that's why you walk with a youthful spirit. That's why time seems to respect you rather than break you down. Medical science backs this up. Studies have shown that people who practice forgiveness and release negative emotions have lower blood pressure, better heart health, and a slower aging process. Why? Because stress releases chemicals that wear down the body. When you hold on to resentment, your body stays in a state of tension, your muscles tighten, your sleep suffers, your mind becomes clouded, and all of that speeds up the aging process. But when you let go, when you truly release it all, you breathe easier, you sleep better, your body relaxes. And when your body is at peace, it thrives, it regenerates, it heals, it glows. Think about the people in your life who always seem burdened by something. They may be young in years, but their energy feels old. Their eyes carry exhaustion, their words are laced with bitterness, and their posture is weighed down by an invisible burden. Now think about someone who radiates joy, peace, and light. They may be older, but something about them feels ageless. That difference, it's not just physical, it's spiritual, it's emotional. It's the difference between someone who carries the past and someone who has learned to release it. This doesn't mean you forget what happened to you. It doesn't mean you allow the same people to hurt you again. No, it means you choose yourself over your pain. You decide that you are worth more than the resentment. You make peace with the past, not because it was right, but because you deserve to move forward without carrying its weight. And in doing so, You step into a version of yourself that is lighter, freer, younger. You carry an energy that turns heads, that makes people wonder, what is their secret? And the truth is, the secret isn't found in a bottle or a routine. It's found in the freedom of your heart. So if you've ever wondered why people keep telling you that you don't look your age, why strangers assume you're years younger than you are, know this. It's not just about genetics. It's about the spirit you carry, the peace you walk with, the joy that hasn't been stolen by resentment. That lightness, it's your greatest beauty. It's the reason you stand out. It's the reason time moves slower for you than it does for others. And as long as you keep choosing peace over pain, forgiveness over bitterness, and light over darkness, you will continue to glow in a way that defies time itself. There's something different about you. People can feel it when you walk into a room. It's not just in the way you look, it's in the way you carry yourself. You have an energy, a presence, a fire inside of you that refuses to be dimmed. And that fire is what keeps you looking younger, stronger, more alive than your years would suggest. Most people let life burn them out. They get weighed down by responsibilities, by routine, by disappointments. They stop dreaming, stop chasing, stop believing. But not you. You still have passion. You still wake up with hunger, with drive, with something inside of you that refuses to settle for a dull existence. And that passion, that fire, keeps you from aging the way others do. When someone has a purpose, it transforms them. Have you ever noticed how people with passion in their eyes seem to glow? It's because they do. That inner fire radiates outward. It keeps them moving, keeps them striving, keeps them alive in a way that people who have given up simply aren't. A person with no passion, no drive, no purpose begins to fade. Their energy becomes stagnant. Their eyes lose their light. Their body starts moving slower, not just because of age, but because they've stopped living. But you have something inside you that refuses to die. You still have dreams, goals, ambitions. You are still reaching, still pushing, still burning with life. And that keeps you young. Think about the people in your life who seem much older than they really are, not because of wrinkles or gray hair, but because they've settled, because they've stopped pushing for more, stopped chasing what sets their soul on fire. They just exist. They go through the motions, doing what's expected of them. But there's no life in their spirit anymore. And that lack of passion, it ages a person more than time ever could. The weight of an unlived life is heavy, and it shows on their face, in their posture, in their energy. But when someone refuses to let go of their dreams, when they stay curious, stay hungry, stay excited about what's ahead, they radiate something different. They stay youthful. They stay alive. And here's the thing, passion isn't about age, it's about mindset. You can be 20 and already look tired, defeated, uninspired. Or you can be 60 and still have that fire in your eyes, still have that energy that makes people stop and wonder what's their secret. The secret is purpose. The secret is drive. The secret is waking up every day with something to look forward to, something to fight for, something that makes your soul burn with excitement. That energy is what keeps your body strong, your spirit fresh, your presence magnetic. Science even backs this up. Studies have shown that people who have a sense of purpose, whether it's a career they love, a mission they believe in, or simply a passion they pour themselves into, actually age slower. Their stress levels are lower. Their immune systems are stronger. Their bodies function better. Why? Because passion fuels life. When you have something to strive for, something that excites you, your body responds. It produces chemicals that keep your mind sharp, your heart healthy, your spirit vibrant. And that, my friend, is why you don't just look younger. You are younger, in spirit, in energy, in the way you move through life. You know what really makes a person old? It's not just time, It's stagnation. It's waking up every day without excitement, without something to chase, without that fire inside. That's what makes people age. It's what makes their shoulders slump, their skin dull, their energy fade. They have nothing that sparks them, nothing that pushes them forward. But you have fire. You have something inside you that won't let you just exist. You live. You move with passion. You dream with intensity. You chase life instead of letting life happen to you. And that keeps you youthful in a way no anti-aging cream ever could. People spend thousands trying to turn back the clock. They search for miracle serums, fancy treatments, ways to erase the years from their skin. But the real secret to youth? It's inside you. It's in the way you refuse to let go of the things that set your soul on fire. It's in the way you still chase your dreams, still get excited about life, still believe that the best is yet to come. That energy, that fire, it keeps you moving, keeps you glowing, keeps you looking younger than your age. Because you're not just counting the years, you're making the years count. And let me tell you something. You don't need permission to keep that fire burning. You don't need the world to understand why you're still chasing, still striving, still hungry for life. You just need to keep going, keep believing, keep pushing. Because that energy, that unstoppable spirit, is what makes you stand out. It's why people look at you and see youth, no matter what the calendar says. Because youth isn't just a number, it's a mindset. And as long as you keep your fire alive, as long as you refuse to let life dull your passion, you will always radiate something different, something ageless, something powerful. So if anyone ever asks you why you look younger than your age, why you have that energy, that presence, that glow, just smile. Because you know the truth. It's not just luck, it's not just genetics, it's fire, it's purpose, it's passion. It's the refusal to live a life that doesn't excite you. And as long as that fire is burning inside you, you will never truly grow old. Because a soul on fire doesn't fade, it shines. You smile more than you frown. There's something about you that people can't quite put their finger on. It's in your energy, in your presence, in the way you carry yourself. But more than anything, it's in your smile. It's in the way your face lights up, the way your eyes shine, the way your laughter carries in the air. And that's why you look younger than your years. Life throws a lot at us. Hard days, disappointments, struggles that can weigh us down. But you refuse to let that steal your joy. You refuse to let life harden you, to let it carve lines of sorrow into your face. Instead, you choose to smile. You choose to laugh. You choose to keep your spirit light. And that choice alone keeps you looking, feeling, and living younger than most people ever will. A smile is more than just an expression. It's energy, it's light, it's life. It's a silent message to the world that says, I choose joy. And joy, that's powerful. Because joy isn't just about feeling happy. It's about creating an atmosphere, an energy that lifts not only yourself, but those around you. Have you ever noticed how a person who smiles often seems more attractive, more magnetic, more alive? That's not just perception, that's reality. Studies have shown that smiling actually changes the way people see you. It makes you appear more approachable, more confident, more youthful. And it's not just about how others see you. It's about how your body responds. When you smile, you trigger the release of feel-good chemicals in your brain, endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, all working together to lower stress, boost immunity, and keep your skin glowing. That's nature's anti-aging secret right there. But here's the thing. Most people don't smile enough. They let stress take over. They let bitterness settle in. They frown more than they laugh. And over time, it shows. You can see it in the way they carry themselves, in the tension on their face, in the exhaustion in their eyes. A face that rarely smiles starts to wear the weight of life. Wrinkles deepen. Posture slumps. Energy fades. Not because of age, but because of expression. The face reflects what the soul carries, and a soul burdened with negativity will show itself in a face that looks far older than it should. But you're different. You understand the power of joy. You know that smiling isn't just about looking young, it's about staying young. In mind, in body, in spirit. Think about the happiest people you know, the ones who seem to glow with life. The ones whose laughter fills a room. The ones whose eyes sparkle when they speak. They don't let life beat them down. They don't hold on to grudges. They don't walk around with a face full of tension. They let things go. They choose happiness even when life makes it hard. And that choice, it keeps them youthful. It keeps them light. It keeps them alive. Because happiness isn't about what happens to you. It's about how you respond. Choosing to smile, choosing to laugh, choosing to focus on the good, that's how you stay young, no matter what the calendar says. Smiling is a gift, not only to yourself, but to others. Have you ever seen how a genuine smile can shift the energy in a room? How it can turn a bad day around? How it can make a stranger's burden feel a little lighter? That's the power of joy. It spreads. It multiplies. And when you carry that energy with you, when you move through life with a heart full of gratitude and a face that reflects it, people notice. They may not be able to put it into words, but they see it in you. They see the light in you. They see the youth in your spirit. And that, my friend, is why you look younger than your age. Because joy isn't just an emotion, it's a force. And when you live with that force inside of you, it radiates outward. Now, let's talk science. Did you know that smiling actually tricks your brain into feeling happier, even when you don't feel like smiling? The simple act of doing it sends signals to your brain that trigger a shift in mood. Your body releases stress-relieving hormones, lowers your blood pressure, and even strengthens your immune system. Smiling is medicine. And the best part? It's free. No expensive creams, no costly treatments. Just a simple decision to smile more, to laugh often.
Ready to yes, okay, good. Go again now. Chug chug.
I'm gonna play the last 10 minutes of your fireworks. Anyone in 26?
Him come up.
Cigarettes? Cigarettes. Media.
Him come? Alright, this is only play when him there. Where's where they come from?
You know, Pearson.
Okay. Alright, this one love cigarette now. Okay?
I hate cigarettes.
Yeah, I eat it too. Just leave a cigarette. Curse, come back again. You know, saying if you don't like good mouth, you can't purse it out himself, you know that, right? That's how skinny that is, yeah?
You did press what? This grill last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think it open it.
He's gonna come back.
The fireworks?
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Hey!
Where you going?
Hey!
Hmm?
one. Oh, that's the max. Try, search up load fireworks.
Lord, fire.
Load fireworks. That just sound like rockets, but the girl. That just sound like monster garbage. Load fireworks.
This one is in them now. Come back again, we can't think them. So I'm going to see what some more sweat, please.
Okay, time to play Roblox. So, what kind of game?
Hello, welcome to Roblox from my life. You know what? I'm in the
That's
house
what
time.
you're doing.
No. Hell no. Not on my life. Not on my life. Sure, be so mad at you be frightened, okay? Not on my life.
How much?
What's that game before?
How much?
Somebody did not see. One of my friends was really at them both saying we have played yesterday.
How much money do you think I have?
Like probably 71K.
Someone create and win money?
You want
Someone create and win money?
whatever.
No, it's like a game where you get fictional characters.
Oh.
Look how much my brain not rich.
Not pay either remember any brain not game. Generally that's cool.
The wave machine.
If you guess, it's between 1 and 8.
You the
Fuck
fattest
me, God, search it. Hold the gate. Yeah, hold the gate.
This is 500
Fearlessly always look younger than their years. Because fear is weak. And they have chosen to put it down.
Sean, I'm alive, okay,
This doesn't
baby?
mean you don't feel fear. Of course you do. Everybody does. But the difference is, you don't let it control you. You don't let it keep you from pursuing your dreams, from loving deeply, from taking the risks that make life worth living. And because of that, you stay alive in ways most people don't. You keep growing, keep evolving, keep moving forward. You don't let fear trap you in the past or paralyze you in the present. And that movement, that momentum, that's what keeps you young. Because nothing ages a person faster than stagnation. Nothing drains a person more than living a life ruled by hesitation. Fear whispers lies. It tells you, you're not good enough. You're not strong enough. You're not capable enough. But you don't listen. You know that the greatest rewards in life come from stepping outside your comfort zone. And because you take those steps, because you refuse to let fear shrink you, you live with a fire in your soul. And that fire, that's what people see in you. That's what makes you stand out. That's what keeps you looking younger, feeling younger, being younger. Because it's not about what's happening on the outside. It's about what's happening within. And inside of you, there is no fear, only faith. So keep moving. Keep pushing past fear. Keep stepping boldly into the unknown. Because every time you choose courage, you choose life. And when you choose life, you don't just look younger, you stay younger. Because fear may age people, but freedom keeps you ageless. It's the secret that so many people overlook, yet it's the very thing that keeps you glowing when others start to fade. Gratitude is a healer. When you appreciate what you have, you stop chasing what you don't. You stop carrying the burden of lack. And that shift, that's what makes all the difference. Most people live in a state of wanting more money, more success, more approval, more love, and that wanting creates stress. It keeps them restless, anxious, and always feeling like they're behind. But you've learned the power of gratitude. You've learned to wake up every morning and see the blessings around you. And because of that, you don't carry the same stress that ages most people. You don't live in a constant state of not enough. And because your heart is full, your face is light. Your spirit is ageless. Think about the people who always look exhausted, drained, worn out by life. They're the ones who focus on what's missing. They complain. They compare. They live in frustration. And that frustration, it weighs them down. It etches itself into their features, turns their smiles into frowns, and makes their energy heavy. But when you live with gratitude, your energy is light. You don't spend your days dwelling on what went wrong, who hurt you, or what you don't have. You focus on the good. You focus on what's working, on what's beautiful, on what's worth celebrating. And that mindset, that's what keeps you looking young, feeling young, being young. Because gratitude isn't just a thought, it's a lifeline. When you appreciate life, your body responds. Science even backs it up. People who practice gratitude have lower stress levels, better sleep, and stronger immune systems. Why? Because gratitude shifts the body from survival mode to thriving mode. It calms the nervous system, slows down the aging process, and fills you with a natural glow that no skincare product can replicate. And that's why people look at you and wonder, how do they do it? How do they seem so youthful, so at peace, so alive? And the answer is simple. You choose gratitude over stress every single day. Gratitude changes the way you carry yourself. It's in the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you show up in the world. People who live with gratitude don't slouch under the weight of negativity. They stand tall. They move with purpose. They don't drag their feet through life, exhausted by problems. They step forward with appreciation for every lesson, every challenge, every moment. And that kind of energy, that's youth. That's vitality. That's what makes people take notice. Because gratitude isn't just about saying thank you. It's about embodying a spirit of appreciation that transforms the way you live. When you're grateful, your heart stays. And an open heart is a beautiful thing. It keeps you connected to people, to experiences, to the joy of life. So many people close off their hearts as they get older.
There comes a moment in your life when the air around you starts to feel tight. Not because you're suffocating, but because you're expanding, you're growing. And suddenly the love that you warm starts to feel conditional. The support that once embraced you starts pulling away. Why? Because some people don't love you. They love the version of you that doesn't challenge their comfort. The version that stays quiet, stays beneath, stays small. And when you start standing up, showing up, speaking truth, reaching for more, their love becomes silence. Their smiles turn stiff. Their praise, it vanishes. You realize they only clapped when you were losing because your losing made them feel better about staying stuck. And when you begin to bloom beyond their reach, it threatens their illusion. But I'm here to tell you, you don't shrink back to make anyone feel big. You don't downplay your destiny to secure their applause. Some people were only meant to love your cocoon, not your wings. And when you feel that shift, don't explain yourself. Don't beg for their understanding. Outgrow them.
silently. Because your light was never meant to fit in their shadow. You ever notice how loud the applause is when you're down? When you're struggling, fumbling through life, trying to figure things out, everybody's around. They're smiling, nodding, acting like they're rooting for you. But what they're really cheering for is your weakness. Because your weakness makes them feel strong. It makes them feel superior. It lets them say, at least I'm not where you are. It's not love, it's ego feeding. And you won't even realize it at first, because when you're broken, any hand that reaches out feels like help. But not every hand that claps is clapping for your victory. Some are clapping because they feel safe around your smallness. They support you as long as your growth doesn't challenge their lack of it. And the moment you rise, the applause gets quieter. The same people who once called you inspiring start calling you arrogant. They say you've changed when all you did was stop shrinking. You gotta understand this. It was never about love. It was about control. They didn't want to see you fall because they cared. They just didn't want to see you fly because it exposed the fact that they never tried. The truth is, some people will only support the version of you that stays beneath their expectations. It ain't always jealousy, it's comfort. You rising makes them uncomfortable with their own stillness. You growing makes them question why they haven't moved. That's why they love the broken you. That's why they stayed close when you were stuck. Because your struggle validated their decisions. Your weakness gave them something to feel proud about without having to grow themselves. They didn't love you. They loved the contrast. And when that contrast disappeared, so did their comfort. That's when they start pulling back. Not with hate, not always with words. Sometimes it's just distance. Sometimes it's silence. Sometimes it's backhanded compliments dressed as concern. Don't go too far. Don't forget where you came from. Stay humble. But what they really mean is stay small. Stay the version that doesn't threaten me. And the moment you stop playing that role, they rewrite the story in their mind. They stop seeing you as real and start calling you too much. But hear me when I say this. You're not too much. You were just too big for the box they wanted to keep you in. See, you can't let people's fear of their own potential become the chain around yours. Some of the same people praying for your success are secretly hoping it doesn't outshine theirs. That's the kind of love that comes with conditions. I'll support you as long as you don't pass me. That's not love. That's competition hiding behind a smile. That's ego dressed up as loyalty. And you owe it to yourself to see through it. Because if you keep trying to stay small for people who can't handle your shine, you'll live your whole life trapped in a version of yourself that's already outgrown. That's why some people get uncomfortable when you start healing. When you stop venting and start winning. When you stop complaining and start creating. Because your transformation reminds them of every excuse they made, every dream they abandoned, every moment they chose fear over growth. And instead of facing that mirror, they'd rather you stay broken. Because as long as you stay broken, they don't have to change. But once you rise, it exposes their choice to stay low. That's the part they'll never say out loud, that your growth terrifies them. Because they knew the weak you, the unsure you, the one who second-guessed every step. And they missed that version, not because it was better for you, but because it was easier for them. When you were small, they didn't feel threatened. When you were quiet, they didn't feel challenged. But now that you've found your voice, now that you walk with purpose, speak with power, move like you know who you are, they can't handle it. It shines a light on everything they've been hiding from. So what do? They withdraw. They twist the narrative. They say you're different, as if growing is a sin. But that's not your burden to carry. Let them be uncomfortable. Let them fall silent. That's their journey. Yours is to keep rising, keep evolving, keep walking in the fullness of who you were created to be. Because if the only version of you they could love was the one in chains, then they never truly loved you. They loved the fact that they were free while you were stuck. And I get it. You want to bring everybody with you. You want to be loyal. You want to stay grounded. You don't want to seem like you've forgotten where you started. But you have to understand, growth doesn't mean forgetting. It means becoming. And if becoming more makes someone love you less, they were never really there for the right reasons.
You've got to be okay with that, because clinging to fake loyalty will keep you small. It'll keep you apologizing for your elevation. It'll keep you dimming your light so others can feel bright. But you weren't born to be a shadow. You weren't built to stay beneath. You weren't designed to shrink for people who refuse to rise. And if your healing offends them, so be it. If your progress makes them disappear, let them. You don't owe anyone your delay. Not when your destiny's calling. Not when your soul's finally waking up. Love doesn't demand you stay small. Real love celebrates your expansion. And anything that tries to cage your growth, that's not love. It's fear. Disguised, dressed up, and dangerous. So the next time you hear silence where there used to be applause, pay attention. The next time someone pulls away when you start winning, believe them. They were never in your corner. They were just comfortable with you being in theirs. But your wings weren't made to be clipped just to keep someone's ego intact. You've got to rise even if it makes people uncomfortable. You got to keep growing even when it means outgrowing people you thought would be forever. And you don't need to make noise about it. You don't need to announce your elevation. Just keep moving. Let your life speak for itself. Let your success